Berlin is a city known for reinvention. Home to the Brandenburg Gate and one of Europe's most vibrant creative scenes, it's a place where people from all over the world come together to make something memorable. That feels fitting for the 2026 World Cup. 12 teams have arrived in the capital of Germany, but only one will be crowned champion. And this is what they're fighting for.
Each and every player about to step onto this stage has trained for countless hours that nobody saw. Missed parties, missed sleep, missed comfort to get to this point. Muhammad Ali famously said, "Don't count the days, make the days count." My name is Barney Banks and I am your host, coming to you live from the Uber Eats Music Hall in the heart of Berlin, Germany. And welcome to the Brawl Cup! This tournament gives you the chance to secure a better future for your region, so make that count. And to the players, you've made it this far. Now the real work begins.
Viele wunderschöne Menschen sitzen hier in der Menge. Mach mal ein bisschen Lärm, Berlin! I am Sonny, joined by Ark and Uber today. Ark has been buried in the stats analytics all week. Uber's ready to deliver his best performance up to date. And yeah, we're here to celebrate the 12 teams who actually made their way to the capital of Germany today. Gentlemen, with defending tournament winners, world champions, and new contenders stepping up, what do you expect from this day one?
Fireworks, absolute fireworks, hopefully some upsets. Great intro, by the way. I love that from you, Sonny. Really solid. Ark Razor Raccoon, still that top team in the world. Will Humble be able to, hold on to that Brawl Cup reigning championship in that regard? And what a pleasure it is to be at such an amazing venue as well, which may or may have not been named after the guy on my right.
That's right. Yeah, no, don't call it Uber Eats for nothing, folks. I am ready to sink my teeth into some fantastic regional matchups. For me, I might be Australian, but I'm shilling for NA at this event. I really do feel like there's an opportunity here for them to put their mark on international Brawl stars. And also, I think South America, there's something brewing there. There's still that infusion of young blood year after year. They need that international experience, and that's why I'm curious to see how they perform here.
It's about time we see something from NA and SA, so I'm super excited for this as well. Brawl Cup is back. This is the second edition already. The huge question is, who will take it all? First up, though, we have a little group stage for you, and we're going to figure out who will even make it through to day 2 and 3.
So, for me, I think this is my favorite event that we've ever had into the BSC. I think the prospect of teams that didn't quite make it to this stage, being able to then watch from home, but actually cheer on a team to be able to enhance your prospects as a region. I think that is such an exciting prospect for teams to be able to battle it out for.
Yeah, and obviously, it's not just the top seed from each region that gets to compete here, right? So we also get to see, maybe some of these teams that haven't quite been able to scale the same heights in some of these regions still get a crack at it. Also, our Road to Brawl Cup regions as well. We've got SA West representing and SE, SA, these regions that normally don't, necessarily get onto the map in the same way. They've actually had to fight through a much more grueling process, like a very large qualifier into a double elimination bracket. So they've also been put through their paces, Sonny, and I'm curious to see what old favourites Revenant X Spark can do on the stage with a bit of a retooling to the roster.
Super exciting day ahead. We are in Group A and B right now, and they're not just playing for honor and glory, they're also playing for some cash. We're gonna look at that in a bit. First up though, all of our viewers can also get something from viewing over at eventosbrawlstars.com. You better lock in your predictions now. You still have a couple of minutes before we kick things off with our first match of the day. And that pin, beautiful, I want it.
I'm a collector at heart, always have been, always will be. So if there's anything like that going, you can bet your bottom that I'm going to be getting for it. So let's discuss the group stages today. Going to be focusing primarily on Group A and Group B. That's Bounty Hunters Alu, Humble, and Ace Zero in Group A. And then Group B later on today with Only Realm, Zeta Division, and BC Gaming SA.
Group C and Group D feature tomorrow in our matches. We got world champions Crazy Raccoon in Group C versus a really impressive upstart in Eternal. Looked really good in SA. And then Revenant X Spark with the new look roster. It's Group D, though, that I've got my eye set on. For esports, don't quite have that same full roster that sort of took them to the high heights in EMEA, but they've got a bit of a legend rejoining them here. So curious to see how that pans out. Tribe Gaming, for me, are a bit of a dark horse in this tournament. I really do feel like they're dangerous. And Toxic Lotus are no longer the kings of the castle out in mainland China. It's a different story out of that region, and Toxic Lotus have some, frankly, catching up to do.
Some new generation of contenders today, and then some champions as well. Super excited to see the next few days play out. We're just on the first day, so we have so much Brawl Stars ahead of us. So exciting. And as I said already, they're not just fighting for honor and glory.
Big wads of cash right there, and also I'm
Just
noticing
wads of it. It's just falling out of your pocket. Oh, sorry, that's my cash here. Let me just scoot it back up, put it back in there.
no chump change. BSC points, by the way.
Yeah.
Just to put that out there.
Importantly as well, it's the extra slots that these regions can earn. One of the reasons why we had 42 EMEA teams at World Finals was because of how well Humble did at that Brawl Cup. Also, SK Gaming earned an extra LCQ spot for EMEA. That's why we actually got a chance to see deeper than just like the household names in that region when it came to LCQ and World. So that's also something that these regions are fighting for.
So once again, they have a World Final slot on the night, LCQ slots, and of course the home region is rooting for the two teams that is playing for the region, so they have that support as well. I will imagine that many people in the crowd are also rooting for our EMEA teams. As you mentioned, Foot Esports, yeah, they unfortunately aren't playing with their full roster this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be potentially, I mean, an incredible storyline. I mean, if Lenan can bring in the goods, I mean, imagine what that will do for his prospects this year. Obviously didn't quite go his way in the early stages of this year. I mean, and just to put it out there, it's any region that is up for grabs here. I mean, a team like Toxic Lotus last year came fourth just to Zeta Division, who took that third place spot, who then got that LCQ position for East Asia. But mainland China, I really want to see what they can bring to this event.
But let's talk more about NA. Can we do that?
Bro, the last time that NA won anything, dinosaurs walked the earth. So I want to see them bring out the stops. I've got my money set with Only Realm.
Yeah, I really do think that team's looking fantastic, right? It's it's world champion runner-ups on that team, plus Paxi, who's been a really strong face in that region for quite some time. Also, Tribe Gaming, do not rule these guys out. Remember, like at Worlds, they came so close in some double match point scenarios. They really were pushing Crazy Raccoon to the very limit. Like, we forget how good these guys were.
We really want to see something from them this week. We've prepared something super fun for you guys. We came up with some ideas for a little bingo. And yeah, Ark, do you want to say your famous phrase already, or do the viewers actually have to listen out for it? Oh my goodness, do we hear that from you today?
Pull it out of me, I feel like I'm not gonna just give it to you guys straightforward and easy today. You got to work for this, but certainly there's some real fun ones here. Uber wearing the brightest outfit.
I don't know if we're there yet, honestly, because Sunny's obviously got.
Sunny's giving you a good run for your money today, mate.
Yeah, the rest of you though, honestly, leaves a bit to be desired.
Oh my goodness, by the way, only counts if you do it with the right inflection as well, the usual one. You're gonna know when you hear it what I mean with that. Now, we are English here. We are in Berlin though, so we also invited some German co-streamers. The Japanese are here as well, and I see Melty over here. He definitely is qualified to play or also to cast, so he's running for a job, Ark.
Yeah, great to see some great faces there, Spuick, and it's just a great energy from all the languages. But you're absolutely right, Sunny. I don't know about you, Uber, but I'm getting a little bit apprehensive this year. We've had a lot of players come into the casting desk.
They're coming for our jobs, you think?
In. We have Pedro as well. Like, are you worried about your job?
Absolutely. What do you mean? These guys are actual legends of the game coming up. It's been really cool to fold them into commentary so far over the course of this year. And hopefully over the next couple of days, we'll be able to get some guests up here on the desk to share some of their knowledge and insights about the game and this fantastic event.
Super exciting that we also have German, Japanese, Spanish, and Portuguese here live on site with us. Now, without waiting a lot longer, I think we are ready for the first matchup of the day and all of Brawl Cup. It's Bounty Hunters versus Humble.
For me, this is, for Bounty Hunters, a really tough match to start the day. I mean, it's Humble, you know, the reigning Brawl Cup champions, former world champions, and South America, you know, is that region when it comes to LAN that we never really fully know what to expect. We saw fantastic things last year from Loud that blew all our expectations out of the water. And this is the #1 seed. This is the Loud of this year. And I'm super curious as to whether it's going to be roses for this team or the opposite.
I want to point out that Humble recently slipped up against a underdog team and got slapped out of their monthly final in those quarters. So, you know, it is possible, especially if Humble have slacked in their prep. But I've got a feeling that they got that humiliation game out of the way in their home region and will have come into this match having watched a bunch of tape. This team, this Bounty Hunters team, were New Heights Gaming when they came into SA and they had a great first month. They've been competitive. There's been a lot of throwing in SA, like a lot of volatility in that region, and just, you know, just some bizarre results. It's kind of one of the reasons why Loud aren't here. So what I want to see from this team is the positives, the upside that we saw from them domestically, bring that in with consistency, because they're going to need that. If you make one mistake against this Humble team, they're going to punish you for the rest of the set.
So on the one side, we have Bounty Hunters doing super well domestically. Now we want to see them bring this to the global stage. On the other side, we have Humble, 2025 Brawl Cup champions. So they're defending their title this year, 2024 World Champions and 2025 World's runner-up. This is not an easy opponent for Bounty Hunters in their first match of the day.
Yeah, not by a long shot. And we actually got some global bands coming in as well here. Colette, Naja as well, making an appearance here. Love to see that. Still very, very strong. Lumi and Mortis. So the aggressor's going to be out the mix for sure. Lumi's definitely catapulted actually forwards in terms of the meta since her changes. But for Humble, for sure, they've been put through their paces this year. Absolutely so. In the March Monthly Finals, 2 double match points to eventually earn that win, which they're notorious for having at the very end of the season actually. So this year, grabbing that in March, super important. But the elephant in the room, April. No, exiting in that quarterfinal stage was horrendous for Humble.
It happened.
It was their worst showing in a monthly final since June of 2025. And, you know, that is very out of character for them.
Yeah, it is, because they're the kind of team that, you know, it's really tough to pull the wool over their eyes. They usually are really well prepped, but there are just some scenarios in the BSC where you don't have the footage. You don't have the resources to read up on a team, and you have to lean on your own fundamentals. And I think if you asked Humble about that loss, that obviously is a bit of a black mark on their record, they'd say, we also weren't really in the right headspace that day. It takes more than just lack of prep to get past this team.
The first 2 teams of the day are waiting backstage already. Barney, let's get it started.
Ladies and gentlemen, Group A is about to kick off the Brawl Cup with a bang. A true David and Goliath story. But never count anyone out, because we know how that story went, didn't we? Berlin, make some noise for Bounty Hunters and Humble! You can hear the crowd chanting. I'm sure you can hear them at home as well. So let's set the stage, shall we? Let's look over to the side of Bounty Hunters. Have we found the new South American sensations to step into the Brawl Stars esports community? Can they bring that same ferocity onto the main stage right here? However, it is their first time at an international LAN event, so who knows? And what a bigger task to ask them than to go up against the Brawl Cup reigning champions of Humble. You know, it's a trial by fire. That's all I'm going to say about it, and we cannot wait to see what happens right here on the main stage. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as we get prepared, let's just take a breath And let's find out. Berlin, what do we think of Bounty Hunters? Ooh, look at that. What about Humble? Let's do this.
Wesley, Prosy, Hortox, Loki, Symantec, Boss.
That was my voice, by the way. Fun fact.
Yeah?
Yeah. Many
You got
don't know.
a good baritone.
I know. Yeah. I have to get in the mood though. Can't. Yeah.
You
do that
just
right
can't
now.
bust it out.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. When
I
can
know
you
you
do that?
love that.
Will you do that like later?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Okay.
If the crowd is loud enough, I might
was Sunny
think about it. But yeah, we heard already. The EMEA fans really showed up for Humble. I
They're
kind of
out
feel
today.
bad for Bounty Hunters. At the same time, though, LCQ last year was in Sao Paulo, and it was the same exact thing, where the latent crowd was super loud for their own home region teams.
And how did that go for Casa Brawl?
Well, almost swimmingly, actually, when you look at it. Almost swimmingly. They almost knocked out the world champs. I mean, like, how much of a deviation from reality that could have been if that match went another way, but they did get full reverse swept, and but you got to mention that Tensai did go out and say that that was a reason which really threw them off at the beginning, but they are just unbreakable.
We are on Dueling Beetles for our first map of the day. Now, we want to discuss draft as well with the global bans being in place already. We, of course, see that Sirius, for example, is still left open. And yeah, that's a brawler that just received a nerf on Wednesday. Usually, he was global banned the whole time. And now with that small nerf to his HP, it seems like he's already not as strong anymore to be global banned, but certainly strong enough to be picked, right?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the meta at the moment, it's kind of in a really interesting place. I'm really looking for brawlers like kind of Pierce for me here as well, as like Luki in that capacity is just absolutely disgusting. And it's a brawler that's kind of just beneath those kind of bans too. It's one that will tend to escape through.
I think on maps like Dueling Beetles as well, like you can expect to see the Byron make its appearance, right? That is such a classic, humble brawler. Both of these teams, by the way, have been, undefeated using Lumi over the course of the last week in scrims on this map. So having her banned away, that's, just Humble sort of saying, we don't really want to have that first picked against us. We don't have a great answer to it in general. This obviously is the kind of map where you want to try and draft a pretty good side laners and have staying power. Mina allows for that to some degree with that wind wall gadget. She's also great at pressuring down if someone's trying to play a thrower or they're trying to play, someone who's less mobile in a side lane who's just trying to vomit damage. So there's a lot of opportunities to punish like overly aggressive first picks here. I think that in SA, this Bounty Hunters squad are really good when it comes to their drafts. So my issue has never really been there for them. They've been very, very solid. I don't often see them get outdrafted. I think they outdrafted the pants off Loud last time they actually faced. And that's a team you'd expect with the resources and coaching staff wouldn't have a weakness there. So I wouldn't be worried about that from them. It's really stage jitters and the execution that we're going to be scrutinizing.
What I always love about those international events is that we get to see different metas from each of the region. Of course, they've mingled over the last 2 weeks, and the metas have gotten closer together, like East Asia maybe brought in a new idea that EMEA took over, and so on and so forth. At the same time, we did see still in the past some specials, like for example our SA special Juju in the past. I wonder what it's gonna be this weekend. We always know NA as a super aggressive region. EMEA has adapted that as well because the current meta is all about assassins and tanks.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I even posted a meme the other day when it's like a new brawler comes out, make it mythic, make it an assassin. Pretty much kind of like how the how the dev team is these days. But you mentioned experience, Uber, and being calm and collected on stage, and that is for me my little reservation when it comes to Bounty Hunters, because, certainly Prosy is the most experienced player on this squad. Didn't have the best of showings at the World Finals last year, went out in the group stages, and similarly at LCQ in 2023, didn't reach it really out of that group stage. And Wesley, His last showing was at the World Finals in 2022, losing in that first round of the bracket
Was it
to
Zest
Tribe
Latam?
Gaming EU.
Pointed at Paris, right? He was on the Zest roster. if I'm
Yeah,
not mistaken.
Zest Latam. So
Yeah.
this is where I really want to kind of see how bounty hunters approach their headspace. Their drafts, I really, really like. I think for me, it's going to come down to, like you say, those kind of stage jitters and if they're able to keep them at bay.
I also think that they are going up against a team that has very talented individuals. And if you allow Humble to, as the series goes on, if you allow Humble to draft like Chester and Ruffs, like two really solid brawlers, it's going to be tough to get the better of them. No surprise here to see the votes are 83% for Humble to 17% for those of you at event.brawlstars.com. If you haven't got your predictions in, got your votes in, or just honestly set up on that site to make sure you earn yourself some rewards over the course of the weekend, I strongly recommend you make that your home base for all things Brawl Cup.
Take the hints, guys. Take the hints. We strongly recommend that you stay glued to that site. You'll thank us for it later.
So far, EMEA and East Asia has had the greatest success from all of the regions in any global event. We have 3 world winners of EMEA, 3 world winners of East Asia. Now, you already kind of set that up today. We want to see NA and SA take over, and this would be the first chance. If Bounty Hunters truly fell a giant like Humble, that's going to be huge.
Yeah, it will resonate for sure. And, you know, I kind of mean, but I also do have a lot of high hopes for Only Realm. But we've got to talk about Tribe Gaming a little bit too, because as a team from North America that have been a bit of a sleeper, the competition has been getting so increasingly difficult in that region specifically. Last year at Brawl Cup, it was abysmal for Tribe Gaming. It was like their worst performance to date. So that is going to be in the back of their minds too as an organization. They do need to put those demons at rest. And I've got a lot of faith in Killer's abilities when it comes to draft and how Tribe are experimenting. I think in just the right amounts too. Not too much, not too crazy and wacky, but enough to take teams by surprise.
I feel like they've been building up ahead of steam coming into this tournament. Kenny as well, like he put like a video up. He was talking about his predictions, right? He had his teams in like S tier, A tier, whatever. He also had Tribe in that S tier.
Yeah.
Felt like this is probably the time for them to really show up and show out. Because remember how their World Finals ended? It was 2 double match point scenarios that they lost that ended up having them knocked out of the tournament up against what was Humble and Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah.
And so, like, you are going up against the very best and you are almost getting there. I really felt like they were just on the outside looking in. Now, last Brawl Cup, it was Loud.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Loud fell on the wrong side of the narrative because they were the team that got beat by Toxic Lotus on their Cinderella run to finally propel themselves into a top 4. So they're the ones that, you know, kind of look bad in that scenario, but it was a really close series. It went to all 5 sets. That was a team I feel like that is, you know, it's been a long time since there was a 2021 finals run from INTZ.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, so it's...
Bucharest, baby.
We have... I was in a TV box. I was at
You
that
were.
event at the time. So that's going back a long time. It's been, you know, ages since we've really seen, you know, South America stand up. And last year we got to see some of the younger blood, right? We also saw, you know, the same torchbearers, the Loud guys, you know, Adino and stuff like that. We also saw, like, you know, Pekka and Jubileo, Motep on that, I think it was Pioneers, I think, with that event, or Elevate, I'm not sure. They're still around, right? Still good to see some of those over the course of this year, but this is the roster of, like, the non-Brazilian players out of South America, the youngsters that are really hungry, and I expect to see them deliver. Just maybe not in this particular game. This is just very tough.
We're going to find out very, very soon as the players are getting ready to start the draft. Yeah, but I would definitely advise all the viewers here in this hall and also at home to keep an eye out for the Chinese rosters, the SA West, and of course NA and SA. These are the regions that we still want to see perform super, super well also on a global level. By the way, we're here in the Uber Eats hall, 4,500 seats at max capacity, and we are completely sold out. That is insane.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'd love to see that. It's kind of awesome to come to a pretty like iconic venue here in Berlin. We're like right in the heart of it. We're across from the you know, Uber Arena as well. We're on Uber Platz. It's all about me this weekend, guys. So
It is. You are the main character
Sure.
energy right now.
That's it.
It was
Sorry,
not
guys.
better when he was on TV, and you can always just turn off the TV.
That was a good
Yeah,
time.
Talking smack. She was in the audience. She was in the 2021.
Well,
That's
we
crazy.
were all there.
I
That's
was
what
on site,
matters.
though.
In one way or another, right?
They wouldn't let me out of the country, guys. All right, they needed me. My people needed me.
It was
Yeah.
better time, you're sure. You're right.
Looks like we are getting our draft ready, and we're kicking things off
Straight off the
with
bat.
Ruffs. Such a solid pick. You can never go wrong with this brawler, especially not dueling beetles, where you might want to break open the map. Because I see Pierce is left open. We have Luki on Humble. That is a must pick for them, especially, yeah, if they can break open the map now. Let's see if Humble will pick up that Pierce on their side.
Yeah, with Lumi out of the picture here, you might be forced to go in like a Pam direction if you're, bounty hunters. Obviously, we've got the team logos flipped here, so we'll get them fixed for you in just a moment. Red side is bounty hunters, blue side is Humble. So the series is picked up here. They have only managed to sort of win 1 in 4 of their scrims on this map with Sirius. Sirius obviously is a lot squishier than he used to be. A drastic reduction in health, actually very similar to how Lumi first got nerfed when she was in the game. She used to have like close to 10k health and was putting out this amount of damage. They brought that down by like 40% or so. And we get the Kenji mixed in amidst this. So, bit of an all-in. Definitely, somebody who wants to try and threaten the backline. It can be good against Rust, but there's a lot of stopping power still available to you in this draft.
Got to be a Pierce, like Sunny says for me. I mean, having the ability to break that side, it's going to allow Pierce to get much more range value in. And again, as time goes on, those supply drops can then just make those snipe shots pack so much more of a punch. Sometimes a Pam can make an appearance on this map, but again, with that Rust now in play, the opening of the map is certainly a concern. So having ranged Chester coming through, yeah. Two brawlers you mentioned coming in that they cannot get on the side of Humble, and they've been able to establish it. So Chester going to be that kind of insurance policy with the Pierce. I mean, Humble have got exactly what they want, right? This is crazy.
Why are we not trying to target them?
This was a must pick for the side of Humble, and Chester can also break open the map, of course, if he gets his right super.
Wild.
Now, I hope Bounty Hunters on the right side did their homework and they know Humble must have wanted to pick up that brawler. I'm so surprised that they didn't pick up hers themselves to make sure that Humble doesn't get their hands on it. It looks like they have another plan. Now, what is that plan, I wonder? Bo is going to come in. He's all right. He's bringing in that range that they were lacking so far, especially on a wide open map with Sirius and Kenji. You usually want those walls to stay.
Might allow Sirius to get off the mark a bit better as well, but I just kind of worry. You got to hope that Bounty Hunters are intending for this to be the case for Humble to get their picks. But as we're going to head over to the casting desk and see how the match plays out.
Thank you very much, Ark. Welcome in, everybody. I know Humble is ready to go. The audience, big and loud. I'm Kenny. Joined with me, Trav. We'll be one of your 2 dynamic duos this weekend. South America, been starved for success for a long time, and now they take on the defending champions, your Brawl Cup reigning champs. Humble versus Bounty Hunters, and right off the middle, Prosy going up a takedown immediately. Luki playing one of his most iconic brawlers. This man is fierce with the Pierce.
Yeah, very early Pierce super and finds a connection on Prosy, which is going to keep him low in the meantime and keep this percentage ticking for Humble. Power up already provided as well, and Portox not having the best of times in this long-ranged affair on the right. Chester through the mid, still getting the desired percentage.
That early wall break's going to let Luki have a lot of space to operate, and now Portox is trying to branch out, do anything he can, but he's outranged, outgunned. Chester just going to take him down. Hypercharge going down early. It's a near team wipe off the rip.
I mean, this is exactly how we expect it to go. The guys on the analyst desk touched on it. This is the 3 brawlers that Humble want, and you've given it to them in the first set. A big break coming down from Boss as well. Hypercharge drop provided, and Semantic is going to be thanking him for that.
No shocker whatsoever in terms of team composition. Nobody seems to be able to encroach, move up the middle of the map. Now Rocket Rain terrorizing the right-hand side as Wesley, Portox try and migrate, but the distance just can't be met. Pierce is so good from these long terms. Semantic has enough to gun him down. Portox finally starting to be an issue, but immediately eradicated. Just nothing from Bounty Hunters right now.
Yeah, Prosy forced to use those shadows as well to tank the Pierce super and stay alive. But Humble, as soon as they get pushed back, they bounce back just as fast, straight back onto the mid, and only 15% needed now. Hypercharge comes down. Wesley's going to be able to evade that nicely, but it's covering that entire left-hand side, and the only one with a pathway through is going to be Prosy at the moment, and he's too low to contest. Portox with the super on the left-hand side, they clean up, and there's a bit of a lifeline for Bounty Hunters.
Bottom of beat, now Wesley and Prosy occupying the middle of the map as Boss rotates to this left-hand side. Portox in hot pursuit, take down there. Wesley a goner for this world, and now 90% in climbing. Semantic roughly standing still, just dancing in the middle of the map. The Mad Hatter untouched in an early game victory for Humble.
Just the start they'll have wanted, and the crowd support already behind them on home field. A couple of German players here as well, going to be having the support. Bit of a taste of their own medicine as to what we saw in LCQ last year with some of the South American fans. Into game number 2. I'm expecting this to be just as easy for Humble. They started so strong. You expect them to carry on.
It's just a great composition. They've got the long range, they've got the wall break option, an early gadget for pressure. They send Semantic up the middle of the map. If Kenji dares to go at them, they can just rotate this brawler onto them. Brozy, though, doing a great job. Until this wall break goes through, if they feed Boss, that's where the real issue starts. So until then, Bounty Hunters have to give themselves as much of a head start as possible.
Yeah, an undeniable better start for Bounty Hunters, but I don't think it's meaning too much at the moment. They've quite clearly moved that Kenji over to the left-hand side to face off against the Roughs in early doors instead of the Pierce, who was handling him so well. But now it's Wesley's turn to face off against this Lukey Pierce, and I don't think anybody's going to enjoy that matchup.
Boss rounding the corner, and there goes the dog treat. Gonna open up the top right-hand side of the map. A dive in the air. The Sashimi slash craps one. There's one kill. Now a two. Brozy has assistance from the extra spawner, so they're going to occupy the middle of this map for now. Significantly better, I would say, Bounty Hunters in terms of adjustments. They didn't let Boss get that super early, but this is where it's going to be the ultimate test. Oh, and an immediate reversal of a team wipe. Crowd already on its feet.
I mean, percentage-wise, it's looking great for Humble now. Just taking the lead, full control to them as well. 3 members of Bounty Hunters pinned back in spawn, and a hypercharge ready to go for Lukey. Just popping it for the raw stats now. Can't be too far off super, but hasn't managed to find it just yet. There's another hypercharge drop being placed as well, and Semantic already has one in hand. He's probably going to wait until he can get a super and use that before going for it.
Brawl Stars good as boy, just providing so many dog treats for his allies. Wesley going to be sucked onto this right-hand side, not going to be able to move a muscle. I mean, Humble hardly moving a muscle at all. It's just Lukey tip-tapping down South America's finest. Another hypercharge for good measure, and the defending champions of Brawl Cup suck hot.
Humble doing their best to right the wrongs of the April monthly final. Bounty Hunters, a huge mountain to climb in front of them here, and I don't think that's the way they'll have wanted to started this international competition here in Berlin. Real tough for them, and I think the majority of them going to have to put down to the draft, but they were outplayed too.
It just from start to finish was all Humble, and I think the analyst desk, us, caught on immediately. There's just so many pluses for this Humble composition. It's a very stereotypical look to Humble, and just in terms of 1v1 matchups, I mean, look at this. We've got Chester, immediately can take on a Kenji. The burst damage, that's why he's an anti-tank. That's why you're going to see him be drafted so early. This 6-pick Pierce outranges every single one of the enemies, especially when this wall break goes down. It's just open season for Lukey, and you all know what this guy can do on the Pierce. He's unbelievable, one of the best in the world. I just didn't love the gameplay, and obviously the execution's a lot harder to make happen when you don't have a draft to set yourself up.
I mean, it's worrying where you kind of forced to swap lanes in something you don't want to do. Yes, it worked a tiny bit better. Game 2 was, I think they had a little bit more of a foot in the door compared to Game 1, but stat-wise, it speaks for itself. The result, 6-3-8. Obviously, Lukey popping off on what seems to be his favorite brawler. Over the other side, Prosy, Portox, and Wesley not looking too good. 0 on that bow. And I mean, in the second game, who can blame him? He's being forced onto that Pierce matchup, which he's not going to be enjoying. But really disappointed to see those scorelines earlier.
Stat lines tell the story as well. I mean, just nothing going the way of Bounty Hunters. And I think sometimes when you get out-drafted first time on the stage, today at least, warming up, getting the muscles a little loose, it happens. But you can't afford mistakes like that. South America is a region desperate to try and cling on to some success. It's been a very rough go of it since 2021. We had INTZ way back in the day. We had Loud last year. But there's this huge sandwich of years in between where this region has not taken away any hardware. Now moving on to our next map here. We were just at Dueling Beetles. We're going to be hopping into Hot Potato. Otis, somebody I was keeping an eye out on. Colonel Ruffs, like we mentioned, a fan favorite for something like Humble. They're going to go ahead and throw it out. Early claim of that wall break, some extra DPS from that cult. Stereotypical start.
Yeah, it's great to have. No surprise in seeing banning out that Ruffs as well over the right-hand side. A brawler that you don't want to be facing after just being absolutely destroyed by on a map like Hot Potato. So as you say, I like the cult pick, bringing in that wall break early on, probably the best wall break / DPS you're going to get on a map like this. And I think they need to kind of play this a little bit differently, break the map, sculpt it to how they want, because in the previous one, it was night and day, and Humble would dominate.
Certainly going to make them rethink this, as now the left-hand end is going to claim Lily. And especially in the face of a wall break like that, that's very interesting. It's not that Lily is uncommon, but obviously Lily benefits from lurking in the shadows, in the bushes, disappearing to that shadow realm, and it's just purely going to be a matchup favor up close. But if these walls come down, definitely a trickier way to go about it.
I mean, I actually don't mind the Lily, to be honest with you. I think, like, it's a brawler where you obviously just pop your gadget, walk up to the safe, get that damage, and that's your entire job. Yes, you might pick up a few kills on the way, get your hypercharges, and use those really convincingly as well. So I think it's solid. Carl going to come in as well. It's just one of those versatile brawlers. No matter what gadget you're going to be using, going to be fairly decent. And, you know, it has a say in the majority of matchups.
With this Otis being banned out and now seeing the face of a Lily, typically anti-tank is sometimes where these teams are going to go. I would say the most stereotypical in the meta right now, at least for this map, would be Nita and Chester, but alongside a Colt, definitely makes their jobs a little trickier. More mid-range options. Chester, of course, with the burst damage does well into Lily, but it's not necessarily a special for something like Hot Potato. So I'm curious to see what this right-hand side does with this, because it's a really interesting one, too.
Yeah, well, Edgar showing up.
Love the applause.
It's been a while since we've seen these show up, and in the past, they're either very decisive. It's kind of picked as a last when it's going to be absolutely perfect, but it's a brawler that's just so strong at the moment after those changes, and it's a brawler you've got to be incredibly scared of. So I wouldn't want to be bounty hunters at the moment, looking in the face of that. And the thing is as well, because they didn't go range on the side of bounty hunters when they see the Colt, they've gone pretty short range, pretty mid-range. You know, Humble can still just kind of play at whatever distance they want, regardless of sculpting the map to that longer range.
This right side adds Melody as well, which is mid-range, but especially good for Heist. The musical notes can rotate, get onto that Heist safe. I'm really interested to see what this left-hand side does, though, because as far as counters go into Edgar and Melody, a lot of times I think you would instantly see a Bull or something like that as a shotgun brawler up in the faces of enemies, can dive forward, does Heist safe damage. But in this instance, now there's wall break, and I think you just have to be extra cautious of that. Otherwise, we're going to see something similar to that first set, where Colonel Ruffs would get a wall break, something like a Pierce from the long distance would just get free shots, free supers. So I think this is two very contrasting strategies, and they just have to commit to that anti-tank at some point, and that's where Chester's going to come into play.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Chester's a brawler, as you say, that's going to be good against those tanks, that more aggression, but still is going to have a bit of a say in a lot of matchups at mid, longer range. If you're going to be able to, you know, evade some shots and get in the face of the Colt, you're going to be doing just fine. With Edgar and Melody, they're both going to be coming directly towards you anyway, so you've just got to make sure that you've got the desired supers and those heavier hitting shots when they do come towards you.
Two very different strategies. Bounty Hunters already on the back heels. Humble, to be expected, are coming out swinging. They may have flopped in the previous month, but this is a team that shows up on the land stage. Perosi, Wesley, and Portox got their hands full. It's now Semantic straight up the middle of the map. He's going to disappear, pop up. They're not even going to worry about him on defense. They're just going to fully commit this 3v2.
I mean, to be honest, a base race is probably the best of their ideas against a team like Humble, but a great defense so far. Luki's going to be able to clean up too, and it leaves just Portox alone. Bomb comes through, and I think he probably was trying to get the hit there, but a bit of wall break along that portion of the map. It's not going to be the worst thing when you're against the Edgars and the Melodies. Luki coming through has the nice little rage Chester. He'll get a couple of shots in, and Boss back into this aggressive stance once more. Semantic might be forced to defend, but a hypercharge from Boss and a bit more damage from the Gadget too.
Could have been better. I mean, kept him alive a little bit longer, but nonetheless, it applies more pressure. They can still maintain this positioning as now Semantic once again pops out of the Shadow Realm, battling with Portox, dives in. The musical notes will get the final blow as Wesley from the long range works with the 6-shooter. Luki, all things considered, he's a very mid-range brawler. He's holding his own quite well.
Yeah, Luki's, you know, he's used his super, but he's forced one of Portox's dashes out of the way, which is going to make it a bit more difficult for him to get to the safe, get out. In comes the Edgar now. There's going to be another crack, but it's actually the first one for them. Portox will follow suit and try and get some damage too. Has the hypercharge now, but just takes the crack for the moment, and Semantic needs to get this done up top because that damage is raining in for BH.
Perosi just puppy guarding this safe. Meanwhile, work being done up top. Now it's about even. A dive in, a disappearance act from Semantic because he's going to pop out at a moment's notice. They have no idea where he is. Lily hypercharge, makes contact, no kill as Carl up top. Above the realm, keeps chipping away at this high safe. Incendiary raining down, and Humble take another.
I mean, yet again, goes as expected, but I really like what Bounty Hunters are doing.
100%.
You're not better than Humble. We know this coming into this competition. Humble are the reigning champions. They have won a world championship. Like, you're not going to be the better team coming into this one. You've got to pick some questionable brawlers, well, not questionable, really aggressive ones, something that's going to throw a spanner in the works, and just go for a base race at this point.
Operating on pure chaos, as we see the exact same strategy from Semantic, right up the gut. Chester, fully operational on defense, an insta-kill there. I would say that certainly favors Humble. At the bottom of your screens here, off-screen, it's going to be about 75%. One more tap, they will penetrate that 25% threshold, which is huge for the Humble side.
Yeah, a little slow comes through there from Boss as Wesley will pop that Gadget. He's just going to keep him here for now. Luki will go around and pick that one up, but through the middle, Prosy comes jumping on in and finds a kill. Little Gadget there as well from the Carl before he went down, and pretty much even Stevens at the moment in terms of percentage. A narrow 1% lead for Humble, but it's pretty much a 50-50 of who's going aggressive and who's not.
Much more back and forth pacing in this one as Wesley releases a super. No real contact, though. Going to keep Boss alive as he's multitasking. Oh, and look at the young man work. A double kill there. Just leaves Edgar, and now Chester in a much more manageable situation.
I mean, that was their chance, and they say no on the defense. Brilliant stuff from Humble yet again. Semantic popping the gadget, going aggressive. Portox probably can't defend this on his own without a super and will go down. The other two members of Humble joining them up top. Here comes the hypercharge from Boss. Prosy forced to defend, and he will fall too.
Great resource allocation as well. They're taking turns with the hypercharges as now this ice invulnerability will wear off, and immediately Humble wipes him away. 2-0 start. SA has to wake up, otherwise they're going to be down to their final life on just day number 1 for this squad.
I mean, this is the thing. As I said, they're expected to come here and lose, right? They're playing for this other group stage match. That's going to be the big decider in this group. So I like what they're doing. Go Edgar, go these melodies, the more unpredictable brawlers who can just go towards that safe base race them. But it was just moments of just incredible gameplay from Humble. Boss getting a couple of defenses, Humble getting a couple of, Lukey getting a couple of 2v1 defenses that really make or break these games from Humble. And just luckily for them, they both went their way.
This felt very winnable. The first one, to me, never felt like they had a chance just based on the draft. And that's easy in hindsight, obviously, but in this one, it felt like a much more fair fight, if you will. I think the execution from Humble was just phenomenal, though. You can see it here. I mean, 9 frags, 8 frags. I love the rotation there. They absolutely used Chester in the best way possible. Not typical for Hot Potato, but as an anti-tank option, or just anti-aggro in this point. One of Chester's mainstays is the burst damage that he does. If Melody wants to get up close to that high safe, if Edgar wants to get up close, that's one of the better ways that they could have countered that.
Yeah, incredible stuff, really, from Humble. Just managing that aggression super well. And as I said, there was a couple of those 2v1 defenses that just made all the difference in a set like that. That could have quite easily, if they don't pick up those skills, and, it's 100%, it's not luck, it's skill. They're winning those 2v1s. But if just one of those matchups goes a different way, they're getting base race, they're getting beaten, and it's a totally different scoreline.
Boss had a phenomenal moment there. We saw him with roughly, 2,000 HP or so, has one extra gadget, a flying hook available, goes for the dagger, and just a double kill there, just silencing SA. Such a tough beat here. Humble expected to win. I think many, including myself, kind of wrote this as a 3-0. I'm not going to speak for the rest of the team, but this to me feels like a Humble that I'm not scared of. Despite falling short in the previously monthly finals, when push comes to shove, Semantic, the only thing as one of the most decorated, if not the most decorated pro in EMEA history, is to add more hardware to the shelf. This is where they're going to come to shine. They felt confident in conversations with them coming into this week. They know what it takes on this stage, and for Bounty Hunters, they got a little experience on the roster, right? They've done good in the past. They're obviously number 1 in their region, but against a global titan like this, it's just different.
Well, I like the Leon, super strong at the moment as well. Obviously, Lollipop drop providing a bit of a speed boost, really solid. And Leon just a great brawler all around, assassin and aggression is what they're going to go with, it seems. But, I mean, as a first pick, I like it. It's been, it's going to be banned out quite frequently on a lot of maps throughout this weekend. So having that slip through and getting that early on, I like it.
Can't blame him at all, especially with the Lollipop drop. You especially get some extra speed going around for the squad. Colonel Ruff's a very stereotypical pick on this left-hand side. I think overall in the meta, it also counters so many things really well between the sandbags. It can apply pressure if you choose to use the other gadget where the rockets just rain from the skies and pour out. I think this is just a safe pick as well. I mean, especially at professional level compared to maybe your average Joes like me, they're going to get the absolute maximum value out of a Colonel Ruff's dog treat, just powering up your teammates. If they don't die, you just continue to have extra HP, extra damage. It's a free, essentially, solo showdown buff if you pick one up.
I mean, this is the thing for me, Ruffs as well. As you mentioned, Sandbag's going to be able to do a great job against so many brawlers, Leon being one of those. So when you know you're going to be facing off against that really aggressive brawler, you kind of feeding non-stop supers to the Ruffs, who's providing to his teammates and buffing him up. You're going to not probably get the kills because of the Sandbags. And then they're going to add a Kenji to this as well for a bit of aggression of their own.
Really scared for this right-hand side right now. I think Meeple's kind of an impossibility at this point, which would be a stereotypical, I would say, mid at this point in the game. But Colonel Ruff's sandbags completely block that out. They need anti-take, but Chester, Crow, Otis, all gone. So they're just completely zagging in another direction. Buster's certainly not something I see regularly.
Yeah, it's not something we've seen in a good amount of time. It had its moment in the spotlight in Brawl esports, probably last year sometime, to be honest with you. But at the moment, it's not the best. I said in the last couple of drafts, you've kind of got to do things a little bit differently. And as you said, it's quite a big zigzag, changing things up. And they're just like, you know what? We can't beat them normally. Let's just go Poco tank.
Yeah, but for Pinhole Punk, this is so interesting because I feel like the damage just isn't quite there for this right-hand side. I think an interesting choice for the left-hand end. If they decided to go something super beefy, I think they could handle it. I mean, just having Kenji and another brawler absorb the shots, maybe it's not the most traditional goal scorers or composition, but I really do think health points might be the solution for this left-hand end.
Yeah, it would make sense. As you say, they don't have massive DPS. They've got the sandbags in here as well. So it leaves a big gap open. Ruffs can play the mid, but they're actually going to go with a Sirius instead. You know, against the aggression of the Buster, you're going to be printing so many of those clones, the Shadows, Poco as well. Not really going to be able to hide too much, so should be able to get a good few shots on those. I like the Humble comp again. I mean, obviously coming into this one, they're going to be big favorites, but I see this as a 3-0.
Yeah, Buster, Leon, Poco, it isn't stereotypical for this map or this mode. I mean, they had to get creative. You got to do that, especially when you're the underdog. But this is Humble we're talking about. If you're not going at least 50-50 on the draft, you are a goner. There's no way. They're too good all around. But nonetheless, Bounty Hunters will have to find a way to win. This is only their opening match of the day. Still plenty of time for recovery, but they're going to have to act quick.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to start. Killing that over-aggressive Kenji nice and early, getting this bush control is exactly what Bounty Hunters need. Boss still pinned back in spawn, but tanks a few of those shots with the shield. And the bounce back from Prosy is there for now. Pinned in this kind of top left, trying to get a few heals here and there. Gadget popped, everything popped, but can't stay alive. Moving this ball to the right-hand side now, and more heals being provided by Wesley.
This Wesley and Prosy composition here of Poco just enabling Buster. He's almost like hurting the enemy side. He's been putting him in the corner. Oh, and now a surprise hypercharge going to come out. They're going to have no idea this is coming as he was straight up in the grass. Supply drop going down, 3v2 situation. Semantic left all alone. Bounce shot goes in. Portox there to protect, and Bounty Hunters finally with the response.
I mean, that's the first sign of life we've seen for them in quite some time. Humble not looking too good for now, but as maybe they can get a few more power-ups here and there and take them in the long game. Prosy gonna have some great HP on the right-hand side. Portox hypercharge on the right now, and does pop a super, trying to go super aggressive on Boss here. Super available for Boss as well, so can evade some of those shots. Lukey just peppering Prosy down, keeping him low. Semantic, the same on Wesley on the left, but they haven't really left their half yet.
Now Humble marching up the left-hand side of the map, dribble to the left-hand end. Prosy with a nasty pull, though. Supply drop going down on the right-hand side, but if they play their cards right, a rush up this right-hand end will be enough. A dunk in the middle, and Portox gets his squad a win.
I mean, the best way to do it, like Humble didn't even seem in that game. This feels like a reverse of what we've been watching at the moment. Really good stuff from Bounty Hunters here. Just overwhelming amounts of HP and aggression is really proving difficult for this Humble composition to deal with.
Reflecting on this as well, they don't really have a lot to punish the Leon invisibility. There wasn't something like a Crow available to them, and it's not like they're going to pick a Gene or something that is fanning shots on this map. So Leon kind of gets away scot-free. Kenji's going to have to just get right up in his face if he wants a chance to tag him. Semantic's going to have to get a lucky bounce. Once again, left-hand in, Boss goes down immediately. The trade goes through. Wesley has a super available. He's debating this, though. Looking at this ball, going to leave it be for now. Semantic goes for the wall break, an extra spawner, and Humble's defense will hold firm.
Yeah, just needs to get control of this bush. I feel like that's what they were lacking in the last game. You know, you get pushed back once and you're never able to reclaim it, especially when Semantic's not breaking it up. Kind of broke quite a lot of his home region with that first power-up. And Prosy forced to pop a bit of a defensive shield here rather than going on the offense. Now some of this grass will come down and Semantic's growing into the game.
Oh, and now Prosy with a little breakaway. Boss trying to manage it all. Not a great multitasking brawler, though. A kick over to Wesley. A walk through, barely has enough to punch it in the net. South America's superstars waking up.
Couple of supers failed from Humble now. Super there from the Kenji, but he'll get pulled straight back in on landing. Hypercharge being popped now, and a Poco will throw that one out. Semantic trying his best to defend, but from the right, Portox finds it, and Bounty Hunters have a set out of nowhere.
An unorthodox set from the fellas, but it worked so well. The Buster gameplay was unreal. The awareness you have to have of playing just that middle section of grass, being fully aware that Sirius has clones that can scout you out. Even if they clone something like a Poco, it's just insta shots just being spammed at you. There's nowhere to hide, but they played those gadgets really well. The lens flare to march themselves up several times up this map as well. It was a great hybrid of a brawler that's not typically overly aggressive, but I thought they did such a good job of claiming the Humble brawlers.
I mean, you could hear Boss there as well. He's like, I just can't do anything. Like, clearly outdrafted in this one, Humble, and outplayed at that as well. I don't think they got out of their half, to be honest with you. Maybe they did once. I think it was, as I was saying, they haven't left the half. They kind of left the half, but other than that, absolutely all Bounty Hunters here. And There's some signs of life showing. It's going to require an entire reverse sweep, so it's a big ask and a huge mountain to climb, but they've started it.
Certainly shame on me. I mean, I really didn't expect this outcome here. I mean, if it ends up being a 3-1, close enough, but nonetheless, I mean, Bounty Hunter's finally showing what a solid draft on their end can do. They can contest. I mean, these brawlers in the humble end, if you look at it, Sirius, very mainstream brawler. Colonel Ruff's a regular for them. Kenji, I go back and forth on. I think it just depends on where you pick him up, especially if it's earlier on in the draft. It gives the other team plenty of time to respond. This is going to go a little bit further than I thought it was at a bare minimum. We're heading over to knockout Bell's Rock. Bounty Hunter still with a fighting chance.
Absolutely, still requires 2 in a row, so it's going to be tough, but it is a possibility now. I think everybody would have expected Humble. I know you said you didn't want to speak for anybody else, but I'm with you. I think I thought this was going to be a 3-0. We kind of questioned the draft a little bit in there as well. Bans are in, obviously, in addition to the global bans. We have the Leon, the Gene, and the Rico from the side of Bounty Hunters. For Humble's side, I guess it's flipped, but on the opposing side, the Kit, the Mina, and the Ruff's going to be banned out too.
Free square for the right-hand end. I mean, Pierce is going to be a natural brawler that I think comes up at the top here, especially the first overall, given the bans. But I will say, especially considering the global ones that we've got, they're really going to have to dig deep. I think it's been one of the biggest traits of what we've gotten from this global ban stage change. I mean, there can be up to 10 brawlers from the pool. I mean, a little less than around 10%, if you will, given our total brawler count at this point. Goodness gracious, we're well over 100, aren't we, Trav? That's a crazy thought to have. But at this point, they're really going to have to go for some more unusual picks, I would say, and that's where the scrims come in handy. Brock, one of those that I think they just want to have the wall break control in their hands if they elect to use it, and if not, they can go with rocket laces, bounce away if they've got an overly aggressive brawler. Plenty of combinations left.
Yeah, it's something you think about towards the later stage of the game, you know, with those gadgets, depending on what kind of route you need to take, or you need to get away from some more aggressive brawlers that the Bounty Hunters side could bring in. So I like that. You're able to sculpt the map if you want, or, as you say, kind of take those rocket laces and jump away if not. Edgar's still very much on the board as well if they do want that aggression, and there's a scary prospect at the moment.
Curious which direction they go. Ooh, Jae Young. So I would say that's one that we mentioned that's not at the tippy top of our meta right now, but a professional scene, it will show up off and on. I'm curious what kind of fight they want this to be. It's going to be a long-ranged affair. Are we going to go something like a Byron that can cut off the healing from Jae Young, also outrange? Gus is somebody that shows up quite a bit on this map as well. I mean, a lot of our stereotypical ones are out of the way. Maybe a surprise thrower at the end, depending on what wall break compositions we do end up going here.
Back over to the Bounty Hunter side. As said, these graphics are a little bit flipped, so slightly confusing. Apologies for that for the people watching at home. Ollie's going to come in then. We were questioning if they were going to go this aggressive route, and they do. And yet again, I like it. It seems when they kind of brought in that overwhelming HP against brawlers who couldn't deal with it, they did well. So why not try it twice?
I wonder if this is partially to take away from a Jae Young Ollie composition or something along those lines. Maybe they were thinking that would have been the priority of choice. And Squeak is a cutoff brawler as well. I wonder if they're looking out for something like a Buster here to combine with this Jae Young. It'd be really interesting now with a Squeak shot on the ground. Fans out, gets a little cutoff there. So the interaction with that Buster shield can be quite interesting sometimes.
Well, last brawler for Humble. They need to try and win this one and close it out in a 3-1, because if they let Bounty Hunters get their feet back in this game and get into a set 5, momentum's going to be fully with them. So it's a worrying thing for them. I'm sure they would have, like the rest of us, expected to come into this one, sweep it out, move on to the next. It's going to be a brawl that you've mentioned a few times. You kind of wanted it to show up here and there, but kind of had counters already on the table. But Meeple is going to be the last brawler rounding out Humble's composition, and I like it. I think it's very solid, very good at the moment, and a great shout.
Now I think there's a fair gadget debate coming in from Brock as well. I think that's partially why teams are so proactive when drafting him. There's not a ton of wall break options. I mean, occasionally you'll see something crazy like a Griff, but it just doesn't feel like it meshes with the map nearly as well as these other brawlers. Bounty Hunters finally showing us a little bit of life. South America has been through the ringer in terms of the comments section for this community. The results have not been showing in recent years, and Bounty Hunters, the new SA #1, are trying to prove themselves on the opening match. It's Humble, an illustrious squad looking to maintain their resume, as Boss on this left-hand side is going to fight Prosy. A little over-aggressive, gonna have to back off. The extra speed and health will barely keep him alive.
Yeah, let's not forget it is rocket fuel coming in then for Luki, so doesn't have that escape method if Prosy wants to go towards him. So going to have to be very cautious. That pinch coming through now, and Prosy just looking for another super and gets it. Humble pinned back in the spawn for now, but Prosy taking a few shots. Great hypnotize, but just narrowly survives. And a big gadget needed from Semantic to keep him in the mix.
They've been on death's door, but Boss has barely kept them afloat. Now the extra speed going down on the right-hand side. Makes contact with 2 brawlers. That's devastating, as Luki's going to be pinned on this top right-hand side. The best thing, that Bounty Hunters are doing right now, they have not allowed the other team to really move forward until they pick up a kill right there. Humble demonstrating the mechanics. Now Wesley left alone for this world on the right-hand side, and Portox, the squishy brawler, gonna have a tough time with all this.
I mean, how they can be in so many compromised positions and come out on top of this is crazy to me. Portox still got a chance here, but Semantic will hone that shot back onto him. Humble were in a tough position for a lot of that, but persevered.
Great recovery from Humble. I mean, there were multiple moments there where I thought Boss or Semantic were going to die. They're not the healthiest squad. Usually you're going to see Jaeyoung paired with these beefier brawlers to get the most out of it, but instead he's just barely holding on for his fellow brawlers. As Wesley now rotates to this left-hand side, going to be trying to outrange the Boss. Just a few shots going through as Lukey going to post up on the right-hand side.
Well, more control for Humble this time. They were very much pinned in the back of the spawn last time. Soup comes down from Semantic and he's just going to go towards it. Yet another, oh, there's the Super coming through, but he survives again. How did they keep on getting away with this?
They love calling it close as Frozy now dives to the left-hand in, but nowhere to go. Wesley gone as well as Portox works by himself. No point in fighting Destiny. Fog closing in as well, and Humble with an early match point.
I mean, I was ready for that to be an incredible play. I thought it was going to come in and find that shot. Unsure if it just didn't have the damage the Pierce shot, or if they just snuck a heal in there from the Jaeyoung. It's something we'll have to look back on, but I couldn't see it in the moment.
Great fight. But Bounty Hunters certainly down. This is a set that looks like they're not doing nearly as hot as we saw over in Brawl Ball as Perosi works the wall on this left-hand side. Semantic getting rather aggressive. Be careful, brother. They have that gadget. You've seen them use it multiple times, but somehow Boss just continues to keep his teammates alive. Jaeyoung certainly not a meta brawler, but Boss working it to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, on the right-hand side, too, you're looking at Lukey against Wesley, and, you know, it's a sharpshooter matchup that Lukey's, you know, probably brawler-wise, maybe not favored him, but he really is good on these longer range brawlers. Little break coming through there as well, getting rid of some of the grass. Nowhere for Ollie to hide. They know where he is now. And Semantic getting hit hard, forcing a few heals out of Boss, which means they won't be fast for a while.
Boss has been exhausting shots left and right. Once again, preserves the life of Meeple, who's on the run right now. Perosi barely makes enough of a connection. It's going to keep Meeple alive for now as Wesley starts multitasking here. Here comes all the shells on the ground as Lukey goes down. 3v2 situation. Boss clinging to the wall, activating gadget, gets the trade. This could be a close call, folks. 2v1 situation as Semantic is going for this. Activates the super, but it's a complete waste. Perosi had gadget in the back pocket. Don't love that choice.
Yeah, I mean, super, gadget, a lot of kit expended there by Semantic, who would have loved to have them for this round, I'm sure, especially with that hypercharge available now, but he's back at square one in terms of supercharge. I think he got a couple of hits in, so can't be masses off. There's a gadget coming through from Perosi as well, but over aggression, surely he goes down, and he does. It's a 2v2, but Semantic out in the open will be found. Rocket Fuel hits Portox and through the wall. Lukey trying to get the job done. Hypercharge rolling on in, but he misses half of it.
Portox now on the back heel. Sharpshooter versus the squishy man on the bottom right of your screen. It's a 1v1 straight up, but surely a rocket launcher can deal with the squeak ball here on the bottom of the map.
Coming back up now, gaining some ground. Lukey having to give way, but there's the rocket fuel as well. Keeps him low and keeps him pinned in this bottom left. A few more connections are found, but Squeak massively outranged and down to one shot.
Lukey playing this rather patient. Portox doing his best to dodge, activate super, but not enough. Humble now 1 round away.
Well, big, decisive round. Humble just 1 away from winning this game and moving on to the next group stage game. Wesley getting hit hard on the right-hand side by Lukey again, just dominating that matchup. They're going to need something from Perosi. There's the super coming out from Squeak, and it clips Semantic, bringing him down a little bit, but still so healthy with Jaeyoung in his back. There's the kill opener for Humble to go and finish this one out.
Floodgates have opened, purple buttons have been popped, and Wesley being backed up. Portox doing the best he can. Gadget goes down for Boss. Semantic now letting loose with a super, and in the 3v1, he knows there's not a chance of a comeback. Brawl's defending champions back on top. Another day in the office for Humble.
It was a big ask for Bounty Hunters, and for most, they've done better than expected. Getting a set on the board, having a good fight against the reigning champions of the Brawl Cup is a big thing, and I think it gives them promise going forward into the next group stage games.
I think a lot of us, and especially fans at home, you saw it in the poll vote. A lot of people expect Humble reasonably to come out on top here, but A0 is much more manageable, I think, in terms of expectations. This is a region that thrilled last year. It's going to be an interesting group stage, but I can't wait to see how it goes down. Let's go over to Barney and check out our winners.
Here we go. Humble doing humble things once again. The crowd on your side as well, guys. Congratulations. You've opened up the tournament with a really a confident win, I must say. Now, tell us about performing here on the main stage first. Tell me about the preparations leading into the Brawl Cup this time round as well.
I think we are really honored to be two Germans playing first on a German LAN. Einfach unfassbar. Danke an alle, die hier sind. Yeah, the preparation, of course, first match, you might say there's the most nerves on that team. I might say it's fine, we LAN warriors, we know what we do with. We did drop a set, which was not according to our plan, but we will learn from that and come back stronger for the next games.
Yeah, we've got to talk a little bit about, a hot topic coming into this was, of course, your April monthly final. That was like a blip on the road, wasn't it? But then you step out onto the LAN environment, onto the main stage, and it's like you guys turn into a different team altogether. Is there something about performing on LAN for you guys that just dials you up to 11?
I'm going to look straight to my coach, who is not participating in the boot camps of our monthly finals, and going to blame all him.
Do you have something to say about that? No, that's fair. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Now, before I let you go, just one final question. Your next opponent, you've got a little break now, but your next opponent is going to be Ace0, a team that's probably quite difficult for you guys to prepare for, just considering they're not in the same region as you, they play in their own thing. How has that been? Have you managed to scrim them a lot coming into this, and how's the confidence?
We don't scrim them since they're on our group stage, so we actually don't know how good they are. We will not underestimate them by any means. We will give our best, play our comfort brawlers, and see how it goes.
That is the perfect answer. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Humble!
Thank you, Barney, and thank you for this beautiful applause from the home crowd. Humble looked super confident here. We had Kenny during his cast even saying, just another day at the office for them. Well, they did lose a set though, Kenny.
I think it's still fine. Look, it's the opening match of the day, the weekend. These guys dropped 2 sets in total at last Brawl Cup. That's one, folks, so now I'm going to be on the lookout. They only get one more.
What stood out to you specifically?
I think for me, the flaws in Bounty Hunter's approach to the draft, because we were saying on the desk going into that first matchup, this is the comp that Humble want, and they cannot allow that to happen inside of Bounty Hunters, and every single brawler was one that we discussed. I said going into that match that they kind of had to have been hoping for that to be the case and have a plan in the back pocket. They did, but they did show up. It was just a little bit too late going into the match. So going into this match against Ace0, they need to kick things off faster. They cannot afford to be behind and playing into the wind.
We even discussed it during the draft that Ruff's first pick was a dead giveaway, that they wanted to pick up Pierce for Loki once again. Then the next set that followed, Humble won again. In Brawl Ball, they looked a bit shaky, Kenny. What happened there?
It was a bit shaky, and honestly, it caught me off guard. A very unorthodox go there, but the Buster gameplay was unbelievable. It was a composition I didn't really feel like was going to work, but it was a surprise pick, and I think that's what you got to do if you're bounty hunters. When we get to this later down the road of bounty hunters in Ace0, expect this to be just crazy. I have no idea what to expect. 2 contrasting regions, 2 very different styles of gameplay in a brawler pool that is not the same.
For the underdog team, you usually want to surprise your opponent so they are not ready for it. Now, in our next match, we have a bit of a dark horse, maybe. We don't really know what they like to draft because China usually plays on their own version of the game. This is really hard also for us casters to prepare. We don't have too many stats of their monthly finals. We just know they won 3 times despite never having played on a global stage. Ace0 actually beat the favorite of that region, Toxic Lotus, that we've seen absolutely pop off last year.
Yeah, not once, not twice, but 3 times. Every single monthly final, Ace0 laid down the gauntlet against the team that have been dominating the Chinese mainland region for years, literally years. And, it's been really interesting to watch how this squad fare because, again, as Sunny says, we don't know necessarily how they're preparing going in terms of their draft and their playstyle, but they said on record that what gives them the edge is that they've got a really strong mental. Well, bringing that to the world stage has never been more important as far as that's concerned. And these aren't strangers by any means at all. Players like Galaxy who were in the mainland Chinese, finals last year came 4th place, so just narrowly missing out. and as well, Nagi too. He actually qualified for the LCQ back in 2024.
So with match 1 out of the way, we're staying in Group A and we're going over to the second match of the day. Bounty Hunters versus Ace Zero. We already teased one of those two teams a little bit. We already seen Bounty Hunters play on stage today already. What does Ace Zero have to do to beat Bounty Hunters today?
I think just play their game. I feel like this is going to be a very fair fight. I think there's a lot of contrasting views on this region. It's one of my favorite things that we have at the mid-year. Let's get a checkup on all these regions. Let's see how they're doing. And especially with a squad that's beaten Toxic Lotus 3 times, my gut is saying they're better than people realize. I think they're still not regarded on the home turf in conversations I've had as the best team, but clearly they're doing something right. And at some point, results have to speak for itself. We'll find out if Toxic Lotus are built for this tomorrow, but for right now, I think Ace Zero are going to make this a very good contest.
On the side of Bounty Hunters, we have Wesley and Prosy already with some LAN experience. This isn't their first ride on a global stage. And then we have Portox, no LAN experience whatsoever. Now looking at the other side, Ace Zero, I don't see any LAN experience from any of these players.
Nope, none at all. And that is going to be a real testament to how they approach this here today. And for Bounty Hunters, though, especially, the pressure is on them now. Having lost that game, this is make or break now. Of course, the big announcement for Bounty Hunters was Sebas joining them, which now is going to have to really prove its value in gold, right? He's going to bring all that draft knowledge to ensure the survivability of South America in Group A.
You talked about the mental for a team like Ace Zero, and I think it's interesting because I could see this going one of two ways. Either they're going to be dealing with a lot of pressure, or they're going to treat it like their monthly finals. No pressure at all. Toxic Lotus have had the responsibility for being the pioneers of this region. They respect them, they've talked about it. They still don't feel like they're legitimate until they prove it on this stage. And I think they have a great opportunity to do so. Even just beating a team like Bounty Hunters, a #1 from another region, immediately puts you on the map.
So we now have a new team step up onto the stage. Ace Zero, the unpredictable global wildcard.
New ruler in Chinese mainland, David, Galaxy, and Nagi won all 3 monthly finals. Despite their flawless resume, Ace Zero will be surrounded by question marks as they take the stage. They've delivered in every match so far, but Brawl Cup's competition is a massive step up, and it's the team's first international tournament. In Group A alone, Ace Zero are tasked with 2025's runner-up and South America's top trio. Reigning from home is difficult enough, but to overthrow global conquerors is a whole nother level. If you were impressed by Chinese mainland's Cinderella run last year, there's no reason you shouldn't believe in Ace Zero, especially considering they've smacked Toxic Lotus 3 times already this season. Their lack of experience won't make them favorites on paper, but Chinese mainland has improved each year, and all signs point to them being the best from their region. Are Ace Zero just Chinese mainland merchants, or is there more to these rising talents?
Ace Zero, as I said, kind of a wild card. We don't really know what to expect from them. We only know they beat Toxic Lotus consistently in their home region. And Toxic Lotus was already a huge surprise last year at this exact event at Brawl Cup.
Oh, I remember it well. I predicted them against Sate's division, and that was a bold thing to do, and I was rooting for them. I think everyone really was rooting for them in that matchup, because, yeah, how could you not? They excelled. They really took mainland China and put them on the map. Global bans, again, Colette's an interesting one here. Bell as well. Are these targeted, or are these maybe just kind of a bit of a flaw in maybe what is the current meta? Because Mortis is wide open here. Like, I can't remember the last time I didn't see a global Mortis ban.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think the Bell stands out to me the most in just the sense that it's got to be a very targeted or unique one. Maybe it's something for the map pool. Colette doesn't surprise me in the slightest, though. I think we're going to see that a lot today. It's just something that players are willing to throw out. It's just impossible to dodge. I know I'm not the best player in the world, but I'm struggling out there. I'm sure everybody else is struggling. It's just really fast.
Shooting Star is going to be our first match for this matchup, and I believe that that's why we see that Bell ban, a really favorite pick of the side of Bounty Hunters. Yeah, we see it here. But Shooting Star to kick us off, double swoosh, Ring of Fire. And then I also hope we get to see Safe Zone and Golden Gulch. Make it a close series, please.
Absolutely. I mean, on my fingers crossed. I really am taking a bit of a bold, jump with this Ace Zero composition. And just in general, I think people don't realize the history that they have in this region. Just because we haven't seen them on the LAN stage, they've still got plenty of tenure. They've had some good results. It's just Toxic Lotus have been a step above. And now they finally, in 2026, get them at 3 straight times. It's something that makes my head turn. I have to pay attention to it.
My reservation here is the fact that Ace Zero have basically had it, I don't want to say easy, because nothing in Brawl Esports is easy, but they've had it consistent. Whereas on the side of Bounty Hunters, they've had to slay away every grand final, going the distance to a 5th and final set, winning 1 out of those 3, when it could have been 3, but it was only just the 1. And yet somehow still, being such a dominant force in this region, A0 have got to really come prepared for this one. They cannot think that their opposition is going to be a walkover. That is a big poll as well right there. That is that is, I mean, predictions-wise, I think we haven't really talked much about that on the desk, but we are almost entirely united with A0 in this matchup, except for me.
Oh. Those are special, okay.
I
ride with the 12%. I ride with you at home. We get this. We can go 2-0. It would be incredible.
So all of the casters are saying, except Ark, that we will see A0 take this one. They are a bit of a wild card. We already discussed that. Why did you go for Bounty Hunters, Ark?
I have heard some discussions. I've spoken to some players. Although A0 have been consistent against Toxic Lotus, is that because they are better than Toxic Lotus, so we can expect better than last year in terms of results? Or is that maybe just the region maybe not keeping up with the rest of the world? Is this that year when the Chinese mainland start to drag slightly behind? And if that is the case, we'll find out soon enough. Is that because they're slightly behind in terms of the build? These new brawlers that are coming out are so suppressive. And they kind of get their hands on those brawlers a lot later than the rest of the world. So that is, for me, a little bit of a theory out there, a bit of a conspiracy for me personally. But we'll see.
Case you're wondering, by the way, where all these polls come from, they're from you out there watching this right now over at eventofbrawlstars.com. You can lock in your predictions as well. The teams are ready backstage, so Barney, take it away.
Group A continues with a match that no one can really predict. But one thing is for sure, that when you are fighting for something more than yourselves, the stakes are just that little bit higher. Berlin, make some noise for Bounty Hunters and Ace0! One team is already staring down the barrel, but Bounty Hunters are going to have to shake off the rust or shake off the dust of that first match here on an international stage, because they have one more chance to stay in the competition right here, right now. It looks like it's possible, but that's just it. We don't know if we can predict this one. And so, the team who have dominated mainland China in the monthly finals are up here to show everybody what they can do. And let's face it, if they absolutely dominate, we could be looking at an extremely exciting third match in Group A. But that's just right, there's only 2 matches in your group, and that decides your fate. So, it is time for A0 to go up against Bounty Hunters. Let's do it.
Wesley, Prosy, Brotox, Galaxy, Najee, David.
4 groups of 3 teams, and only the top 2 will advance. Bounty Hunters have one more chance to stay in the race, to make it through to day 3 and stay in contention to be crowned champion 2026 Brawl Cup.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting thing with these global bans, like I said before, because there's going to be some brawlers that are left wide open. I'm glad to see the Mortis is banned out for that very reason, but the more I think of it, the more I realise that actually Ace0 are playing a really smart game here. Banning out the Bell is a direct dig at Portox, who on Bow and Bell is very much a sleeper pick on the side of Bounty Hunters here. Gene coming in, going to be a really good, safe pair of hands, a very solid mid in that regard. I can't really hate it on a map like Shooting Star.
I think this is also a direct answer to that Bell ban as well, because Gene is somebody that traditionally does not do well into Bell composition. The bounce shot, Gene likes to rely close to the teammates. I'm going to call this out early too. Something with doing my homework at home, Ace0 are not afraid to use Fang. Quite frequently, actually. It's a brawler that not a lot of teams use, but they are unafraid. They go for it quite frequently on Shooting Star or other aggressive maps. Don't be surprised if you start seeing this pop up.
So exciting to see the draft between those two teams because, again, we don't really know too much. We don't have too much data on Ace0. Now, interesting to me here, Bounty Hunters really loves that you play the Ruffs on this map, picking up immediately, followed by that Leon, probably going to play mid here. Shooting Star, a very open map. You want to play some snipers, and we don't have any snipers so far on the left-hand side here. Right side with the Gene, already a really good pick into Leon, actually. You can scout him quite easily when he's in his super. Now, they usually like to go for Glowy in their comps. It's one of their most picked brawlers on Shooting Star. You think that goes well with Gene?
I mean, double heal's never a bad thing, as the Jae-Young as well puts that idea straight into the hands of the players. I'm all kind of for it. I wouldn't mind seeing Kaze here. It's definitely one that Bounty Hunters do like to consider and pick up. It's got that kind of clutch factor, which works really well with their kind of playstyle on maps like this. And certainly with Bounty, you want that kind of clutch finale. It's quite a high-risk thing. Perhaps the Jae-Young, though, could provide that additional maneuverability and survivability with both the heal and the speed, which that kind of brings to the table. RT as well, not banned out, rarely ever is in this kind of map and mode, to be completely honest, and it always escapes through the bans, and that's the brawler which often is actually globally banned. Crow coming through is a really strong one.
For Shooting Star, it's certainly interesting, and I think this is partially because of all the output of healing, but Piper, while not great into Gene, is straight up going to outrange the rest of the roster.
Piper, finally we have that sniper I was talking about also on the left-hand side. She's going to struggle a little bit with the speed on the right-hand side, but let's see what our two casters have to say about it.
Thank you very much, Sunny. It's great to be here, of course, for our second match of the day. And already a team is facing potential elimination. Bounty Hunters have to step up in a big way here. And it's kind of nice to see the Piper round out the composition here.
Yeah.
As soon as she got locked in, you said she counters everything on Ace0 side.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it. Generally speaking, if your opponent picks Piper, either you screw it up in a huge way or your opponent messed up big time. I think this is one of those situations where as much defense as Ace0 are capable of playing, Prosy should be able to outdo all of them. And of course, as the central gel for the squad, he's picking up the highest execution brawler.
And the speed, of course, of the Jae-Young is going to allow for the blue star to be picked up first here for Ace0, but it's going to be tough to stand in a location that isn't right under Prosy's nose for the purposes of doing damage to them. David thought he saw an opportunity to come forward. You've got to respect the Jae-Young's burst when that weekend warrior comes to play.
Pretty much. It's their defensive capability here, right? But once Naji has that super, then they're going to be seriously capable. David going extremely aggressive. Good thing he had Galaxy to body block for him. Otherwise, they would have completely handed over this lead to Bounty Hunters for no reason at all.
Yeah, poison tick there on Wesley. He went down to 17 in the end. I thought he was cooked from the Crow damage. Bounty Hunter's going to have to give some ground and basically start this whole process again.
What they're playing for here is a big play from Prosy. They're going to pop the hypercharge, get additional damage. Whoa, that was an ugly gadget from Prosy. They'll at least still get the kill with the assistance of Wesley throwing down the sandbags to back away slowly. Now Ace0 are in a very undesirable position. Basically, their best potential here for aggro is what Galaxy is able to display. Also, Naji with his pull should be able to enforce a radius around him, but that's mostly what they're working with right now.
That could be kited though by Prosy's super, which wasn't used when the hypercharge was active, because it's being fed by the Ruffs, and there it is, connection onto the Crow. That's a bit of a problem now, but Ace0 don't want to give up this ground. They want to play sort of east to west here, but it's a dangerous game, and Portox is ready to throw these shurikens if they get too close.
I'm looking around, and I just don't see good targets for a pull. Maybe you catch Wesley off cycle of the gadget. You're going to have to go for it now. That's one kill on the right side. David down, same for Naji. That's two pickups for Prosy, and a final kill on the Galaxy. Gets a 9-star lead for Bounty Hunters, and they're not even wasting any energy on the thumbsticks this time. They had this one in the bag already.
Like any comp in the entirety of Brawl Stars, the Ruffs is right at home here, right? Can feed the hypercharge over to the Piper, which is not something that she's using. The super with raw stats, she's very nasty with, especially if you can guarantee or confirm damage off that homemade recipe, providing it hits, then you are in a very good spot. Not to mention, of course, the empowering of the supply drop that Piper can make use of. I do feel like, you know, Prosy is the centerpiece of this comp, but Portox is going to facilitate with these lollipop drops, and he's dangerous in his own right.
Yeah, gets them into mid and also offers some long-range control. There's the looming threat of having a Leon hypercharge that will take an entire game to fire up, but can get them back in the final moments. Of course, they didn't need it last time. They managed to snag that lead quite early on, and they're looking to threaten that once again. David's going to push forward. Ideally, they don't get back to all the way up, but they're supposed to be comfortable back there. Really, what they're buying time for here is for Naji to get that Gene Super and then be able to play defensively as a result.
Yeah, but their neutral gameplay is pretty weak is the issue. It really depends on supers to find value. Prosy's able to go over the wall here with that super. Back to safety now as another lollipop drop is deployed. Look how heavily they are outranged. David has to try and threaten a potential gadget activation of his own here to force bounty hunters away.
It's understood, right? It's invisible, but this is the pressure that he exerts as this brawler. Into the healing mode, he'll be able to offer some healing to his teammates, but really he's just going for a bit more damage here if anyone gets too close. Still, outrange, going for the speed and a push in. Some Vengeful Spirits will help, and that's a nice tank for David. But Ace0 have their backs against the wall. Naji on desperately low HP. Have to duck into this corner on the right side. On the left side, Galaxy completely boxed in. That's the kill that Bounty Hunters needed, and now they can slowly back away.
That's all they have to do. Push up the map, put Ace0 in a compromising position, apply enough pressure to get a single elimination, and then move into a defensive stance. Now they got themselves the lead. Blue Star still rests with Ace0, but they've got to go and find some stars of their own. Anybody on Bounty Hunters would be enough to put them into the lead. Here's a hypercharged super coming out. Portox is going to have his now generated by the rough. He's looking dangerous.
No, but two hypercharges popped at once and get expired just before the game. Lead taken back. You've got to be one kill for Portox. Make it one. No, traded out onto Wesley. A desperate jump forward for Prosy as his teammate expires. Pulled and set equalized. And a very unexpected outcome here for Ace0.
But the mechanism is exactly as you described it. Get a gene pull on a key target and then give that space up. That's all they really had to do. Eventually they found it on Prosy and were able to at least take trades as they retreated across the map there. So well played by Ace0 in the dying seconds of the round.
Bounty Hunters have ample ways to escape this gene pull though, so for Ace0, they're basically trying to exert enough pressure to bait those abilities out and then go for the gene pull. Of course, ideally though, they're going to be using it on defense. Naji just needs time to farm this up. Prosy's also hitting some pretty serious shots here, but the healing, the reliable stuff from David is going to be keeping them alive and healthy. Still, that doesn't change that they've been backed up against the wall, and this is where they've lost the lead every single game so far.
Prosy here looks pretty strong in this position, but the healing is really annoying to try and get through. You've got to connect so many consecutive shots here from the Piper to actually apply kill pressure when the Jaeon can simply just hit that super switch over towards the healing song and have that burst.
Ace0 looking to push out. They just activated the speed. Prosy with a missed homemade recipe. It's just going to go back in cycle. Ace0 still holding on to this lead. No super for Naji is an important consideration. He's got to be close to getting it at this point. But Bounty Hunters have been carefully staying out of range to best avoid feeding it. Here comes a supply drop for Prosy. Combined with the hypercharge is going to be lethal. Has to bail. Don't know whether he entirely needed to. And now he's vulnerable to a pull. But nothing so far from Ace0.
Would have kept Prosy out of the fight because they would have taken a couple hits from those Crow kunais, and the tick damage would have meant they'd have to wait longer until they got healed. Okay, homemade recipe does connect. This is all well and good, but this is only just keeping Ace0 back on the map. They have the lead. Bounty Hunters have to generate some kill pressure, and they're going to do it without threatening to give up a trade.
Well, Prosy has a hypercharge, and he's got to have that homemade recipe by now. It's about to be drive time. 20 seconds left, and there's just no turning back. You have to go, go, go. Portox has the invis. Prosy's going to stagger this by going first, going for some shots, but Ace0 doing a phenomenal job of trading out this damage, body blocking for each other with the two supports.
And that's the hypercharge based sneak on. Still a damage boost here for Prosy to work with now. Galaxy under pressure, force back, sandbag support on the left side. A hook on Portox. That gets them ahead by 3 stars. It comes back. Bounty Hunters have that slim lead, and David knows he has to go for an elimination. Wesley was stuck. No escape. And here come Ace0. Slow start into the set, but they finally have arrived.
Number 1 from mainland China is turning up the heat here. They managed to best Toxic Lotus. We remember how they did at LAN last year, how they showed up to Brawl Cup and completely flipped everyone's expectations on their heads. Can they succeed? Toxic Lotus, the team that they have bested in the home region. So far, they are looking pretty solid against Bounty Hunters, but was traded out blow for blow throughout this bounty set.
I mean, Ace0 really understood their win condition. A lot hinged on hitting these magic hands. And you can see just how powerful it is to have the magic pass constantly giving that healing over. And of course, the active healing provided by Jae-Young there. Very frustrating. I think to try and play this composition if you're bounty hunters, because you've got good burst damage, but you don't have enough to force A0 into the back corner of the map for that whole round and make it easy pickings. Very nicely drafted. It's not a glamorous comp to round out 2 healers with a Crow, but it's certainly paid off.
Yeah, just to have it to slow down the enemy progression. Look at how this played out, by the way. Naji only got 1 kill over here. Now, of course, he's getting pulls for his teammates to finish off the kills, but I think also it reflects that he didn't really get many pulls, and he didn't use them a lot either. Just offered it as defense. And you have Prosy over here on the Piper doing a phenomenal job at picking up the kills, but I think we saw some like wayward gadgets, some of the homemade recipes that didn't strike home at all, and we just need to see the execution improve. Speaking of execution, this is a step up from what I expected to see from Ace0. My expectations for Ace0 going into this were basically what we saw for them at home in mainland China, where they out-comped Toxic Lotus, but they didn't really out-mechanics them. I'm seeing great team play from them, trading out the damage on their supports.
You thought they were like the opposite of Zeta Division, basically.
Yeah.
Fair enough, but look, it's paying off here. The execution was fantastic. We're heading over to double swoosh here. This is the kind of map where you can look forward to a particularly spicy brawler on the Ace0 side. There's definitely a different take on what the metagame is in mainland China. And Ace0 have been known to try and play Rosa on this map.
But see, Rosa can be so good. You just have to get the perfect draft. And that's kind of true for every brawler. So, but yes, so she can connect the bushes. She can slow people down if she needs. With the proper support also is going to be very, very valuable. I'm hearing some brawlers. I heard an Otis. I heard a Mo.
You know who that is.
Yeah, we know the voice lines out here. Both of those brawlers going to be really, really solid. That's a Meeple also. So we'll just get a vibe on how this is going so far. Really safe, I think, from Ace0 so far. They had their mid locked in. Also, like something to recover gems in the end game if necessary. Nothing too revealing of what either team is going for so far.
Here is your draft as it is in progress so far. Bounty hunters know how to read scrim data too. That's a shame. Rosa banned out by them here, alongside the Tara and Grey, who both are very impactful on this map. Chester is the go-to pick for bounty hunters here, so having that snatched away is important. But you've got great control brawlers again being drafted, but this is very similar to bounty hunter's strategy on Shooting Star.
Yeah, it is. I'm curious how it'll pan out for them. Just really, really safe so far. Picking an anti-tank, getting that Colonel Ruffs, it would ideally be paired up with a hypercharge brawler. That's where it's going to fare best. Also, break open some of the bushes. This is where it's, not underhanded tactics, but the stuff that catches you by surprise. It's
dishonest Brawl Star.
Yeah, basically. But it's revealed in their bans. We don't want to deal with the Tara. We don't want, we don't want to pick Tara is what that says, because Tara's a first pick here on Double Swoosh. But Grey, Rosa, basically key components of troll comps. What on earth is Surge doing here? A classic way of countering him is rough, so I'm starting to see the math. Also has a really strong hypercharge, so I vibe with that too. But this is a total curveball.
Surge obviously can really snowball in the weak side of the map, right? You send Surge over to the right side if you're playing from the bottom, and if he can actually start to get some levels in, he's also pretty good at scouting that space because of the way that his shot splits. So good scouting, the kind of thing you'd want to bring, someone like Gene onto the map for, but he has invulnerability frames with this super. He has a gadget that can also reload him and stave off damage. He's pretty hard to fight 1v1. Very good duelist, and obviously can take over the game if he is allowed to. It's feast or famine for Surge most of the time. That's kind of the theme of that brawler. And you're going up against a pretty well-rounded setup, a pretty control-based comp when you've got Penny and also this Meeple mixed in by Ace0.
Yeah, basically when I look at this Surge and what it's up against, I see if you don't get a super in the early game, then you're just completely screwed, because that Penny's going to get a turret and you're going to be trapped in your spawn essentially the entire time. David gets really aggressive, gave Prosy just one shot there. It's 1 out of 3 that needs to get to level 2, and once he's there, he is big chillin'. But that was massively aggressive off the beginning. All 4 gems go to Ace0, so they've got to be pretty happy about this.
I mean, you just forced a 1v2 if you're David. Prosy had to collapse and give away multiple gems to his opposing mid to Galaxy. Very pleased with that exchange. David, hyper-aggressive, but needs to be able to dodge these initial salvos, otherwise he won't have the health to fight. And Prosy again is going to try and collapse on that direction. He has got that first level. Wesley gets crunched on the left, but Prosy's in position to get a gem here.
Yeah, he gets some gems, also has his level 2. He's exactly where he wants to be. basically. It was going to be very tough for him to rotate lanes also, so it's fortunate for him that David was left to fight a 1v2 on the right side, then expired and gave that bush to Portox. You see Wesley having to retreat around the left side, but he doesn't mind. That's going to be a super to break open the bushes and keep better tabs on where the enemy is. Really what we're waiting for is for Galaxy to get that super. That is when the control is going to ensue, but the interactions have been so amazing for Bounty Hunters so far. Leading in terms of gems, in terms of kills, Prosy has level 3. It's just what they need.
Nice collapse here from Prosy yet again to help Portox, who ran headlong into all of A0. There's a hypercharge ready though for the Mo. Wasn't used earlier for David just to secure that elimination, but it's something you've got to keep an eye out for. These sandbags are pretty effective against the Mo, but Wesley's had to play passive for much of this game. And it's a 2-gem lead here, with Prosy sitting on that level 3 upgrade.
And here comes the hypercharge for Prosy. That is what he wanted to see. Naji wins that interaction on the right side, a shrewd lane swap, and the Shrew himself will move over to the left side where he's just hoping to get a super versus Wesley. Prosy will get boxed out, but there's not going to be a positive interaction on the left side as Mo cannot get through those sandbags reliably. They just knew what they had to do. However, it's 10 gems for Bounty Hunters. Either a kill on Wesley or Prosy would reset. Portox stands strong on the right side, 10 seconds to go, and possibly interrupt with one more gem acquired for Ace0.
Prosy mindful of the fact that he might have to just throw down and fight with his hypercharge here. Pops the super, gets that level up. Now it's a matter of clearing the salty barrel and getting that countdown going yet again. That's 21 gems and counting. Nachi going to be picked up to the right-hand side. David, though, with the hypercharge super goes in. Prosy doesn't have a super, but he's able to walk away somehow. David pulls up short. Wesley was there to help out his gem carrier, but it's even in terms of those gems. A0 now get ahead, but Nachi's instantly blown up, and it's Galaxy simply ceasing to exist.
David, all the way behind, gets battered by a supply drop, now has to run away, but he's pinched between a rock and a hard place. It's 7 seconds to go. Ace0 with no utility in sight should not be able to interrupt this. Prosy can just jump away, and Bounty Hunters have taken this one. The Surge strat is viable. I think we need to see a major course correction from Ace0. They cannot be sentencing the Mo to be alone on the right lane early game, facing the 1v2 and giving the Surge a level, his first level, his first 3 shots, basically without any problem. The longer that they can draw this out, the better that they can have a chance of getting that penny turret and locking Bounty Hunters into their spawn for most of this game.
We never got to see the Surge hypercharge, but it is terrifying with that increased range on your shots and makes you very good at scouting as well. Prosy's been excellent on this collapse. There's only David in a 1v2 because his opponent's mid is constantly getting involved in those fights. That's Galaxy able to pick Prosy off across the map. David is too low with the fat splatter in his way. He can't take map control. This functionally denies those gems from mid as Portox is controlling that space beautifully.
Just the greed gleaming in his eyes as he went for all of those gems, only to be punished by 2 enemy brawlers lurking in those bushes. See how delicately Ace0 are treating Prosy right now. They just don't want to get near him, but that works out excellently. It diverts the attention to the other lanes where they're going to get eaten alive. Portox really needs to heal up on this right side. There's potential for him to get taken down by David. Really, really easy. Popped a hypercharge too. Total waste of an ability, and that's going to come back to hurt him.
Yeah, that super there for Prosy is going to allow him to get out of the mansion of Meeple. You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave. David, you're going to throw down that super, though. It's going to be a bit of a nuisance here. If you can get that dive onto Prosy, who is low, but you've got to respect this Otis, especially the mute button. To David, just going to stay in the poke game now, going to try and dive in. Prosy tries to collapse here, but it's a clean win for the Mo, and Prosy now is under pressure.
Everyone boxed out. Perfect opportunity for Ace0 to set up. Whoa, that's an extremely aggressive turret. They worked so long to get in. Prosy should be able to tap it, but he's focused on Galaxy and getting his hypercharge. Wesley is also able to break down a wall if he so desires. It'll be a takedown on Galaxy, and now they've surrendered a lot of control with this hyper-aggressive turret, and it didn't really do too much for them. Little bitty mistakes now from Ace0 are going to start to catch up to them.
Portox in trouble, though. That Maple super means it's a deterministic result on the right of the map. Prosy forced to give a little bit of space now. That is going to put Ace0 up 2 more gems now. It's only a 1 gem game. Prosy trying to put some pressure down, but it's a gem carry and it's loose. Portox has to step up in his stead. He's got a super ready, but this is not necessarily who Bounty Hunters want to be carrying the Horde.
No, this one should be in Ace0's back pocket. They have the hypercharge for Penny. That's the win condition right there. David has a hypercharge as well. And Bounty Hunters are so weak on utility, they don't have anything. 10 seconds to go. It's going to take a miracle at this point. David gets one. Portox has the mute, but can't hit it, in fact, onto David. Can't even get the kill either. Wesley, the one-man army on the left side, not even close to Naji. Yet another tied set.
That's 2 games in which we can see the strengths of these compositions shine albeit at pretty different times. You can see how dangerous it is if the Surge just can't really run away with the game, can't be fed supers by the Ruffs, can't use that jump to escape from every mansion and meeple. I'm going to say Portox looked incredible early in the round, getting his team up 6 gems to 0, but they could not maintain that lead.
Well, maybe Portox rotating over to the left side should help. He's been on the right side most of this time. Fat Splatter is really useful for scouting out the kind of bad side, the harder side of the map to play, but he'll be using it to get pressure on the gem carrier early on. Could not have worked worse, but I guess you just got to try some things sometimes. And he's coming up on a pretty uncontested right side. Hasn't found David just yet. Here comes the Mansions of Meeple, also going to box out Prosy and break some of those bushes. That's very useful for seeing when those lane rotations are happening. Get a good visual on when the gem carrier is pushing forward. Really easy take for David without giving too much supercharge to Surge. Meanwhile, pay attention to Galaxy, who's working very hard to get his turret since that was the win condition for them in game 2.
It is huge. Nagi hasn't actually opted to pick up any of these gems, so Prosy rather brazenly just steps up into mid, and this will put Bounty Hunters up by a significant amount. If Portox gets more space here, there's a chance for Prosy to take some of the red side gems too.
It's possible. He's going to have to wrap around the right side, basically, and fighting a 1v2 over here will be tough. David, at least, doesn't have any utility right now, doesn't have a super, so it should be made easier. They're going to double team him on the right side. That's a mute, but David still remains alive. Just going to have to lay low on the right side so he can heal up. They catch Prosy, who is as vulnerable as can be. All 7 gems and no jump to speak of. If there's a solid Mo super in here, that could be all of the gems headed over to Ace Zero.
He's slow, he's short-ranged. He at least had the gadget to stave off some of that damage, but the reload doesn't do much for you when your shots are pretty unconvincing in terms of impact. Still, it's a 3-gem lead. Despite this, Prosy's been able to just eke out those small advantages over the course of the game, but this is where it might get blown open. David with another super, wins that right side lane. Now, he's determined not to let Bounty Hunters back in the map, and even Galaxy's taking space on the left.
Okay, Ace Zero on these bushes. Here comes a hypercharge. Wesley just walking forward, holding W and moving, shooting at the same time. On the right side, won't really get that much. Has a bit of a foothold of control thanks to some of these sandbags. Prosy rotating backwards with all 10 gems and still only level 1. He's incredibly vulnerable, but thankfully his team has completely surrounded Ace Zero. They managed to tie up 10 to 10 right now, but still just not looking good on utility. They need a moat forward. Naji is super low on HP, and he's gonna have to hang back and heal up.
Okay, we have the map opened up a little bit on the right-hand side. Early warning now as Ace Zero will be shown, trying to move it down the right. Naji's got a super at the ready, can help with that mid control. That 1 gem here, Prosy knows he needs to take it, but he's done no damage this round at all. And he's stuck inside this mansion without a super. This could be dangerous. Use the gadget to get rid of the early damage, and Portox forces Naji back. It's a stay of execution for Prosy, and David is dangerously low.
Oh, David needs to heal up before he can push in, and he has to push in. There's no other way around it. They do manage to tie up this gem count, but really, David needs to be a serious threat. He has 10 gems, and he knows that he can't just trade and sacrifice himself. He puts himself in this position anyway. There's the box. Naji should be able to get the skill. No, he's just out of range, but expires inside of that penny attack. Now, Portox rotating backwards with 14 gems. Ace Zero have to push in now.
They've got to go for it. This is a huge lead now for Bounty Hunters. Those 2 gems on Wesley is all the difference. They're going to attempt to come forward. Prosy had an upgrade, though, and is able to get strong enough. He's not carrying any gems as well. There is no chance for Ace Zero to get Portox out of the game. And so, we've got ourselves a tied series. Bounty Hunters are to step up on gem grab.
Expect nothing less than that in such a 50-50 matchup. It is the same map, the same comp, and played 3 separate ways. First, you saw Surge given a lot of utility early on. Penny doesn't really get the turret up, and so it's a win for Bounty Hunters as a result of that. And then you see Penny completely dominate with her turret. Admittedly, way too aggressive in game number 2, but they managed to get a hypercharge, and it was wraps from there. And then you saw Surge get 0 levels. Penny gets her turret, a hypercharge 1, in fact, and still, it's possible for Surge to walk around just with the proper rotations and get all of those gems, all 10, and play out that tie game to the very end. This has to be handed to Portox and Wesley, these 2 teammates who were pretty irrelevant in the South American scene before Portox joined. You know, he was a star player of the SKC last year and helped elevate this squad, bring them to international land, and these 2 players are pulling their own weight now.
There weren't a lot of mistakes really made over the course of that set. It's pretty solid Brawl stars here, so it came down to those final moments and just those small adaptations. Prosy spent so much of that last round doing no damage whatsoever. Honestly, just not being very strong. Stuck at level 1 because A0 were able to keep him quiet. But I couldn't say the same for Portox, who sometimes was just running it down. Bro was just empty on that right side of the map, hitting the mute. It's very hard to tell if you're about to be put in a 1v2 scenario with the enemy mid, because they're hidden at the top of the map a lot of the time. So it's a difficult role to play, that quote-unquote weak side of the map, but Otis is one of the best at it.
He's a safe brawler. He's just good in the meta right now. He is worthy of being picked early on in the draft and safe for these guys to lean on in such a close match where the stakes are remarkably high. But this is where I'd expect both teams to put the majority of their preparation. I mean, your other opponent is Humble, okay? You kind of, you know, the hot take here, kind of a waste of time to prep against them. You should basically accept that you're probably going to lose to Humble and that you have a better chance of advancing on to day 3.
You just hedge your bets on this game, really, right?
Basically, yeah, this one match right here, put all of your prep here. Early picks here on Ring of Fire, Crow reigns supreme. I see that Finks is wide open and has not been selected, so a curious one for me and a very viable option.
Really powerful brawler on this map, but actually in the hands of A0, they've not had the best win rate over the last week. Brawly, it's like a 40% with Finks, so it's a bit of a no-brainer. This is obviously the kind of map where Finks' super overlays perfectly. You know, we should talk about the Mina being banned out here. I think Ems is also really frequently targeted. But there's that Finks getting snapped up relatively early on. Some of these like Buffy Brawlers obviously quite powerful. We're still seeing like the old Draco strat being thrown in here as well. Just the run it down and have staying power. Use that last stand gadget. But yeah, with Collect globally banned, that's not going to be an option. I love the alley here. This really does. This hedges you into a pretty aggressive approach. Your alley player has to be constantly trying to target the back bushes of your opponents.
Ali's also a pretty high execution brawler. She plays quite similarly to Mortis in terms of like assassination capabilities, but it is remarkably more difficult to play because there's so much more going on basically. I won't even waste the time of explaining it. Just watch Naji do a great job with it. Now, on the 4-5 turn, you have to have something that's viable in close range. I think Crow pretty much already fulfills that. You're looking for something to... You're kidding me.
Yes! Run it down! I mean, I like this look here as well. I also think that at the end of the day, like, it's not a glamorous role to play as the Draco, but with that hypercharge, you can clear the hot zone straight away. So that's a really important power play moment. You can also dive into those enemy bushes and try and at least go like 1-for-1, like trade, use that last stand to push on in. There were times where like we used to see Draco used in order to like counter like Hank on this map with the other star power, the knockup one that makes it vulnerable, but I think rounding out here with Chester makes a lot of sense. It gives you that anti-tank just in case that 5-6 turn sees a tank randomly drafted, but Sirius is the round out here for A0.
And the insta-lock too. I feel like this is a pretty straightforward selection where, look, you're gonna have a Draco running at you constantly, and you gotta think about which shadows you're getting also. Something that's healthy and does a bunch of damage at like, you know, not really mid-range, but not exactly short range either for Draco, is a good shadow to have on your side. No piercing brawlers here. Just Stuff, whose shots expire as soon as they hit a target. Ace0, I trust in this series' last selection, but I see the Draco mentality has a unique interaction into Finks with his super, where you're basically able to spam all your like dragon projectiles into there, and you don't get as much value out of the Finks. It's an early victory for the trio on Bounty Hunters over mid. Galaxy isn't able to isolate a target, and that really hurts as an assassin.
Yeah, the grouping is nice. We can see how scary these shadows are. That is a real pain. David, though, ends up having to overextend in order to do this, but here's the alley. Galaxy is looking pretty scary, but Bounty Hunters have spent most of this round sat out on the point.
Ace0 backed all the way up into their spawn. I don't really get why Naji decided to walk all the way down mid and basically die for no reason away from his team. Hopefully they're able to course correct here with a kill for Galaxy on the left side in the 1v1. That's what they need, really. That's what they need Ali to be able to do, is isolate these side lanes. Portox is going to kind of hang out on the left side now, sort of also rotate over towards Galaxy. He's thinking about it, basically, but he's such a threat here. Look at the dodges from Portox. Eventually he does die at the hands of this Finks, but he's been a pretty solid stronghold of sustain over here.
These Crow shadows are really annoying for Bounty Hunters because they do carry the on-hits that Crow himself does, which is the ticking poison damage, the delay in healing. It's really hard to have that staying power if you can't regenerate.
It's true. We'll see if they're able to manifest some more control off of it. For now, it belongs to Bounty Hunters. Prosy exactly in that nook that he wants it. David seizing an opportunity to get some more Draco Shadows fired up. Everyone from Bounty Hunters has to back up now, but since the shades have been clear, they can go for a push, and now Prosy trying to wrap around behind. No, all being absorbed by those shades, trying to get in close range versus Najee, but he ran out of ammunition, and Portox can't get the kill either. It's fine. All he needs is to control. Hypercharge popped by Wesley is going to be loads and loads of damage, but what they need here is survival. Prosy tries to push forward, but he's just by himself. Najee and David need a combined fire to take him down. Galaxy does his best, but Draco is just so beefy on the HP front.
Yeah, we talked about it. He can just int. It doesn't matter. You don't even need to get kills. There's one point where he pushes into the enemy bushes with last stand up, still pulls up short, but at the space that Draco made for his teammates is what is important here. That is getting you close to the victory. You can see it's the same value proposition as Pam into the Finks. Your shot, like you mentioned, spreads and sprays so many individual projectiles that even if they're slowed, you can't stand anywhere safely. Crow also does the same thing.
Crow just slowing stuff down, whether there's a Fink super or not. Look at this interaction on the left side with Prosy doing his best. Oh, actually getting the piercing through to David, but can't win that interaction. That's going to be irritating for... Whoa, hold up. That was a completely wayward shot from Portox, but it ended up finding its target at max distance. Worked out pretty well for Bounty Hunters to stagger a couple of Brawlers back to their respawn. Galaxy also going down. I don't know, inting to reset. David, same thing for him. This is a remarkable lead for Bounty Hunters, leading by 50% now.
You can see that, yeah, the Crow poison is a problem. Naki just got impatient, kept firing, didn't take his time to regen, and was like 100 HP when he ended up getting picked off. These Shadows aren't really doing enough here for A0 for the time being. Prosy with a super, having to chase David down for the most part. It's going to be Galaxy at least finding Portox, and Wesley's not in a safe place, but there is a little nook carved here on the top left by Prosy that you can occupy. Wesley not able to walk away. It's been a little minute since Bounty Hunters have had point time, but Portox will come and earn some percentage.
Now he's going to have to back away as well. All those shots just going into these shades. Ace0 have to square up for this next assault inwards. Galaxy just trying to isolate a target also. Coming all the way around. Prosy should be able to deal with him quite handily, but Galaxy doesn't want to take that 1v1 just to sort of act as a deterrent, basically. Going for Portox, interestingly. Didn't get the 3-shot. The first shot didn't find Portox, and that's going to be a bit irritating, but not really the end of all of this. A couple of hypercharges available now for Ace0. They can hold on here. They just can't die even once. A single hypercharged Draco super could be their undoing.
And he's earned it. Prosy now is going to have extremely increased range off this super, and the entire point is going to be covered with flames. There's A0 forced off entirely. Galaxy's going to try and dive into the backline, but 1v3, those are some long odds, folks. Another set snapped up by South America's #1.
This is so back and forth between Bounty Hunters and Ace0, because in one moment it looks like Ace0, wow, you know, this is why they beat Toxic Lotus every single time they faced in mainland China, because they're just better, and whoa, they've corrected the whole mechanics thing. But now we come to Ring of Fire, and I see a lot of running down mid solo. I see Finks running down mid solo. I see Galaxy inting instead of retreating back to spawn, and I just don't really get it so much. Also, you have to acknowledge that the strength that Ace0 really boasts is their draft, and I see them being out-drafted here. You're given this Finks that Bounty Hunters are really cool with, because they're just going to run a Draco into it.
And now, like, I hear a lot of people sort of say, oh, well, A0, like, they don't have a lot of LAN experience, right? No, they don't have a lot of international LAN experience.
That's true.
But many of the qualifiers in mainland China culminate in a LAN. So they do get the opportunity to play under some of these match conditions, right? It's actually, you know, on the Bounty Hunter side where that is more limited, that LAN exposure, right, is less frequent. I think a quick look at the stats should tell you much of the story here, right? Galaxy is able to get in and find those eliminations, and David is constantly applying pressure. It's suffocating to play against the Sirius. But you've got a number of brawlers who can, you know, can sort of cleave through. You've obviously got that Draco who with super can sort of, you know, burn you down and cut through with that lance. So I think the Sirius was a heads-up pick, but not quite enough there.
I think it's the obvious pick, like the thing that you're supposed to go for, so they went for it. Same for Sirius, basically. It's just saying, please, pick me, pick me, pick me, because I'm like the best brawler in the game right now, so you just kind of have to go for it. As a last pick, by the way, I feel like last pick generally is just reserved for something that's going to counter the entire enemy team, something intelligent, something shrewd, and it's not really what I saw with Sirius. But if I had to isolate an issue there, it was the early alley pick. This time we see an early assassin pick, but this makes a lot of sense here on Safe Zone. There's some first pick worthy brawlers, and Kaze, does she always fall into that first pick? You know, it's quite subjective, but she is a win condition here. She provides so much aggression. With her ability to swap forms, she gets a lot of mobility. Also, reliable safe damage in her Geisha form, where she throws down like a hypercharge or a super onto the safe, and this brawler that typically creates a close range aggression and has a lot of movement is able to do stuff at range.
Yeah, that's the edge of the fan storm. Does ticking damage. It's quite obnoxious. It's not a huge amount of damage, but it's still significant. I like the Melody being picked up here. Melody versus Kaze is like a pretty common head-to-head that you sort of see play out. I think the idea is that Melody's supposed to win that, especially when she can have the shield, but it is conditional, right? You might feel like you have the edge, but it will come down to that execution. Ruffs makes total sense to round out with, especially if you're trying to feed hypercharges. For Melody, it's especially devastating. And where Melody has the edge over Kaze is that her burst damage on the safe is extremely high once she has that critical mass of music notes orbiting her.
Yeah, and you're going to get that on your way there also, because there's going to be someone dedicated to defense versus you on that safe. Now, there's some hard defense ways of responding to this Melody, so we'll see if we see any of the strongest CC in the game come out. You just have to be thinking about, like, okay, am I going to be viable against, like, Colonel Ruffs? Amber should be able to just spray and pray, hold down versus this Melody. I trust in the Amber, and it'll also pierce through those Ruffs bags, so I think it's a fairly good interaction here. The only issue is it's not as reliable safe damage. You're going hard into control here.
I wonder if there's like a last pick shade potential here for our bounty hunters squad, and to really put pressure down on this Amber, for example. Edgar getting picked up. All right, so you have some serious safe potential. You can dive, you have a self-shield, and the ball is going to round up the setup here for bounty hunters. Someone again who as well can run it down. These two teams might end up in a bit of a base race here, which is going to be pretty hard to follow.
I anticipate it. I think Colonel Ruffs may struggle on the damage front when it comes to defense, because he's going to be fighting against a couple of brawlers that both have piercing, so the sandbags aren't going to do that much, unless like maybe Kaze's in the assassin form, but you're going to have a two-pronged push here. Edgar with like incredible mobility. Now that he's gotten sort of the rework to his gadget with the buffies coming in for him, he will be using that scarf to catapult himself across the entire map. Now, there are defensive capabilities for these brawlers, so Bull is able to play as a defender, but ideally he gets to the enemy side where he's going to overwhelm this Amber 100%. He'll get a super for free, then heal up with the T-Bone Injector, easy peasy.
What do you think about the Edge versus Melody matchup? Warthog's is able to win that pretty comfortably here and find some very good damage going 2 for 1.
Yeah, I trust in this Melody matchup, personally. I just think it has so much more mobility, basically. But I think it's also subjective. You'll get competing opinions on this one. That's just what I'm putting forth.
Meteor Storm comes down, Prosy able to get a bit of space, but here comes David. Wants to threaten the Bull. Not exactly the kind of target you want to find yourself going up against there. Prosy gets the gadget as well. Will be traded out. A0 have a slim lead on account of the fact that bounty hunters have not yet had a chance to scratch their safe.
Just waiting for Portox to find his dash through. Of course, working for that gadget first. Slips past Galaxy, who now has to rotate back for defense. An attempt to push forward for Prosy, which should have basically been rotated towards defense. Najee and David also going to expire in enemy territory. By the looks of things, no. Najee actually goes back to mid to try and survive. Really intelligent plays here for Ace0, where they're not full committing on this push in, and trying to go one stage at a time. Survive at mid, make that their line of scrimmage, and then launch their attacks from there.
A lot of hype is being popped here, and in comes David. Portox has to respect this amount of damage, and he just vaporizes. Big damage on the safe here from the Edgar. And Nachi also turns up 2 assists. Second knock here for Ace0. And now we see the Melody trying to die, trying to match this level of damage with that hypercharge. There is a lot of music notes going, and that safe is getting chunked down bit by bit. But bounty hunters are on their last knock.
Was it worth it? I guess so. Ace0 didn't even get their safe cracked open a moment ago. Prosy also, though, does get a few bullets into it, and now Ace0 are only ahead by a single tempo lead. Portox trying to sneak around the right side. Of course, Najee with his dash forward. I don't think that's exactly what he wanted. We'll see if he's able to wrap around the left side. David and Najee both looking for that ability. Najee in for the final one. It's not going to be enough damage from that super. It's going to take one more push from Ace0.
The bounty hunters are in no position to go on the aggressive here. Galaxy waiting for Portox to try and dash at him. Here comes Prosy with a dive. He does get rid of the Amber, but David's going to push on the right-hand side. You've got to respect the Edgar damage. Makes use of the gadget. Gets on the safe. 1% of that would be enough. And Ace0 come up with the goods in a race that ends up coming pretty darn close. Apparently everyone just hits hypercharge and then does 60% of the safe's health.
Hypercharge stars, man, that is why we have the shields on the safe now, because these brawlers do so much damage now, and you can fit numerous of them. You can just cram them into a single comp. Look at Bounty Hunters running both Bull and Melody at the same time, and a measly Ruffs for defense, and then Ace Zero running both of their aggros as well, melee brawlers that do ridiculous damage to the safe. David's going to go for this early game interaction versus Portox. It brings this to a 3v2. Don't really want to take it versus Prosy. Naji's looking for the kill on Wesley. Looks good. David also completely ignored because Bounty Hunters, since their opening, Galaxy overextended, and Bounty Hunters break past them for the initial crack on the safe.
It's not like Wesley's going to be able to fight this Edgar though, is he? Under extreme pressure, and here comes Galaxy to assist. Both safes now down below 50%. Portox is looking for a chance to go back to work on that one. There's a knockdown to 25. It's going to be a photo finish, folks. Ace Zero safe ticking down, and Bounty Hunters go all in to even up the sets.
It's that and a match point for Bounty Hunters. Contrary to many of our expectations up here, I think Arc was the only one to predict Bounty Hunters to take this one. I felt like it was an Ace Zero type of day. I felt like I was going to have the hot take up here, personally. The #1 team from a region that has historically underperformed, but brought us quite the showing at Brawl Cup last year. Their regional rivals, of course, in Ace Zero. Toxic Lotus taking top 4 in 2025. Now Ace Zero could find themselves falling out of groups. They're still humble to face, but I think we have a premonition of how that one's going to go.
Yeah, we got an idea at the very least. Concept of a plan, if you will. Is the dive onto the safe here. Portox on defense, but can't prevent his safe from going to the first knock zone. Okay, gadget there for Galaxy is going to keep Ace Zero safe above 75%. That is significant.
Ace Zero looking for a way of defending Portox. They're going to rotate Galaxy backwards. It's going to be irritating to deal with, but Galaxy rotates back intelligently. Then forward on the side of Bounty Hunters, they're handily able to deal with this defense as David sacrifices himself for an attempt at safe damage. It's tied 74-74 at the moment. Bounty Hunters look to spring into action very soon here. Prosy with his super is basically waiting for Naji or David to make the first move so he can push in uncontested.
Now here's the gadget used by David. That's going to allow him to close the gap. Diving on in. Just safe damage for the time being. Wesley appropriately respecting the Edgar. Now Fanstorm is going to give David a way out of there. And it ticks the safe down as well. 49 plays 47. It's close, but Bounty Hunters have this slim lead here. David trying to do something about it, but finds himself face to face with the Bull.
Time for Galaxy and Naji to defend this, but Portox is so healthy, going to take down that entire shield, and Galaxy finds himself low on health. At least he does have this hypercharged super down. Prosy would be well advised to go all the way around it. Bounty Hunter's going to play defense around this. Prosy isn't able to break through that wall and expires with his hypercharge in hand. It's time to defend. Ace Zero rotate all the way backwards. Portox dealt with. It's going to be a close one, but 8% is almost impossible to come back from.
Yeah, it's brutal. David trying to come forward. Gadget connects. Wesley does capitulate, but the rest of Bounty Hunters are going for the safe. 4% and counting. Prosy just needs to get through Nagi, but he can't. Bounty Hunters now have a chance at this. 22% and counting. Nagi with a hypercharge ready, but how's he supposed to make use of it?
He's just trying to deal ticking damage to the enemy side, but Wesley has the lineup. Is it going to be enough?
There you have it, folks. Bounty Hunters Alu. Avoid the headsman's axe and stay alive here at the Brawl Cup.
Contrary to expectations, #1 in South America. That is their lifeline right there. In all likelihood, Humble should sweep through this round robin stage. They did get bested in a single set, but it was by Bounty Hunters. What can Ace Zero possibly offer up against him in the next one?
Couple of little things there. I feel those fan storms are a little short, not actually connecting onto the safe with the edge of it there. That's something that you've really got to get used to. This is going to be an important moment here for Bounty Hunters. They get that win, they prove that they can do it. Let's head down to Barney and crew on the stage to get some thoughts from Bounty Hunters Alu.
Bounty Hunters stay alive in the Brawl Cup. Obviously, we have one more match to go down in Group A, but for now, congratulations. That was arguably the most important match of the year so far for you guys. How was it? Did the stakes feel higher coming into this match?
Bueno, este ha sido el partido más importante para vosotros. ¿Cómo os habéis encontrado? Si habéis sentido la presión de ser, bueno, un partido muy importante para el fase de grupos.
Preparamos mucho el partido ayer contra Humble. Lamentablemente no se dio. Seba se encargó totalmente del partido de Zero y drafteamos muy bien y creo que pudimos jugar un poco mejor, pudimos terminar el partido en casa, pero bueno, al final ganamos, se dieron las cosas.
we felt very good. We practiced a lot yesterday. Sebas has done an amazing job at the prep, but we think we can play better.
Okay, and it can only go up from here. Now, getting onto this stage as well and preparing for a team like Ace Zero has got to be difficult. They play in a different region. How was preparation for that? Did you manage to scrim with them leading into today, or did you go in blind?
Bueno, son un equipo de otra región. ¿Cómo os habéis preparado para ella? ¿Habéis llegado pues, con los ojos ciegos sin saber? ¿O habéis podido practicar estos días que habéis estado aquí en Berlín?
Un poco sin saber, las scrims contra Toxic Lotus medio que nos ayudaron para saber cómo es el meta en China, pero ellos picaban muy diferente. O sea, los picks que jugaron hoy día fueron un poco raros, pero bueno, resurgen.
So our scrims against Toxic Lotus have been a good help. But coming from another region, we were a bit blind. Their picks were a bit out of the ordinary, but we were able to come across.
Well, like we've already said, staying alive in the competition for now in the Brawl Cup. Make some noise one more time for Bounty Hunters!
Such an intense match, super close in the end. And Bounty Hunters make it a 1-1 situation. ACR's draft, honestly, I liked it a tad bit better. Is that just because it looked closer to an EMEA draft, or?
We were discussing that, and there were some very familiar ideas from EMEA, and that's what we've been so impressed with the Chinese mainland region over the years, is how they kind of adapted when draft became more prevalent in Brawl esports, and they have been taking a lot of hints from some of the best regions around.
Yeah, there's no question about it. You can see Ace Zero being inspired, also having to come into the international game, right, rather than the different version that they play in mainland China, and they had to borrow the ideas, right, because they're just like, a little bit behind on terms of the meta. So I love to see them drawing from the region that is sort of leading the world right now alongside East Asia. But the mechanics need to be applied differently, basically. That is where we see them trailing behind. They're fresher faces, so it only comes naturally.
Now we see the stats from the last set as well. Wesley and Galaxy, the two MVPs for their respective teams. Anything that sticks out to you, Ark, in this specific draft or in the entire series?
But in that final set, we were chatting about that final moment where actually, Ace Zero could have got that damage of which they needed, but they kind of didn't use the Fist of the Brawl Star, and they had the Hypercharge. I mean, that's like an ability which can secure a double kill. There was 25% left in that save to be able to obtain. So I kind of questioned that Fanstorm towards the end, but going back a step, double swoosh, that surge pick, I really wish I'd mentioned it going into the match, but that is a sleeper pick, big time for Portox. But looking back at the draft, the problem was they were picking it into the meeple that was already predefined. You can't pick comfort picks into the problem. And Portox was like on that surge, on that third game, into the final 5 seconds. I mean, I've never seen a bigger backpack needed by teammates to keep him alive. He had no range against the meeple, super slow. I don't know how they won that set.
Props to A0 there to adapt to the playstyle of their opponents and just make it so the Surge never even gets his second stage. Really well played by them, and it still wasn't enough. Bounty Hunter somehow turned around the set and won that one in the end.
Yeah, that was really interesting to witness. I think I mentioned that, look, this is Wesley and Portox, the players that have been basically picked up here, the ones that in the past have not had such decorated records, providing the support from mid, which I feel like has been a major level up for these individual players and reflective of that this is truly a new stage of their careers in Brawl Stars.
Overall, it was really close. We had some back and forth in gem grab, both of them reaching the 10 gem count. Also now in Heist, quite close. A0 doesn't quite manage to beat Bounty Hunters, and now if they want to stay in contention to make it through to day 3, they need to beat Humble.
Yeah, and let's be honest, that's no easy feat, but we know that Humble can bleed. And we know that they can bleed at a time that you are least expecting it. That would be kind of poetic to happen in the group stages of Brawl Cup, considering that this time last year, they were there winning the whole thing. So we were discussing about how A0 have got some EMEA-style drafts up their sleeve. This would be the perfect time to bring them out.
I think so. When I look also at just like how Humble approached that very first match, they're playing extremely safe. I think that is a big part of why Bounty Hunters were able to take that match right there, because it's so predictable. You're going to play roughs and like something very consistent, basically. That is, I think, quite straightforward to outdraft. The question is there, though, what is the approach to preparation? Have we decided that it is a complete waste of time to even try to take down Humble, and their best shot is against Bounty Hunters?
I mean, it's not a waste of time. It's actually a huge upset and a storyline that we could follow along for the next few days. Let's see if Humble is going to do it again. They already beat Bounty Hunters. Now they're up against Ace Zero, and they really need to beat Humble now. They're already 0-1 down. If they beat Humble, we actually have a three-way tie in this group. An interesting situation, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We already discussed Humble. Again, 2025 Brawl Cup champions. They're the defenders of that title, and they really want to take it away as well. Also, look in the crowd here. Berlin, you're happy. Humble is coming back on stage. You're two German players.
Biased crowd, for sure.
Ihr seid ein bisschen voreingenommen, habe ich das Gefühl, für Humble, aber das ist schon okay. After all, they are Germans, so they are a bit biased. But yeah, you all look lovely, so it's okay. You can do what you want.
But none of that here on the desk. Completely unbiased cast here for sure. Humble, of course, you know, said in Semantic at the end of that match that dropping the set was not the plan. Well, I think at this stage of the competition, they can't afford to drop many more. I think that, you know, as Kenny rightly said when he came onto the desk, that, you know, in the Brawl Cup last year, they dropped 2 sets throughout the entirety of that event, which is absolutely insane. But I feel like, to be honest, Ace Zero put up a fantastic showing at this stage for a team that we didn't necessarily know what to expect coming in, and their decision making in terms of drops. They've really impressed me so far. I think there is a world in which this could be possible.
Last year, we talked a lot about Toxic Lotus coming in as a dark horse, taking down some really insane good teams, and we didn't really know what to expect from the region. Now, in the same position here, Ace Zero, are they better than 2025 Toxic Lotus ready?
It depends on what aspect you're talking about, because even like in their home region, you can tell what the strengths of these individual teams are. For Toxic Lotus, it is their mechanics. Last year, they were really impressive on the drafts, but then you look at Ace Zero and they just outdrafted, like brutally. I'm not joking. It was not pretty to watch. Outdrafted Toxic Lotus every single time. So that is their strength. Now you come up on stage. Do you have ice? Do you have the mechanics to back everything up? If I put you in a 50-50 matchup, will you be able to win it? My money is 100% on Humble in that regard.
Just in their match now against Bounty Hunters, I actually preferred their draft more often than not, honestly. But as you said, the mechanics need to be right as well. And they're also, for the first time on a stage like this one, so the nerves probably got to them. We want to have a quick look also at our bingo. A few of those fields are already filled in.
Okay, the 29 gem spawn in one game of gem grab. Semantic gets the crowd going. Glad we got that one in early as well. Doug drafted as well, was ticked off too. So still some there for grabs. I'm still holding back my very best in some of my favorite quotes. Is there anything that you're specifically looking for in this bingo card ready?
Okay, I'm looking at the desk misses all predictions. I blame you, Ark, for withholding that from everyone. Yeah, can't you just be like everyone else?
I know, right. That's on me, man. That's on me.
I'm looking at the top right corner. Underdog beats a favorite to win it all. This would be such a match, honestly. We are not biased. We are living for the storyline, so I want Ace Zero to win this one just for the story, but they're the obvious underdogs in this one, let's be honest.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough affair. It really is. And Humble, I've got to say, though, I feel like there is a world, I was saying this to Frank last night, I think there is a world for me where they actually don't make top 3 in this competition, potentially. That's getting ahead of myself, but you know, I wouldn't mind seeing an upset early on day one. Global bans are in Kit, Mortis, Naja, and Pierce. Definitely the Kit ban, I think, is very warranted. Glad to see the Mortis ban. How do you feel about the Pierce ban? I mean, that to me screams targeting towards Humble specifically.
Yeah, basically, because Humble's approach to this pretty consistently has been, okay, well, we're just going to do like the usual stuff. We're not going to get creative. We're not going to reveal anything for the later stages, because think about the different goals of these teams. Humble, they are gunning for day 3 right now. They're thinking about winning the entire thing. Ace Zero are just fighting for survival. So the different approaches here, Humble will be trying to get rid of any like troll picks that could make the draft go awry, and Ace Zero are saying, come on, like, take us seriously, respect us, don't just stick to the safe stuff.
Honestly, seeing that poll, it really just hurts to see only 9% have voted for Ace Zero to win this one. this is your time to shine, honestly, A0. If you want to cause an upset, you can do that now. And I hear they're ready backstage, so Barney, take it away.
The battle to stay alive in this competition has just shifted onto the shoulders of another team. It is time to pull out all of the stops, so expect fireworks. Berlin, it is time for A0 to go up against Humble! With one match remaining in Group A, one team seeks to dominate while the other is fighting for survival. Humble are looking to continue an undefeated run in the Brawl Cup period, including last year, where A0 seriously need to pull something out of the bag right here, right now. Like our desk have said, this could be one of the biggest upsets that we have seen on the main stage for a very long time. And so, will our reigning champions humble their opponents, or will the dominating team from mainland China find an ace up their sleeve? I'm allowed to tell dad jokes. I'm a dad. Let's do this!
Boss. Cementech. Luki. Galaxy. Nudgy. David.
Insane intro by Barney, I must say. I'm glad he said it, as he said. He's
There's
allowed to
only
do
room for
so.
one
He's
boomer
a
on the
dad.
desk.
No dad jokes on the desk, please. Even though you kind of look like bring your son to work right now.
Yeah. Hey, son.
Cheers.
We're heading straight into the draft of our very first map here. And we have Bridge 2-4, another heist map. And whenever I see heist, my mind immediately goes to that one brawler, Chuck. We haven't seen him too often in the past. Either he's banned out, or a lot of teams seem to believe you can actually counter him quite nicely. Humble is one of those teams. Let's just leave him open, because we know just what to play against him.
But the Otis ban is kind of like the answer to the Chucks. That's where A0's head is at. But I think the Cordelis is still a very good option. Or just go with the same strat and just overthrow by rushing. The cars are coming in for that very reason. Melody is also potentially open to join that kind of mix. And Crow as well is a big one that isn't banned here.
Just have to think about how you are going to defend against this Chuck, or possibly hammer down so much damage on the enemy safe that it won't matter at all, pretty much. I, once again, see the same stuff that I expected to see from Humble, where they just leave the best stuff open and let the draft play out exactly as it would, I suppose, in a ranked game. Basically, you give them a free Chuck, and A0 go, well, shoot, I guess we gotta take it. And now things are playing exactly as Humble had planned.
I always like to describe Chuck as a timer. Eventually, he will get some safe damage done. You can either completely counter him out, and Cordelis is the best one to do so. Just take him into the Shadow Realm whenever he's unsafe, and you're gonna get rid of him. Or you completely ignore the Chuck. That's not the route Humble decided to go with, and out-damage him. Do damage quicker than the timer will do, that Chuck will do. We now have an Ember and Ruffs on the right-hand side. Do like it, especially with that Ruff Street. Chuck is gonna do even more damage.
I mean, Ruffs as well is going to take some time to do that, and Chuck is designed to want to get things done quickly. I kind of feel as well like there's definitely a potential here for Eve. It's not the strongest, but it's definitely a brawler which is going to be quite catered towards this kind of map layout with the bans that we've got. There's limited kind of options now really for Humble. Brock for the break gives them a bit of a few options there in that regard.
think you should be able to outrange that Amber. I think you should be able to deal with the rust bags quite efficiently. I don't like, I don't mind it.
And now we want to hear two of the most beautiful voices I know. Kenny and Trev, take it away.
Thank you very much, Sonny. I appreciate that, and I will make sure Uber and Ready remember that. Trav and I got it from here, though. A0 onto their final life, a region that has been clinging on for several years. The trajectory has been upward, but how long can they keep that streak going? Humble, on the other hand, have been here before. 2 drop sets in total 1 year ago when they took the throne on the global stage. They're trying to do so once again. It's going to be Humble versus Ace0, match 3 of the group.
Yeah, David managing to push that first pole quite far up, so won't have to navigate quite as far for the next couple. Uses a super there as well just before he died, and a 3% little tick shot just goes onto the save there as well. Luki going to be able to pick up that kill on Galaxy, and it's pretty much 50-50 so far, but David not got the worst setup at the moment.
Luki taking advantage, so Lightning's going to strike on the right-hand end. Meanwhile, A0 recovering. David up the gut. Boss right in his face, and it's a trade. That's totally fine. Boss's main objective is just to 1v1 this truck and make sure they remove him from the equation.
I mean, Luki doing all he needs to do. Win that lane, get some damage on safe. That's going to be tough for Nagi to do a lot about. And he places some sandbags up. He still gets the shot round it. I don't know how he's getting those kills. 1% done here by A0. And Luki will get the first crack.
Oh, and some unbelievable mechanics overall. Like you alluded to, the little corner peek out of Luki to get around these sandbags. And then Semantic just popping off in the middle. Kaze, especially from this distance, should be rendered useless. But instead, it's Amber just trying to fire fuel her way up the map. Semantic just taking him head on and still winning this. 2 extra shots coming in from Luki too. I mean, this has been a one-way train. It's all Humble.
I mean, Boss walking in the straight line too, getting that 50%. Unfortunately, not there for the defense, so a bit of chuck damage comes along the way. Nagi gonna throw down that super on top of himself, does make a connection with Semantic, and that allows Galaxy to come up through this mid. Chuck back again. This is what he's gonna be doing for the rest of the game now. But Luki's got to get that damage output down and match what the Chuck's doing.
They gotta be careful. They are starting to exchange a lot more damage. A0 starting to squeak away with some. Sandbags going down to Semantic, gonna be forced into the alternate form. Boss going for just pure DPS at this point, which is a little wild. They need to be careful, otherwise it's going to be a smidge of a comeback, but just 1 tier left to go.
I mean, Luki's back on the map. Nobody's even contested him because Boss stayed alive for so long. Luki finds the final kill, and the first game goes convincingly Humble's way. Chuck back and forwards, just being dealt with by the Cordelius time and time again, and Luki popping off on the right.
I'd be lying to you if I said I wasn't nervous for A0 coming into this. I mean, regardless of what that previous match result was, Humble were going to be my pick. But I felt like there were a lot of riddled with mistakes, if you will, in Gym Grab, especially in Heist on the previous one, and A0 here. I don't think mistake-driven, just more or less Humble are outplaying them by a mile. Oh, and the instant wipe on the right-hand side. Now that's just free access to the safe. It's so much damage. While Boss doesn't do a lot in tandem with Semantic, it's going to be enough for their while.
Yeah, big surprise play from Semantic there in the realm as David doesn't even go up yet. Boss just brings him into that realm, sits up top, waits for his teammates to join him, and Semantic got free roam up towards the safe too. The second tick already done, and I don't think Chuck's even set up anywhere near yet.
Humble masterclass. David getting some chip dimension, but it's just not enough in the faces of something like Semantic, who's dancing his way around Colonel Ruffs. Finally, a shutdown. Luki once again letting it rain down the left-hand side as Galaxy dodges it all. Now the fire raining down on the left as well as Semantic creeps his way back up. Still a dominant lead. I mean, A0 had yet to really encroach on the enemy side.
I mean, they just sat back. Nagi there didn't even try to take the right-hand lane. I feel like no matter which lane they take now, they'll just double another if they're not kind of switched onto it. Galaxy actually putting up a good fight against Luki, which is the first time we've seen this all set long, as it has just been him dominating. But I think the Chuck's still waiting for this opportunity, and Cordelius just isn't giving it.
I think Galaxy can hold. I don't know if Galaxy can win this lane, and that's a concern, especially when you're facing a deficit this large. Now David right down the gut once again, charging his way up the middle, gets a chip of damage, but Semantic sees this, and they're just going to go right back up the same exact lane. David still lurking on this bottom side, though, but over on the top is where all the action is at. Down below, and now piercing through that high safe. Luki trying to do his best. Boss penetrating as well. Shots going through, down to less than 10k HP on that high safe. A few extra percentage points. Boss gonna try and finish it off himself. Can't quite polish it, though.
I don't know how Boss is avoiding all these shots. He's staying alive with 2 of them shooting him. Semantic will throw out the fan storm, and that's the set done. Humble did drop a set in the previous, but this one coming swinging to try and get this done fast.
They just look unfazed so far, unperturbed by the opposition. Chinese mainland, a team that
in general, we're going to be looking out for Toxic Lotus tomorrow. Of course, we're stars of this last year, but right now for a roster that doesn't have any international LAN experience either, it's really tough to go up to a #1 from another region in Bounty Hunters, which I thought they played really well, but again, I think it could have been better. It just felt like the mistakes were what drove them out of that gym grab set. Ark talked about it in the desk, we were talking about in the green room. I mean, the Kaze plays towards the end of that game. There was a real chance that that went to a 2-2, and instead, now they're fighting for their lives against Humble. That's not a position you want to be in. At this point, if you're a fan of the smaller regions, of the underdogs, you need to get up and chat. This squad needs your help.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. I think all of us, except from Ark, had Ace0 to beat Bounty Hunters, so it's not like we don't think they're capable. They're absolutely capable of getting this done, but it just seems like Humble are just a task too tall for them to be able to beat at the moment. Stats-wise, Semantic, Boss, and Lukey all looking pretty good, around 5. Over the other side, good kills, just not great damage.
You saw Chuck on the bottom right with a ton of high safe damage, but cumulatively between the other two, just next to nothing. It was really forced to be all defense from there, and I think ideally Amber can play a little bit of a hybrid right, but if you're not getting to the other side at all, Chuck alone was not enough into the monstrous composition of the left-hand den.
I mean, it's a first pick that you feel like you're kind of inclined to take, especially when you want to be base racing your opponents like they do in a matchup like this. And I said it when Humble played their previous game against Bounty Hunters as well. You've got to take these brawls that can just get towards safe. Take risks with these drafts. And that's exactly what they did, but they were just punished so heavily for it. Bans in for the next map. It's going to be the Bell, the Crow, and the Byron for the side of Humble. Ace0 get rid of the Kaze. No surprise after facing it so heavily last game. They double ban the Bell and add a Colette to the mix as well.
Several lines of thought here I think you can go down. There's going to be this Leon and Jean interaction. Leon a lot of times is an early one because of the lollipop drop, but if you do that, then Jean responds. So sometimes you're going to see players avoid doing that. Very popular brawler. Lumi is somebody that I'll shout out as well. Doesn't make the global ban stage. It's a very safe one that's now showing up regularly on this map. And as well, I said it earlier, but Bang shows up a lot for A0. They love getting a little tricky with it of the tank of choice on this map.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can get away with Fang at the moment. Just, you know, so strong on certain maps. Jae-Young, obviously, being this first brawler that comes in for Humble, it was something we saw them play in, I believe it was Knockout the last time they were out here. And it's a brawler that translates well across kind of the bounty knockout game modes where you kind of got to be offensive and defensive. And just balances it so well with his kit. Glowy going to make an appearance there along with the Jean. Kind of a little bit of a double healer combination here if you run in those healing factor from the Jean. Going to be able to get a lot of pulls, you know, with the mass range and scout out as well.
This is definitely a good solid shout because Bell is banned. Otherwise, the bounce shot would do really well into Glowy, who attaches himself to teammates. Jean, who likes to stay up close too. So that's not the easy answer anymore. Byron is somebody that's also out. It would have done really well into the healing of Glowy, the magic puffs from Jean. So I don't think there's any easy answer here for the left-hand side. I think at least A0 making them think about it.
Correct.
Well, as Meeple, a brawler you've mentioned a few times over the past couple of series. I like it a lot. If you can kind of single a brawler out, you know, whether that be Glowy, the Jean, it's going to be tough for them to stay alive if you've got a super along with it as well. And, you know, there's always a chance they run that rage quit if something aggressive comes down as the final brawler for Ace0. When you've got kind of two brawlers with healing capabilities, it's always a question of whether that's going to be the case or not. So Meeple's mansion, rage quit, whatever you want to go, Meeple's got it.
The cutoff is so good, and Humble demonstrated this earlier. I mean, that gadget can be a very powerful force to give yourself positioning. Gus going to be the choice for the left-hand end as well. It's going to give them a little outrange. Glowy, of course, once he attaches in the open space, is going to do very well. But if Gus can just keep his distance, keep firing shots down, maybe cycle out the kooky popper a little bit, I definitely think it's a threat.
Well. Frank gonna come in there as the final pick for Ace0, and I've said it so many times, you've got to bring in these unpredictable brawlers, and I said, you know, it's likely we're gonna see something aggressive coming down when you've got the Jean and the Glowy, who is so capable of healing, and they have that range covered as well. But I wouldn't have said Frank could be my tank of choice.
I was saying that they just love to get creative with the tanks that they choose, and the one issue that I see on this left-hand side, we've got Meeple, Jae-Young, and Gus. While they all have solid to mid-range, this was a common theme that I've seen in drafts overall. If you don't have the damage to match and you play it right, you can really go at the enemy side and just absorb all those shots. Even if Frank's going down, as long as Jean's falling through and Glowy's going through, it's going to be enough. You're going to see it now. An attachment on that right-hand side. Full-on healer mode. A full going through for David. Ooh, excellent execution early.
Can't keep him alive there, no matter what heals you've got with Jae-Young. David, Galaxy, and Nagi all just going to sit on this right-hand side and have a wonderful time healing each other. Going to be tough to pitch this one in, but they're trying to do their best with Boss round the top, throwing out these slipstreams, getting his speed going. And Nagi falling fairly low, but David still sitting quite nicely and Oh, just about gets the rage quit, and Semantic might be able to stay alive here. I was about to say he got 2, and there's the pull, but wall broken, which I feel gives Humble a better chance.
Fun strategy coming out of A0. It's just barbaric. Now they're going to be going at Boss, who uses the hypercharge just to stay alive. What attack from Lukey, the sharpshooter on Pierce. Gus, it does not matter. Put it in his hands.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough to not only keep these out of position, but hold them off when they want to come aggressive as well. Almost finds it with the Weekend Warrior. David trying to get some work done. There's the Kooky Pop coming in as well. Brings David low, but who's low anymore? He's got so many heals in his back.
Notice how Humble are playing around the gadget pop from Frank. Once that misconnects, it's an onslaught. Humble are now marching forward. Super dropped on the ground. Lukey has a hypercharge in his pocket as well. Now it's A0 just on the backlines. They have plenty of HP. They've got the heals going down, but they have to find a way to extend. They are down the blue star after all.
I was going to say, bear in mind, Humble don't even need to aggress, but they felt they were going to get pushed back into spawn. There's a brilliant pull. Boss goes down as well, and A0 have a great comp and a wonderful answer to Humble, it seems.
Little surprise attack here as now David once again goes to the back lines with about 30 to go. Humble are going to have to find an answer down the 4. Nothing to slouch at, but 1 kill on Frank would be enough.
It's close, they're getting low. There's the hype charge on the right side. Massive pinch coming in. Semantic gets 1, but there's still 2 down. There's the Frank super as well, but the rage quit stops it in its tracks. Nagi low, but David's tanking. There's the pull in. Semantic gets another super down. They're going to be able to shoot through. Frank solo and falls. Blue Stars Humble's way, and they'll find another one too. 14 to Humble as they find the comeback.
Photo finish. A0 so close. Starting to make me regret a little bit talking them down a little earlier. Again, this is a good team, a bright future, a high ceiling. But unfortunately, they may have found it too late. They're now tasked with taking on Humble, who somehow, someway, always find a way to squeeze through on this land stage. Boss early on, grabbing this blue star, right-hand side flank. Walking David forward is his teammate, Glowy in the backlines. Not interested in getting kills, just slowly trying to get that supercharge. The tandem of a Frank pull, a Gene pull. There's just so many options for comebacks here from A0, or some proactive takes as well.
Yeah, great super again from Semantic. Oh, it hits that pull. Can he get it? The rage quit just clips him on the edge and stops that super. He's having a few difficulties with that through this set. David not finding those supers. When he did, it was flying. There's super as well, straight through. Weekend Warrior gets some good damage, but David will survive. Live to fight another day with some big heals in his back once more.
Retreat coming out of the red side. A missed pull once again, and Lukey smells the blood in the water. Boss activating speed. Hypercharge going down. A little extra party up the middle of the map as now the pull doesn't go through. They can peek through the walls. David left all alone, and Humble know better. No sense in pushing when they've got the lead.
Pinned in the top right corner now. David with no heals for the first time in a while, but Nagi low through the mid. Galaxy as well, and he gets some heals, but not quite nearly enough. Boss through the mid, slipstreams being provided, no heals at the moment, but his teammates are looking quite healthy as it is. David so low with the Kooky Pop, almost finishing him off. There's the hypercharge coming down the right side, and they've got another one as well, but Semantic uses one of his own.
Oh, and this is such a tough beat. Misses the gadget, misses the pull. Rage quick to push him back as well. Nothing that Glowy can do. He's trying his best, trying to preserve the life of his teammates, but it's not doing good work. Humble are just all over this.
Galaxy has a pull, and it needs to be an influential one. Most likely going to be aiming for Boss, but he's the one with the most movement speed. Super being used there by Lukey, just shielding himself up, trying to wait and stay healthy for these last 20 seconds. Big push coming from A0 as the hypercharge being popped. David solo already, though. Gets some heals in the back, but Galaxy will fall, and they lose another one of their players. Nagi on the right-hand side. Frank, they can't do it alone. They need their third. They're getting beaten down, and this one is going to be a Humble set.
Creative effort, but not quite enough. A0 are running out of answers. Humble, despite being down early in that game number 1, climbed their way back up. I saw the vision. Just butcher them with health points. Run them down. Not enough connections from the pull from Frank. Not enough heals to go around for the squad, and ultimately that meeple, despite being squishy, the rage quit. A perfect answer. They continued to play around this. Every time they were under threat from a super, they would activate gadget. Every time a pull was missed, that is the time to go. Just some smart, disciplined Brawl Stars out of Humble. A great attempt out of A0, but this is Humble we're talking about. They're going to need more than that.
I'll say, but you kind of got to think really disciplined Brawl Stars from Humble, waiting for the moment, waiting for that pull to be missed. But you've got to think of the other side as well. Is it kind of lack of discipline from A0 to just be throwing them out, not getting any connections on them, especially when Humble are standing off when you've got it in hand? So it seems a little bit irresponsible on his part to just be throwing those out. He got himself in some really good positions to Frank occasionally, and don't get me wrong, 4 kills, pretty decent for that brawler on this map. But he got himself in so many great positions. But as you said, that Rage Quit gadget shuts it down every single time. Brilliant fast fingers from Semantic, and he was one of the star men on that team.
Yeah, and to be overly picky about all of this, I mean, we're going to be critical, but at this stage, it's just these micro decisions that make a difference. I want to point out, they picked the Frank into the face of Meeple. They picked this early on the Humble side, and they still made it work. Sure, early on, once they weren't used to this, I think there was a little adjustment period where Humble may be caught off guard by this decision as well, but they had a perfect response for it. A0 make this decision, like you said, maybe a little gung-ho with some of these gadgets, these pulls. It's something we've kind of seen all day. They don't feel settled into me. It feels like they have to try and make these big hero plays, and hero plays aren't what they need. They just need to survive, just be the last one standing. Right now, Humble with a 2-0 lead. Certainly boasting themselves, have not been phased so far today in the face of a serious, I'm sure they're well equipped for this, it's a very popular brawler.
This could well be A0's last hurrah in the Brawl Cup if they don't start to get something going now. Banwise, Lumi, Crow, Colette, no surprises on that side. Ali, Lumi, and Ruffs on the opposing side as well. As you said, Sirius is the first pick. It's a good one, you know, it's versatile. It's doing it to lob over walls, shoot at good range as well, and I think it's very solid first pick to take here. Over the other side, no surprises again. Chester is one of the brawlers they absolutely love to pick up, that and along with the Ruffs, the Pierce. Ruffs being banned out here, obviously, and Pierce being banned out overall, so it kind of takes away a lot of their kind of comfort picks, I feel, as well.
Despite spawners being on the ground, possibly from Galaxy, I think you've got to grab an anti-tank. So Crow out of the way, Colette out of the way, and eventually you just got to go for what you think's best on the map. And I think that is the ultimate best decision left. Could go Otis and argue that, but instead it's going to be this combination, and Leon in tandem with it as well. I really like this. The lollipop drop can make him a gym carrier, or if they want to go a more traditional mid or rotate, now they have 2, I would say, solid options at that.
Yeah, I was going to mention Otis as well. It's still very much on the table for A0 too. It's going to be tough to run, you know, more aggressive brawlers into this now that they already have the Chester, and still Otis is on the table too. Leon going to be great to aggress some of these brawlers. You've just got to hope that if you choose to go for the series, he doesn't have many of those shadows stored up, or he's going to have a bit of a tough time breaking through those. It's the Stu. Stu's going to come in then. It's a brawl that I actually really like to see on this map. The mobility is really solid, being able to evade, you know, the Chester supers no matter what it is, or if a Leon's coming towards you, you're going to be able to get away.
Definitely. Stu are very regular on this map as well. There's their flair of a little extra speed too, or wall break if they really want to, but more than likely I think the speed for now, unless a brawler choice changes things up. Mina and Mo I think still on the table for me as well as aggressive options that can maybe get up in the face of enemy. You can also drop the windmill gadget to kind of prevent these enemy shots coming in, buy yourself time to get to those gyms. Just one way to be kind of semi-aggressive, and there it is right there. You heard his voice.
I was going to say, I loved your shout as well, because we saw David playing it in that previous match against Bounty Hunters, and we were kind of sat in the green room, we were like, oh, David, that's not the super you want to be playing there. So, you know, he had a few mishaps here and there, but hopefully he's going to be able to get something going against Humble here. Yes, it's a difficult team to start a reverse sweep and complete it at that, but Penny rounds out the Humble roster for their brawlers, and I like that as well. The turret is really, really solid.
Anytime you see Sirius, we just have to anticipate that Penny is on the table, especially if it doesn't go through the ban stage. It's been the easiest way, I think, to deal with Sirius. Anytime you see spawners, that's where Penny is going to shine. Also, the control factor as well. Penny can very much play as the midline brawler, while Chester and Leon can be more aggressive on the other side. A0. First time as a squadron on the big stage, the international level. They are tasked with taking on Humble. Otherwise, their countrymen Toxic Lotus are going to left all alone tomorrow. Brawl Cup spots are on the line. LCQ World Finals. This is something this region needs desperately, and they're going to have to take down the Titans in a reverse sweep if they want a chance.
It was the Chester through the mid. I feel like kind of back in my day, it used to be the Penny that would have played the mid, but, you know, times change. David not having the best of times against Semantic here, and I'm not sure if he's got some stored up to try and tank some of this damage, but he doesn't in the end. Nagi is going to fall as well with a big bomb over the top from Luki. The gems still sitting comfortably on A0's side though, and Luki doesn't want to overextend and risk it.
Open season now too, because Luki has given them less spaces to hide. If they want to go in the grass, they have to retreat all the way to this top left-hand side. You're seeing with Mo right now. And Boss, of course, has this wall for positioning. The Salty Barrel as well to protect him if Mo decides to dive in. Positioning, control, and now a turret raining down on them as well. I mean, this is getting more and more difficult.
Semantic almost survived that as well with the help of the lollipop drop. Galaxy going to come in, but he's got the backup of his teammate there, and the Penny turret, the Salty Barrel are all waiting too, so anyway, I don't know if it's the best moment to have gone in, but worth a try. Nagi, 4 in hand to pick some up along the way there as well, and Semantic with yet another invis kill, just adding more gems to the count of Humble with Luki with 7.
Not the easiest to dive in on, I might add, too, between Salty Barrel and Chester, who does a burst of damage up close, especially with 4 bells in his hands. It's impossible. Invisibility for Semantic is now he's terrorizing the right-hand side, sneaking up all the way. They have no idea where he is, and Nagi just has to back off. 9 gems and close to a 10. Humble have a countdown.
Yeah, I mean, Semantic goes in, gets the kill, kind of stays a little bit aggressive, but then backs off when they get this 10 hypercharge super from Boss, and a pretty aggressive turret here with no walls covering it, but Semantic's going to go in, get the kill, and I think they're just so confident. He's not even going back to spawn. He's like, yeah, I'll probably stay around the gem carrier. It's like, it's completely fine. Galaxy going to go in on the right-hand side, and that's going to be match point up next to Humble. Just a completely dominating performance from them, and Ace0 just seemed completely out of it.
A0 have not sniffed the middle of this map. I mean, they have not come close. Humble have just been overpowering, just unbelievably good so far. We saw this last year as well. The group stage, Humble did not drop, I think, a set off the top of the head. I mean, it was a pretty smooth sailing effort for them, but if they win just one more game, they're already instantly in day number 3 for EMEA fans at home. That is a big deal for your spots.
Absolutely. Yet again, a great start for Humble. First gem spawns on their side, and they get one of their opponents as well. Gadget came through and looking at a little bit of a spawner on him for a second there, but Nagi on the right side, now pinching through the mid, gives him a bit of a chance to fight off against Luki and gets some great hits in, but he's not going anywhere. He joins in death. Galaxy with a wasted super, he gets the kill, and I feel like there's just so many times where he's making these mistakes. Almost went for the gems there, but Semantic will clean it up, and eventually they're back in the hands of Luki.
Yeah, I'll stand by the word gung-ho. Just doing a little too much, I think, trying to make too much happen. I don't know if that's a lack of experience, a lack of confidence. I mean, Humble are a team that are mighty fierce to play against. I don't fault them for that at all. As Semantic now in the bushes. Oh, and David didn't have a clue. Dropped the trap immediately, though. Well played. The Chester spawners end up doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, Nagi's trying to make the move around the right-hand side now. Boss might be able to clip him here, but he gets a kill. And this is the best we've seen Ace0 play. Luki finds one on the right, and the bomb comes over the top. Good amount of spawners in now as well, with a couple of Leons around David. So ready to defend out against Semantic if he gets that impact.
Interesting to see David retreat every single one of these spawners. He just knows Penny's going to be able to eradicate every single one of them, as now Stu has to back off. Semantic once again invisible. The mind games begin. Left-hand side, creeping forward, popping up right in front of Galaxy's face. A response as well, though. It's going to be a close call on the right-hand side. David expanding, knows he has to make up for the room.
7-7, so gem-wise it's a pretty even game, but I just feel like Ace0 has so much more risk, especially when Galaxy doesn't have a super, and he used it so defensively. David on the right-hand side doing a much better job now, but Semantic coming in with the hypercharge, finds one, might be able to get 2, clips David with a couple of shots around the side, and he goes down, cycles the super, and it's all Humble once more.
15 on the clock. Ace0 hopelessly on the back of their spawn. Semantic playing bodyguard, and the crowd chanting everything you need to know. This is a name that you will remember, one that will be here all weekend long. Just another day for Humble. Your Brawl Cup defending champions are going for 2.
Ace0 falls short in the Brawl Cup. Honestly, it's not the easiest group having the defending champions in there, and they played very well against Bounty Hunters, but as expected, it's going to be Humble coming out of this group on top, and they're looking to try and retain their title of Brawl Cup champions, and they probably should.
The home team advantage for Humble. Excellently done. Ace0 with an excellent effort, but just too much and too late. Let's go down to Humble to see what they've got to say.
Congratulations once again, Boss, the big man. It's safe to say, we spoke about this a little bit before, right? Was it about focusing on your player style coming into this game, or was it about trying to adapt to the way that they played? How do you feel you guys adjusted when you were going up against Ace0?
I think we made a bit of mix. We try to play our comforts always, but being careful about their picks too, because they are really good on them. So we adjusted and it worked out.
It worked out. It definitely did. You guys look really comfortable on stage as per usual. Now, I have to ask you something. You've got a little bit of time now between now and Championship Sunday. You guys are going to have a little break. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about this little rivalry that's forming between you guys and Crazy Raccoon, all right? It's amazing to see. The Brawl Stars community loves it as well. Are you kind of keeping a close eye on how they're playing, and do you feel like you guys are ready to exact some revenge on Sunday?
I think we are ready to every single team. We are going to prepare for everyone, and we are not scared of anything.
I love that. And finally, Semantic, I'll quickly ask you something. Is there anything that you would like to say to the home crowd here in Berlin? Because what an incredible place to be for you guys, especially being on home turf.
I mean, we literally only see Humble posters, Humble fans screaming everything. It is absolutely amazing to have everyone here. Literally from the bottom to the top area, absolutely amazing. I hope you guys are here on Sunday with all the Humble merch, all the Humble support, and see you guys there. Dankeschön.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Humble!
Humble does it again, 2-0 in their group. Just like we expected, kinda. And a bit unexpected for me, A0 is actually the team that we unfortunately have to say goodbye to already. Ark, you were the only one to vote for Bounty Hunters from the casting desk. Must feel good, buddy.
I'm not going to rub it in just yet. There'll be plenty of time over the next 3 days for me to do just that. But, you know, to be honest, this was the two teams in this group that I was 50-50 on a little bit.
Yeah.
Just speaking to a couple of players and just hearing a couple of the experiences during scrims as to whether A0 were going to be able to put up the fight. We're not necessarily expecting them to be Humble, but I think against Bounty Hunters, that was a 50-50 match.
We have two 50-50s for you today. I'm excited for our next match as well. But before we want to get into this, a bit of a closer look also at the sets we've just seen. Ark, you and me were discussing the Shock quite heftily in the first set, Bridge Too Far. I think we agree that Shock at this point is just not really pick-worthy. Humble showed us that any team really, without countering him too much, can win against them.
At this level, I do have reservations on it. What I did really like to see was how Boss on that Cordelius was actually going on the aggressive the second he put the chuck into the realm. Often you'll see teams that will just sit back and play defense the entire way through, but Boss was using that time really nicely, getting up the map, getting the damage of which they needed, and it was really effective.
It was insane to see Humble's team play overall. They're just playing together so well. Samantha kind of micromanaging his two teammates. We saw some clips of the voice comms as well. But yeah, really doing well. Humble so far 2-0. We're going to see them again on day 3, so don't fret. You will see them again. Earlier, I saw something super weird around here. What was that?
Wakey, wakey! Today is your big day. Are you excited? I'm so excited. Hold the door! It's his first day. Just a little bit of makeup. It will be so great. Hello. Hi. The star is here. Oh. I think we have it. Aren't you ready? Then that's all. Yeah. Honey, this is it. There's a lot of music and cameras, and I've told them to be very nice and gentle with my little baby.
Oh, a button.
If you put anything in front of me, I'm gonna press it. I'm gonna press it. I'm literally gonna press it.
Whoa. We have no idea what that does, by the way.
It looks fine. I mean, there's a few hazardous symbols on it. But yellow and black normally signifies hazard.
I was always told never to press a big red button, by the way, so I
was
don't know what
told
you're doing.
always press a big red button.
You can't stop me. What just happened?
I have no idea. Don't ask
Confetti?
me.
What does that mean?
Are we getting trolled by production?
Does it do nothing?
Does it just do some confetti? We just got points for everyone out there live right now on the website. Whenever we press this red button, you're gonna get 100 points. So better make sure to be on the website at all times. You never know when we decide to, you know, touch it again.
Be on your toes. Stay on the event site because that is how you're going to get those points instantaneously. We've got someone to join us on the desk. Fernie Face, pro player turned content creator, someone who's got the most wins of North American monthly finals in history. Corey, great to have you here.
Welcome
what
to the desk.
What an intro. Thank you so much. That's a pretty crazy stat to hear myself. I'm excited. I'm excited to be on the desk. First time for me, and I'm excited to watch some great gameplay today.
And I think you're gonna say just that, because the next match, once again, is gonna be a 50-50 on my watch, in my books at least. It's Only Realm versus Zeta Division. Such a hype match. The first seed of NA versus second seed of Zeta Division. And some of these faces you know quite well, Corey.
Yeah, these are guys I grew up playing with, grew up facing every single day. So I am rooting for NA here absolutely all day long. I believe in the boys. I believe in Bobby, Sands, and Patchy. But they have a very tough opponent in Zeta Division.
It's going to be a really, really insane match. I mean, I don't know about you, but I really want to see North America just blow us away at this event. I feel like it's been a long, long time coming, and I feel like so far, in the way that I've been speaking at events to Bobby, this is how I tend to gauge these things. At the World Finals last year, I said, hey Bobby, how are you feeling? And I literally knew from the second he opened his mouth that he had already accepted defeat. They were not in a winning mentality. At this event, spoke to Bobby, he is feeling good about this one.
They're the hope of NA to finally win a global setup like the Brawl Cup here. In 2023, they made it through to the World Finals. Who did they lose to again?
Yeah, that's a good point, to be fair. That's a good point. Yeah, Zeta Division as an org have not been kind to them. But hey, second place at the World Finals, that's not bad going. That's the best that North America's ever had on the world stage.
Yeah, I mean, second place is literally the second best position you could get. So they came so close, and I know they can do it again this tournament. It's whether they'll come prepared, they'll come out swinging, and they'll just play their game today.
They've been looking really strong so far in this year's monthly finals. So far, #1 seed for Only Realm. Corey, they used to be your opponents. Now you said you're rooting for them. Isn't it nice to see all of NA sticking together?
Yeah, it's actually super weird rooting for Bobby and them because they were my rivals throughout my entire career. But today, I am rooting for them, and I expect big things because NA has not delivered in quite a while. So we're rooting for all of NA.
Why do you think that is, though? Like, what is it about North America which just, when it comes down to these moments, just tends to not prevail?
Yeah, I think the competition is so close at these events. And I think that, I don't want to use the term unlucky because unlucky is not really the case. But the matches have been close. They're just not getting the result. And they're so close to winning and getting farther into tournaments, and they fall short every time. So I think they can do it, but they have to perform.
It's not an easy opponent against them. In the other corner, we have Zeta Division with huge household names like Shtatampo, Zizuku, and Batman. And they're looking really strong coming out of the gate, swinging with a win in the February monthly finals. After that, a bit of a declining trend arc. Only second place for them in March and then only top 4 in April. It's going downhill steadily for them, but let's see what they can bring to the global stage.
This is the concern, going into February, a very clean month for Zeta, just dropping that one set in the grand finals. Then March, losing in the grand finals to Crazy Raccoon to a 1-3 scoreline. And then April, losing in the semi-finals. It hasn't been getting better. It's gradually been getting worse. And that does concern me somewhat. Let's be honest, the World Finals was far from kind to Zeta Division as an organization. Being grouped was just unimaginable. One of the biggest upsets that we've ever seen at a World Finals. And they are here to turn that around, to prove to the world they still got it.
Yeah, I mean, they are the mechanical players in the world right now. They're some of the best mechanics you'll ever see in Brawl Stars. So I'm expecting big things from them as well. I mean, I don't think you can ever count them out in one of these tournaments, even if they got grouped at Worlds.
We can't count out anyone just yet. So we're looking at the global bans here. Super fun to see. Edgar, not, just banned once. Both of those teams really do not want to see this brawler a tad bit broken, maybe. It's Adrian in the crowd. Maybe we need some balancing going on. Leon and Naja also banned out. We haven't seen Naja at all yet either today. She's so strong. The newest addition to Brawl Stars in general. Of course, Damien is there, but he's not being played this tournament just yet. We're going to see him in the next monthly final. The Leon ban comes in as a bit of a surprise to me, Orc.
It's a pretty strong brawler, though. I'm all for it. I'm kind of curious from your perspective, Corey, when it comes to these global bans, what brawlers are you kind of looking for yourself? Are you looking for kind of like targeted bans to specific players, or are you looking just to eradicate the heavy hitter out?
Yeah, it's tough to say. I think these teams can do one of two things. They can try to throw the other team off with a random mediocre brawler ban, or they can target a specific player. The Leon might be one of those random bans that's just a good brawler trying to throw the draft a little bit different than normal, and maybe they just don't want to face it. One of the two.
And if we're honest, East Asia as a region, a lot more successful so far, as NA did not really do that well yet on the global stage. But East Asia, we always keep mentioning how they're lacking a bit in draft still. Mechanical genius wizards, we call them. And Zeta Division has found a solution to that, or at least they think they did, by adding the Meshi to their roster. They now have a coach just there to support them in draft. In scrims leading up to this match though, not the best.
Mameshi is one of those people that is the mad scientist, and that can be the winning formula sometimes. It can also be the reason why you lose if you play it a bit too close to the sun. So, how do you strike that balance? We'll have to see how things fare for Zeta, but one thing for sure, Mameshi has got to be cautious.
We want to see Group B now. Bring them out, Only Realm and Zeta Division.
It's time to turn our attention to Group B, and this next match, it feels personal. Two teams who are absolutely drowning in experience. Make some noise for Only Realm and Zeta Division! One man's revenge arc hangs in the balance here. In Group B, we have a brand new team that are focused all around Patchy right now. We've got the finest teams, I think, right now from NA going up against East Asia. And I feel like this one is going to pop off right here on the main stage. You know what? We've got all of this pressure to overcome to go up against a team like Zeta Division, but if any team from NA can do it, it's Only Realm. So I guess time will tell, but like I've said, both of these teams, they just have so much experience here on the main stage. Anything can happen. It's time to kick off this match.
Sands. Bobby. Patchy. Batman. Suzuku. City Tampo.
And we're heading straight into draft. The hope of NA lasts on Only Realm's shoulders. The pressure is real. Can they figure it out how to deal with all that pressure? We're gonna find out in the next couple of minutes. We're kicking things off on Hideout. Now, Corey, you're an ex-pro player, still content creator, still play at the game daily. What do you think? What are we gonna see on Hideout?
Yeah, I mean, we saw Hideout already today, and we saw some pretty interesting stuff with a glowy. I don't think we'll see that this match, but you never know. I'm expecting Gene, Jae Young, some wall breaks potentially, and some dangerous last picks.
I'm hoping for a Crow ban. I'm thinking of Sands here. If Sands is going to have a good starting set, or any set for that matter, you've got to ban the Crow. He hates that brawler, and in this meta especially, it's just dangerous everywhere. So certainly for me, that's the kind of thing that I want to see. I think for Only Realm as a team as well, what's super interesting to me is how Bobby's got like an average damage. When you average out what the brawlers he plays are, it's pretty normal, pretty level. Whereas Patchy and Sands are about 10% above that average of the brawlers of which they pick. But despite that, the kill share is very even across the board.
Yeah, I mean, we see a Mortis first pick. This is out of the ordinary for me. However, I think I've seen it a little bit inside of scrims, and this is to kind of put the pressure on Zeta right away. Can they respond to the Mortis pick? Can they find something that counters Mortis? while also picking long-range brawlers that do well on this map specifically. So we're going to see how they respond to that.
Since you're saying Mortis as first pick is out of the ordinary for you, I'm going to call that an EMEA-built pick as well, as we like to pick a brawler to pick up Blue Star first. We usually see a Mortis or a Kaze come in for that purpose. Now let's see if Zeta Division still snacks up that Kaze, so they also have something to pick up Blue Star. Mortis, of course, is going to be a tad bit quicker, but there's a fight at least for it. One of the most picked brawlers from their side is Bell. Now we have it paired with that Jaeyoung just for the mobility against the Mortis.
I really love that. That is a great pairing for me, the Jaeyoung and the Bell. It's very much taking away from the side of Only Realm what they would probably like to have got their hands on. Bobby, as we know, a great tapper on that Bell pick, but in these final stages of the drafts, kind of what are you looking to achieve?
Yeah, I mean, Suzuku and Batman, they picked Jaeyoung and Bell together. This is a very solid combo, and they're very safe right now against a lot of the Mortis. However, you might see a Kaze from them later, like you said, for that Blue Star, but you're going to expect to see Only Realm respond with some range of their own, like Gus right here. And the last pick could be a lot of things. They might go with another range brawler just to, say, we're going to match your range, and we're going to have Mortis for our, special pick.
Now the Gus one is an interesting one to me, as Only Realm hasn't picked him up even once in scrims, really. Crow now coming in as their last pick, an anti-heal brawler. Makes sense against the Jaeyoung, also to slow him down, of course, thanks to that Crow gadget. Interesting Brawl from both sides. We're a bit squishy on the left-hand side, as long as the Gus, of course, doesn't have his shield.
The irony there as well of Only Realm being able to snag that Crow, knowing that it wasn't banned, knowing that Sands just can't stand playing into it. It's quite funny to me. Third and final pick coming in now.
Yeah, I mean, RT coming out from Zeta Division, it looks like they're just going to go for the range battle. They say, you have Mortis, but we're not scared.
We always love to see a good Mortis draft. Let's see if Only Realm can pull it off and win this first map against Zeta Division. Uben, ready? What do you think of that Mortis?
I love the Mortis first pick here. I think even against anti-tank brawlers, he's really hard to bring down on these bounty maps, especially that hypercharged super bro is just unkillable.
There's a lot you can work with here as Mortis because you get that Blue Star, then you're able to get into the back lines, deal with some of these sharpshooters who just have really bad capabilities in close range.
All right, let's jump into it. The last time that Bobby took on Shtitampo was 2022 MSI. Much has changed since then, but Only Realm are still looking for that international championship.
It's been 4 years since then. After they faced there, Bobby said, you know what? We got a set on them, and they looked vulnerable. They looked beatable. It's been 4 years, but Bobby, put your finger sleeves where your mouth is and show us who's truly the better brawler.
It's been unhygienic, really, but I mean, yeah, you got to turn up, show up. Patchy gets picked up by Batman there. A nice return from Bobby. This gives Only Realm that nice little lead, and they will constantly be looking to pressure with this Mortis. Sands is marked up, but will still come forward with confidence. He's just got to be careful, because he has the Blue Star.
Just waiting as he is marked, waiting for someone to push onto him. It would be much better if he had his super by now, but it's fine. As long as they're able to trade if he gets taken down, or if he can shove Shtitampo into this right corner. Gonna pursue the kill on Batman, gets it, still trade onto Shtitampo, but Patchy sees an opening. No, not an opening at all. Bobby tries to take advantage. Now he's marked up, has to move away with the super, completely over-aggressive. It's one after the other. Only Realm feeding Zeta Division as they thought they saw a kill, but there was nothing.
You gotta respect the RT here. He will just drop legs on you and have bursts that you frankly cannot account for. Sands wants to come forward, but took a bunch of damage in doing so. Zeta happen to be defensive because look at all the nest eggs that Shtitampo's been able to set up on the right-hand side, functionally denying that lane from Only Realm entirely. Sands again, this time going for Shtitampo. Positive reinforcement though, positive feedback, excuse me, giving the shield, and Suzuku with a hypercharge. It's almost impossible to counter.
At least they don't have to deal with another hypercharge, but they are behind by a significant margin. 7 stars to go and only 10 seconds to get there. Sands with no super. Patchy routes around all the nest eggs on the right side. It's time to push in. 5 seconds to go. Bobby would love to use a super here. Sands gets everyone on low HP. Bobby has to be the hero. 1, 2, hypercharge pop, but still down by 2 stars as the clock ticks to 0.
Better in the final moments there by Only Realm, but up until that point it looked a little sloppy. Some jitters maybe from the NA #1 seed, but also some overextensions there midway through the game. I'm sure that's one of the main topics of discussion right now as we head into our next round.
Trigger happy, Only Realm. They had brawlers on low HP that they could go for the kills, and it was just misjudged, misguided. Suzuku dropped legs. Batman had great defense also, just not working out at all. It's going to be the first kill for Batman, taking down Patchy. Suddenly the blue star doesn't matter as much, and no kill for Sans either. Getting brawlers to low HP, but just can't finish off those kills, and that's where the healing from Batman really comes into play. You change these interactions so much, once Mortis can't kill a brawler in 3 taps, 4 taps, then he's not able to kill him at all.
Sansi wants to dash forward in the L shape, but Suzuku is looking dangerous with a super at the ready. It's Batman again with another weekend warrior, and the fidget spinner's not enough to bring the Jae-Young down. It's Only Realm fall behind by 7 stars. We still have over a minute of play, but Reddy, it feels like this has gotten out of hand.
It has. Only Realm need to play synergistically here. Sans is going in solo, looking for ideal 1v1 matchups, but it's never a 1v1. There's always Batman to help out. Now on the left side, gets the legs dropped. Suzuku can easily retreat back into that normal long-range form. With 50 seconds to go, I can honestly imagine this one not even going the distance. Only Realm send one Mortis in after the other. The only thing that can play around at this point with Mortis is getting a hypercharge and getting a team kill.
That's asking for a lot, especially up against a team like Zeta Division. Here comes Bobby, throws a bubble on himself, not on Sans. Instead it's Chitampu, who would have had a guaranteed hit off that mark, but Sans is close enough to dodge that arcing super. Still, Weekend Warrior dangerous. Sans able to hit the lifeblood and at least get out of the Jae-Young elimination. 4 stars to the good, and 22 seconds remain.
20 seconds and you have an RT hypercharge to face. It's basically an impossible task. They're going to have to pinch Suzuku first, then go for everyone else. But Batman and Chitampo on the flanks are playing quite aggressively to allow Suzuku to stay alive. Here come the Blender Blades out. Patchy down. Sans would love to get in close range. Could it be enough? No! Even with the combo spinner out, it won't be sufficient. Bobby gets 2 right at the end, but it still will not be enough. A handy first set to Zeta Division.
And you know what you get with this Zeta Division squad? They are mechanically brilliant. The narrative for this team, and honestly, East Asia in general, has been questionable drafts. But this one looks pretty solid. Pretty hard to take issue with the brawlers that Zeta Division look to bring in here. Bella's incredible on this map. In general, the nest eggs are amazing. RT, such a powerful defensive brawler. And the fact that Zeta Division start every round behind that blue star, able to fight back in, and honestly put Only Realm in a chokehold towards the end of the set. Mortis is terrifying, but into the RT, I don't fancy it.
Yeah, and to the Jae-Young as well. Are you really worried about the amount of damage that Jae-Young can do? Not particularly. Mortis has good sustain once he gets his supers going, but there's just nothing you can do once the interactions are shifted such that you're never going to get a kill. You're never actually fighting 1v1. Jae-Young is just healing his teammates, and they're going to survive with like 100, 200 HP every single time. We saw it happen for the first couple of Mortis interactions in Game 2, where Sans could not pick up the kill as a result of the support. You have to hand it to Only Realm for being inventive so as to pick up that Mortis as a first pick, prioritize it, and play around it in an entertaining way. But I will say, both of the games so far, they did not manage to hold on to that blue star at all, which is half of the battle. When you have Mortis, you are getting that blue star and playing as defensively as possible. They were not able to do that.
Off to Death Cap Trap now for our second set. Leon as a global ban, sort of discussed a little bit briefly on the desk. It is by far the most picked brawler by this Zeta Division squad and is actually one of their go-tos on this particular map. So that out of the way sort of clears a potentially problematic brawler up. But if you're Only Realm now, you're thinking a bit more, deeply here. Lumi just double ban. No one wants to deal with it on this map. She's very, very good at controlling a lot of those small chokes. Grim and Frostbite is still a huge problem, and the stopping power that blast speed has to lock people down is just not something either squad wants to deal with. But it also means that, yeah, this Chester was valued higher than the Lumi by Zeta Division. They go for that first pick.
Don't want to face a Mortis, basically. Only Realm have last pick. They're just thinking about what is going to be picked last. And you can see a target ban over here also. Just generally good, but a brawler that Sans really spams hard is Shade. So quite shrewd for Zeta Division to get rid of that one.
Do they have to pick Mortis here if you're Only Realm?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
So,
into Chester, it's like basically not a winning matchup.
Zeta have a 100% win rate with Mortis and Chester. That duo of brawlers combined. They have won every single set in which they've been able to get both of them over the last week or so in the lead up to this tournament. They have not lost a single set when they've gotten Chester in scrims. It's a little scary. Yeah, you don't want to pick Mortis into it, I get it, but now you're also allowing your opponent to have the option to go for both of them. Ruff's here going to be starting to round out this draft a little bit more. Obviously, we know that the Apache Stews, that would be something to be feared.
I think it'll be a comfortable brawler for him. It's not going to be amazing into Chester because Chester should still reliably like hit the spread shots, but should be good against anything on the 4-5 turn that gets aggressive. You sort of need something like this to round out your composition, something that will aggress the enemy gem carrier. Chester should be also outmatched in any like sort of longer range matchup, so it's going to be nice for Colonel Ruffs to play there. There's the Mortis. This is what you called out. The combination here, but only Realm have to have been expecting this. I mean, it's not like we have any information that they don't. So what do they have in store to stay away from the Mortis? Stu is a preemptive reaction to this, but something to play anti-tank against that Mortis, something with a better hypercharge.
Otis, maybe? At least you have some degree. It's a pretty popular pick for this only Realm squad. Need to be able to, put an end to it. Here's the penny to be picked up here. Obviously, something that's going to deny the sandbags pretty effectively, and honestly, just be a real nuisance once that cannon starts to lock on.
Just need some like better anti-tank into Mortis, honestly. They could go aggro themselves, something to get into the back lines. That penny turret is going to be quite troublesome. I don't look at a winning matchup for Colonel Ruffs here either, because you run bags here and Penny's going to pierce right through them like it's no problem at all. So you're missing a lot of stuff. Trunk. You're going for an aggro but high HP last selection. It's going to be able to get over to the enemy side also with that radius of attack. You will be able to fire through walls, hit the crit spot also, should be able to take down the turret in just a couple of shots. So I see the method here. I am not so confident in their ability to keep those back lines alive into the Mortis, however.
Now, Zeta Division got off to a great start in East Asia this year, winning that first monthly final, and I think Ark pointed it out, their performances, their placings have declined, right? But that could also be a sign of the region itself getting stronger. This is another good draft from a team that we often criticize in that regard. Let's see how it plays out now as we head up to Death Cap Trap at Zeta Division, ahead 1-0.
The lanes are set. It's Patchy on mid, Sands on the side lane trying to ricochet these shots around to Suzuku. Meanwhile, Bobby going directly for the enemy lifelines, but Stetampo is able to easily get a super off that, and now it's set up. Is Patchy going to break the wall open to disrupt this stronghold? It would certainly be valuable, but he's holding on to all 4 gems, and it would just be a waste of all that control and all of the progression towards the objective they've already gotten. Suzuku, of course, exactly where it wants to be. Bobby gets serious damage on Stetampo, but is able to finish off the kill. And look at the cycle for Stetampo. He's probably a couple of attacks off of his hypercharge.
Yeah, Bobby needs to get a little bit of help, I think, when he goes in. Just a slight pinch from Patchy to help him win that 1v2 could be all that's required to get another super use. He's slightly off course there and it knocks him away. He will just be blown up, and frankly, Sands is instantly dead whenever Suzuku pulls up on him. There's not a whole lot that can be done, and now Batman gets that 5th gem, and Zeta Division have themselves a lead.
A hypercharge for Bobby could shift things up. However, Zeta Division with their turret placed over here leaves it pretty vulnerable to Bobby. He's going to attempt to push in, and despite getting pinched quite hard, will not go down. Stetampo not hitting these shots. Bobby's getting expert positioning. Meanwhile, Patchy is on Suzuku duty. Just wants one more gem, and then to get away and attempt at a pinch. Patchy gets away relatively scot-free, and Suzuku over-aggressive will fall. 3v2 now. Zeta Division just back up so they can wait for Mortis to respawn. Got plenty of time to work with, but a couple more gems over to Only Realm will make this impossible for Zeta Division to just pick up a couple more gems and then retreat. It is going to be likely an exchange of the lead as things progressively interrupt.
Whoa! That's huge in there from Bobby, and that's going to get the gems nice and loose. Only Realm patient over the lead up to that fight, and Bobby's able to go 1 for 2 and put Patchy at critical mass.
Patchy just needs to back up. 5 seconds to go. Stetampo so far away. Suzuku would love to dash in, get onto Patchy. Dashes into the corner. Oh, it was pretty close. Suzuku almost got him on the return of those hypercharged bats. Would have been a countdown interruption, but they would have been too low on utility to keep up those interruptions. Still shows you the kind of fire behind their eyes. Even when they are losing, they refuse to give up. Such a close match here. will they be able to do it again? Just a weird interaction where Bobby posthumously took down the gem carrier of Shitetampo. This time he's getting Suzuka. It's exactly the lane that he wanted. This time not feeding Shitetampo early on.
Yeah, he wants to fight the Mortis as early and as often as possible. Trunk is someone who makes use of those raw stats from the hypercharge better than most other brawlers because he's a tank, but it's the damage over time that the Ants deal that got those gems dropped at the end of that last round. You've got to watch out for that Trunk hyper. There's pressure through the backside. Suzuka's able to dive in on Sans, who will be his ideal target. Apache doesn't really have anywhere to go. He's caught there by the lifeblood. Suzuku has 2 gems to his name, and Bobby is not really involved.
Suzuku had 2 gems and didn't even care about getting out of there. He just wanted more kills. Keep only Realm back as long as he possibly can. And yes, Bobby was completely behind the enemy, not really contributing much to the battle, just trying to circle behind. Gonna do it again this time, going for Batman, who had the Jawbreaker ready. Sans at mid has basically nothing to play for. Now Patchy joining forces will make this a 2v3, so it's a little bit closer. And here's the hypercharge for Sans. Toss over to the right side where Patchy will pick it up. Having 2 hypers is always better than just having 1. Huge interaction for Suzuku. As he gets 2, it's a full team wipe, and Zeta Vision run away with 10 gems.
Yeah, not a particularly close game at all now. Shitampa's able to use that hypercharge turret, which is going to send extra cannonballs in. Suzuku with a hypercharge of his own, he's basically unkillable, and yes, Patchy can go coast to coast with that hypercharge super. But it's going to be tough for him to get those gems this time. Batman at 8, able to pop that zoning super. Shitampa should be able to run interference here against this Stu. Santa looking for something here. Shitampo taken down. Batman, though, still healthy enough. 4 seconds left. Bobby encroaching, getting closer. And there it is. Batman brought down. Gems handed over, but not all of them. Shitampo still carrying 5. Suzuku also diving deep now, threatening Bobby as he tries to walk away.
Bobby with 6 gems. It should be enough for Only Realm to climb up here in terms of the gem count, but he's taking so much damage, trying to get in close range. Batman with yet another Jawbreaker and a whip super for Bobby. At least it pushes Batman on the right side. Gems spilled the ground. Patchy just trying to pick up as many as he can, but he knows it's over. It's game 2 to today's Zeta Division in a tied upset.
Zeta Division bounce back, and frankly, the game plan really looks like he's executed somewhat flawlessly. Chester dominating in the mid-range. Suzuku actually able to dive on the enemy gem carrier. Felt like it took ages for Patchy to really be able to build up any gems at all, and Bobby was constantly kited by the rest of Zeta.
Look at this as Suzuku tries to get into close range versus Bobby. Wasn't able to do it, got hit by the crit in the midst of all of that. But with Bobby being such a huge pool of HP, it means tons of free supercharge from Mortis. Meanwhile, Shitampo's getting extremely aggressive. He doesn't even mind getting taken down there because he's got his super. That's exactly what they want. And look at Patchy pushing up aggressively, trying to disrupt the stronghold where inevitably that turret is going to be placed. Suzuku also massive distraction. Just an opportunity for Bobby to get some hypercharge for himself. As Suzuku, I think, used just his first super there, so he's about halfway to getting a hypercharge of his own, which we know is a game changer for Mortis.
Sans has to take a big risk here going after that turret. He's going to be taken down as a result. Shitampo with a salty barrel deployment, and there's Suzuku ready to clap Bobby. But Patchy, he picked up 6 gems amidst all that chaos and takes him to a safe part of the map.
Patchy's been a significant contributor in terms of control. Now he's trying to control this mid lane, rotate around from Shitampo, got away from the salty barrel just in the nick of time. Now Bobby gets to close in, get a kill on Shitampo. Now expires at the hands of Battleman, but it's okay. Patchy and Sans both in position with this hypercharge super over the right side. Watching for Bobby, has that hypercharge of his own. He can cycle forth another one, but he's gonna have to play hyper aggro. We don't know what super Batman has either. Seems like Bobby is just a Jawbreaker magnet. Every single time he pushes forward, there's a stun awaiting him on the other side. So he's been hesitant to use it so far, but it's about to be go time.
Bobby knows he's got to clear that hyper turret, and he goes with a hypercharge of his own, but he's blown up pretty instantly. It's traded out. Batman had the damage. Patchy now gets up to 8 gems, though. This one could go to the wire. Here comes Suzuku yet again. Yet another turret also deployed, and Bobby's going to step up quickly, try and clear that out with the help of that Ruff's gadget.
Suzuku, battered and bruised, move over towards the right side alongside Batman. It's countdown for Only Realm, but they cannot retreat just yet. Now they can. They have 11, but they got to stay away from Suzuku. Gets one. Patchy picks up yet another as the clock ticks down. Only Realm know that they're safe. This is going to be a tied match.
And you'll have to see it. The last pick trunk in the hands of Bobby knocks some serious heads together. There had to be an answer. to this Mortis Chester comp, and for the first time in a hot minute, Zeta Division has served up an L while using that nasty 1-2 punch. That no mouths were harmed in the filming of those thumb sleeves.
Not in anyone's mouth at the moment, but yo, the gloves are off, but you know, the gaming equivalent, the tablet gaming equivalent, the finger sleeves are off, and it's one of those where on stage, it feels almost uncharacteristic of Zeta Division to go like, okay, it's the finger sleeves that are the problem. Let me take these off because something's not working, something that isn't conveniently already in their head to fix in terms of composition.
Feels like last year in those World Finals, Bobby and his team limped into that tournament. And you could tell they weren't feeling confident about the result. They made it there, and that in itself was kind of an achievement they were satisfied with. Here, though, it's grim determination. Their jaws are set. They've really stepped up in North America, a region that has been very competitive this year. These guys have been pressured by a lot of these younger squads coming up. Great to see them here look competitive in this series as well. Chitampo and Batman vomiting damage over the course of this set, but you've got to hand it to Only Realm. The trunk disruption and Patchy's ability to make sure he snaps up those gems with the utility offered by the Ruffs gets them the dub.
I was incredibly impressed by how consistent Patchy was throughout this. Even in game number 2, which they lost, Patchy stayed alive for so long, peppering the enemy with shots while, you know, they stayed relatively healthy. He was getting them ticked down on HP just enough for a potential snag of those gems at the end of the game. Bobby, of course, came in with a Trunk Super and couldn't quite escape and save the game there. But that is the sort of mentality that they're coming at this with. These are the sort of mechanics that Only Realm boast. Are they a real competitor for the players that were marked to be the best in the world mechanically?
Yeah, I mean, the core of this team were dead last at those World Finals.
Yes.
Zeta Division, of course, got grouped as well. It was a less than auspicious showing for them. But regionally, both these squads have looked very strong. We're going to have a PS locked in straight away here on Gold Arm Gulch. Definitely a high priority brawler.
You just got to take him, basically. He's the best sniper. There are ways that you can deal with him. You can try and get aggro on him, and then what's going to happen? Well, he's going to swap gadgets, and he'll blast you away. Does it cost him in ammo? Sure, but it costs you your life on a mode like Knockout, where you cannot sacrifice yourself unless it's going to be for a trade, and even then it gets a little messy. On the 2-3 turn, how do you respond to Pierce? A lot of times you don't, actually. You're just sort of marching to the beat of your own drum, and you're willing to let this very powerful brawler go the other way. A brawler that has, in the past, been worthy of global bans even.
Yeah, this Pierce, by the way, is actually more of a takeaway pick from Zeta Division. It's not one that we've seen Only Realm play that much in the last couple of weeks in preparation. When they have, I mean, it's been like a 30% win rate for them, but they know it's powerful. They also know that Zeta Division love to play this brawler, one of their most picked. Gene is also one of their most picked. Ironically, hasn't had a great win rate in a lot of their setups here. And one sneaky ban that I think really matters is this kit. Both teams banning that one away. I mean, Zeta Division have like some of their best scrim results with that in the lineup, so don't want to deal with that. And Ruff's already starting to add some depth here to this Only Realm comp.
Yeah, I don't know. This is not something that I would really be worried about Zeta Division playing, because a lot of times you want to run Bags here, and Bags are just like terrible against Pierce. If he uses his super, then it dispenses a projectile for every single one of those sandbags. So your team is just going to get hammered, but it will prevent any shots from the Gene pull. RT shots are pretty weak. I don't think they one-shot the Bags, so it's another useful thing to have on your side. Final thing here for Only Realm. I think Pierce is a good enough hypercharge brawler on his own. Here comes the wall break. Very interesting. You have solid DPS. Also, this just oozes confidence in this brawler. Now, compared to how he has been in the past, Colt is pretty skillful, but he basically spams shots now. You have infinite ammo as this brawler. Also, one that Sansa is very good at.
And that move speed as well is insane.
I'm looking forward to Sansa's skill expression on this brawler, but I think that there's still room for Zeta Division to go for something creative. They don't. They just say, okay, cool, we can play long range too. We'll outrange the Colt.
Yep, they have range and they have wall break inside the Colt. Not that they're necessarily going to be excited about doing that against a Pierce, but still pretty well-rounded setup here for Zeta Division. Like we mentioned coming in, that was the one area of their game that had looked a little bit weaker. Outside of that, right, they've got World Championship players, they've got technically a World Champion coach, so in Meshi. So these guys definitely feel like they are well positioned to make that run and continue to put East Asia on the map. But it's a tight series, folks, heading into Gold Arm Gold Style to be the Pierce Cup up against the Brock setup.
Heavy stack on the right side. It is always a prediction game. Whoa! Early takedown for Shnetampo. Now, how often do you see that? Well, already this one's a wash for Only Realm. They're just playing for Supercharge and Hypercharge at this point. Zeta Division have supers of their own. Shnetampo has one for a kill confirm or even some map break, but I feel like they've basically accepted this is going to happen anyway and that they lose in the sharpshooter matchup, so they'd probably rather the wall stay up for now. Instead, just breaking these typical entry points for Only Realm into the side lanes so that they can't be caught off guard.
Yeah, already 2 supers built up by Zeta Division in that one little elimination encounter. That's actually crazy. And now it's about a matter of denying that from Only Realm. Do not give Bobby and Super, and the Colt, of course, Apache any of Sans, any of their supercharge.
Haven't seen much wall break either from Colt. Looks like he's planning on doing it just with his supers. How often do you see a brawler walk all the way to the enemy side to expire in the poison? Not very frequently. Okay, Only Realm, reset. Go left side this time, and it's good. Look at the west side of the arena while Zeta Division has the east. And Zeta Division still have that utility from last round. Shnetampo could look for a bunch of damage with the use of his super, but probably going to be reserved for a kill confirm.
Bobby here being denied damage on this diagonal as Batman is trying to scout that bush and make sure he starts to build towards that magic head. It'll be pretty important, unless it is stymied by sandbags, of course. Magic Puffs will keep Zeta Division fighting fit, and Suzuku's going to give them a great defensive option in that end game. It's going to be Only Realm that have to make the move here. So they're Pierce Super, so walls don't necessarily make you safe, but outside of that, you just start to find some pressure.
Only Realm also know that they can just play for the end game because you have a radius, it's a circle, and everything's going to be closing in towards the center at the end. Bobby also could be getting close to his hypercharge. I mean, he's gotten quite a bit of damage since he first got that super, so it is possible, but they're playing really risky right now. They'll get Suzuku to boot, then Battleman with a pull that goes nowhere. Shnetampo, the last one remaining, debating whether he'll use his super, but he's just going to save it for the next round, playing very conservatively.
Why did Suzuku drop the legs there? You leave yourself so vulnerable.
Needed to tank, basically. You get the shield, so you can tank for your teammates, maybe get them some utility, maybe some more hyper-charge or something like that. But beyond that, no, not too much. Suzuku also would love to get some damage because he wants his hyper-charge for round 3.
Oh, there it is, hyper-charge rocket rain from Shnetampo, drops Patchy very low. Sans, though, fires back with a bullet storm. And outside of those, still occupying the middle part of the map. Both support brawlers have healing. It's field promotion versus Magic Puffs here. Zeta Division are starting to put their foot on the throat of Only Realm.
Bad for Only Realm. It's going to come down to Sans to get them out of here. Meanwhile, he can't feed Suzuku. He's got to be so close to his hypercharge, and if he gets that hypercharge, it is curtains for anyone trapped in the corner. Bobby now has his hypercharge too. So Bobby, Patchy, both hypercharged up. Just going to have to pop it raw. No super, no nothing. Could be a pull. No, nothing from Batman either. On the left side, Sans desperately low on HP. Here comes the hypercharge. It's going to be some damage on Shnetampo. One more for Bobby, gets the kill, but Sans is only barely alive. There's no way they come back from
Sans
this.
Is gonna heal.
Batman, Suzuku just keeping them away. Sans can't do it, neither can Bobby. Zeta Division take the lead in set 3.
Classic example of close but no cigar there, but in that last round for Only Realm, they were instantly forced out of the middle of the map. Zeta Division played with confidence. They knew they could project a lot more threat, and they forced the American squad to play from the south into a number of small chokes where eventually you just died of gene damage.
Just trickled to death. Same setup as round 2 and round 3. Game number 1, it's East versus West. This time, however, the wall break comes out instantly from Shnetampo. They're not really interested in playing around these walls anymore. It would be very favorable for Patchy, and they don't want to feed hypercharges to him because those are going to find themselves directly onto Bobby. And dude, the Pierce hypercharge is basically a win condition here, especially when everyone is forced in close quarters by poison.
Yeah, you don't want to be stood around in that big old purple circle when it comes in. Santi is going to be outranged by Shnetampo. He's feeling burn as a result of that. His incendiary fields also zoning him further back, so he cannot close the gap.
Still waiting for these pokes. It is just the preview the lead up to what is going to happen in the final moments, the classic diagonal play that so often manifests on Goldarm Gulch, where everyone farms their utility. It is the prep phase, but it's about to be the execute. Sands from the top side, ready to press things down. Doesn't want to get taken down early, is at risk of doing so. Gets tapped by the Magic Puffs and by the gadget as well. Suzuku battle on the top right. And only Realm, with 2 members remaining, take round 1.
See how dangerous it is in those situations against the PS. He hits a shot, he drinks a bottle, he hits a shot, drinks a bottle, and he's just vomiting those shots across the map. And it's built that super, which is going to matter once more as the gas starts to close. Only Realm don't really want to make the play until late in the round where they can get their cult in a position to actually do damage, but in the meantime, they can't afford to be forced out.
Sands straight lining upwards. You're not going to fake him out. Batman expected him to back dodge, which is why I think he auto-aimed that pull. Now Sands on the top side still alive. He has been so slimy on the lane. He's rotating downwards now. I guess he just really wants to take Batman here, knows that he can dodge some of those shots and get his super as a result. Bobby Patchy also dropped to about half HP. Will have to retreat onto the right side. Sands has a super.
He's so low.
Oh, he's too low. In fact, expires inside of the incendiary from Brock. 2 members remaining for Zeta Division earn them round number 2. Just 1 away from taking this set.
Could be it right here. Set hangs in the balance. Only Realm have to assert themselves now, or it might just be too late. See the Bulletstorm clearing out some of these walls. And yeah, okay, great damage there off Sands. Shitapo forced into a long straightaway, which is exactly the trap Sands was hoping to set.
Whoa, what a pull onto Sands! And Batman is too far away, but the Hypercharge is still here for Patchy. Will he be able to catch Suzuku around the edge? Only barely cannot. Magic Puffs will keep Suzuku online. 2 versus 2. Bobby has to be just on the cusp of getting his super. Doesn't want to risk feeding that Hypercharge to Suzuku, just playing this nice and slow. Hypercharge got Batman's a dead man. It's 2 versus 1. Suzuku, the last remaining. If he can get his Hypercharge, there is a real fighting chance for him to win this 1v2.
He's going to play it, though, into these sandbags, and he does not have the ability to drop them. He'll drop legs, take some shots, move up. Bobby marks, but not enough. And it looks like Goldarm Gulch is going all the way to the wire.
We knew it was going to be a close match. I didn't know it was going to be this close. 1-1 here in set number 3. We're going to set number 4 guaranteed, but who will have the advantage? I think Bobby wants to take more than 1 set off of Shetampo at a mid-season event. This would be the time to do it.
Yeah, gone are the times where I think 1 set was acceptable.
Yeah.
As it was back then. That was an era where E-Stage really dominated, but since then, we've seen that challenged by EMEA and also occasionally by teams like Bobby's back in 2023.
Same layout as last time, only Realm on the bottom left of the diagonal, Zeta Division same on the top right. Now Zeta Division did get their utility farmed up earlier on in the round in the last game. We'll see if that repeats itself. Also different priority on wall break. They go for bush break, basically on the bottom left with Shetampo. He's keeping that wall at the top center open, and Patchy has also opted to go towards the bottom as well. Just feels confident into this matchup versus Batman.
Batman wants to scout the bushes here, expecting only Realm to give up some of that ground, but can't overextend. Ruff starts a surprising amount of damage, and obviously he's pretty darn good at deflecting those spread shots with his sandbags.
It's drive time now. Sands ready for the push from the top side by Suzuku. He's inevitably going to use that super. That's going to be a bunch of damage onto Shetampo. Sands snaps up 1-2. Final bit of damage from Patchy. It's a round 1 lead for Only Realm. 1 more to take the leg up on Zeta Division.
I think it's pretty clear that without an RT Hypercharge, Zeta Division do not win in that endgame scenario.
No.
They need to find a magic hand connection before we get to that point. They have some leverage in terms of a rocket rain as the gas closes in, but I don't favor them. That's the hook they're looking for. Bobby, no chance to make use of the catch, but traded back instantly by Sands in a flurry of bullets.
Too aggressive. You had to know that that is the point. That is when you can push, is when Ruffs has already dropped his bags. That's when you can get the pull. Whoa, but solo and isolated on the left side. Sands will fall. Patchy has a hypercharge. He'd be well advised to just suicide on the bottom left here. Save that hypercharge for Bobby in the next round. Ends up feeding a hypercharge to Shetampo. Will be very useful for him, but here it comes. Early game. Break open. Oh, excuse me. No, not breaking open the walls. He is running field promotion, but having that hypercharge puts Bobby so close to a game-winning ability. Sands also straight lining on the left side. Here it comes. Big damage. 1, 2, 1. Dominoes in a chain. 3 puts Only Realm into set number 3 with a victory. We're going to set number 4. Lead for Only Realm.
It's hard to look past the Pierce first pick as being the centerpiece for Only Realms composition. And the ace up the sleeve against anything that Zeta Division were willing to bring against them. Ruffs is so crucial in feeding that and deterministically giving you that hypercharge on demand. The sandbags are great against this comp. Blocks out a lot of this damage. And you said you were looking forward to seeing that skill expression from Nicole. I think we got it, and we got it when it counted too.
Sands is such a good Colt, man. No other way to put it, basically. He's just slimy on the movement. It's exactly the pairing that you want with the brawler that gets so quick when there's a requirement, but you see he's still staying cool under pressure. I think Patchy is particularly happy to be in a winning position here, though, because we've been counting, and I think Patchy has internally been counting as well. You saw what he posted as well. Everywhere I go, I see his face. It's the Zeta Division logo on the side of the building.
He's never beat them, right?
Exactly. Despite the org fielding numerous different rosters from separate regions over the years, he has an 0-5 record against this org.
Patchy had to play them twice at last year's Brawl Cup as well.
And lost both times.
So, looking for his first win against this or any permutation of this Zeta Division team. And Bobby's looking for his first win against Shtampo. Literal world champion. Dangerous, certainly, but the tides have shifted a little bit. And NA is finally on the come up. Can they close out the series? We'll find out potentially as we head over to Sneaky Fields.
Different dynamic here, much more prioritization on that close range combat than you would see on mid-range and long range as we did on some of the other maps. We saw, of course, Deathcat Trap. We witnessed Gold Arm Gulch just a moment ago, and we finally get to see the actual melee come to pass. Will Sands finally get his shade? I certainly hope he's offered the chance. I think Shtampa would also be chomping at the bit, you know, just wants the chance to play a brawler such as this. It would come down to a draft that leaves a major opening at the professional level of play. You're not often offered this chance. First selection over to Only Realm, and we already know what Sands is going to play. You remember it from 2023 when he finished top 2 in the world. Give me the Sandy.
Sandy obviously really powerful on this map. He is limited by short range, but stopping power in that Sweet Dreams gadget and also a hypercharge that now gives your team that speed boost inside the Sandstorm, which is huge. You already have an advantage as your opponents are being revealed constantly because you're obviously taking root sands, but now your ability to charge up the map and have that extra mobility is crucial. I am looking out for Bull here. Obviously, you do want to try and go for some of those premium tanks here, and Nita has been banned out. What are the answers?
Yeah, Nita being banned out, I think, opens up the Bull in a huge way because this is basically the natural reaction to a Bull pick. And you don't want to pick it too early because then you risk like getting outranged or even worse, play to throw her into. So I think this is a nice one for Only Realm. Also, picking up the Sandy early on makes it more difficult to pick a Mortis. You see the Chester has already been acquired, so that Mortis is still possibly waiting in the wings. You can always skill diff a Sandy as Mortis. He only has one stun to work with his gadget, which, let's face it, that's a gadget you're always running as Sandy is Sweet Dreams. So I still think this is a possibility for Zeta Division to run here. Now, Mo, as a brawler, is going to be fantastic for getting some assassinations for a brawler that's playing mid. I think Sandy is like also possible to play mid, but isn't a great matchup into Chester. I'm looking more at the goal scoring potential of this brawler. You super forward, you self pass, then you have a super ready for you on the other side that you can use to shoot the ball into the goal. You can cross the field and get a pretty cheeky goal off of it.
I wonder if Only Realm are trying to maybe offer up the chance to take a Bull. Do they want to play Shade into this? Otis is something we see them draft pretty commonly, and it's like a mainstay of a lot of these Only Realm compositions. But there's a couple of different directions they can take this. If they're worried about walking into a potential tank count, is that the Trunk?
Trunk Nation!
Yes, it is. Trunk locked in. So it's possible that, Only Realm is saying, the Bull's open, you guys can take it.
Yeah. You could. Is Trunk going to outlive you is another question. You have a couple of brawlers waiting to mute you, stun you in some shape or form. It has been completely offered up. With the Nita out of play, it is a huge possibility for Zeta Division. and it would also break some of these walls. Rico making an appearance. No wall break, so Rico's a mighty fine selection. I think that Trunk can surpass his usual distance that he likes to keep between himself and his target.
Yeah, I mean, Trunk has that gap close potential, which you're always looking for. And insane amounts of durability. We already saw what Bobby was able to do with it on Death Cap Trap earlier. That was picked up mostly to deal with those turrets behind many of these walls, but was great at being disruptive, diving that backline and securing that player advantage. The Otis here can be a big deal. Saw that earlier on today. Very important when you have to play him into those, 1vx scenarios, those side lanes. Let's see how this all pans out, though, folks. Sneaky Field starts right now, and Zeta Division have some work to do to stay alive in the series.
Looking for the initial control. Shetampo on the right side is trying to disrupt Patchy. Meanwhile, Sans, ooh, not the greatest gadget in the world. It would have been a guaranteed kill onto Suzuku, I believe, if he had managed to hit that. Whoa, what angles from Shetampo. Does manage to push away after an exchange. Bobby sent back home, and these bushes belong to Zeta Division. So what's the method for Only Realm to push back into this? Well, they're going to wait here for a second. I wonder what is happening here.
There's an issue down there on the stage.
Yeah.
So we're probably going to have this game rolled back here. Tech issue being cited. A couple of those players have their headsets off right now, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a great chance crowd if you want to talk to Bobby, yeah. I'm sure he's listening out for you guys.
I'm sure he wants to be reminded to take notes right now.
So let's double back and think a little bit about this comp and how it's supposed to work. The Trunk obviously was there. We missed a Sandy gadget. Maybe that's why Sands slammed his desk and everything fell off of it. That's why we're calling this pause. But obviously that's a composition that is really very powerful in terms of control. Sandy, Otis, Brawls you've got in there, and then you can start throwing the Trunk at your opponents.
Yeah, I think it could also be a preemptive thing into the Mortis. We watched the Mortis versus Trunk interaction. Mortis just doesn't have enough damage to really take that Trunk down. He can farm Hypercharge and Super off of it, which is what you're ultimately playing for as Mortis. As with any brawler, it's great to just by default win the interaction, but in the long play, that is Mortis's ultimate goal. And I think that's probably part of it. They had to play this into the Mortis previously. The Mortis and Chester combo looked to work quite well for Zeta Division, but this time they had to be preemptive. They weren't afforded the privilege of a last pick.
But honestly, it's hard for us to point the finger at Zeta Division's drafts as maybe being the reason why they've fallen behind in this series. This is just generally really good Brawl stars.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think that both teams have done their homework, right? A lot of the bans from Only Realm have been very targeted. Seeing Leon Global Band should be a huge alarm bells here for Zeta Division. Their opponents have, read up on what to expect from them really well. And we came into this year in NA, and the story was not actually about these guys at all. In fact, I think the press cycle had completely bypassed, this Only Realm team, and the expectation was that they were going to be a fixture, going to be around the place, but there were, far more promising prospects, showing up. Youngsters that had actually sort of, hit the scene and started to look like they were going to rule it. Even Zeus Esports, right, who were Zeus at the time, and then God knows what they changed their name to. Just these guys that never really found a spotlight before were starting to contest the old dogs. We weren't even talking about Tribe Gaming at some points. Funny how things sort of start to settle, though, in aggregate as time goes on, and now Tribe and Only Realm have sent their representatives here to once again take on the world.
It feels kind of interesting, a Tribe roster in the top two, Bobby's team in the top two. Take me back to 2022 and 2023. This is the last era in which Bobby and Sans were so profitable at the top of the region. Also, Patchy scraping the World Finals on numerous occasions with different rosters with Luminosity. And this is a return to form for them by the looks of things. But for different reasons. We watched Bobby profit in an era where he was incredibly cracked at the game. Now he's not the one stealing the show mechanically. He's really just gathered the wisdom and the ability to draft as the game has matured and as he has matured with it.
Yeah, and often, drafting himself as a centerpiece player on a centerpiece brawler, frankly, that's quite often Sans. Patchy on certain picks, right? The Patchy stew is kind of legendary.
Yes.
Bobby, though, one known to pick up the sharpshooter, though, here and there. It's just not always been a meta for them outside of the obvious PS pick, which we saw him show us already on Gold Arm Gulch, and that brawler is pretty disgusting. There's definitely a trend towards sharpshooters that have thrower capacity, being quite powerful. One innocuous example of this was Byron, obviously crept in. A fantastic, utility, great healing, but also a super that is the thrower ability. And I see Pierce in a pretty similar way, right? Being able to bypass those walls is interesting, and it's something that's been dabbled with a little bit with Mandy, and the gadget of Angelo, but then no one wants to truly give these sharpshooters the ability to penetrate rules, because obviously that's kind of busted, but Pierce does that with far more regularity, I think, than his compatriots in that category.
It's in the name. His hypercharge is ridiculously strong. It feels like he just does so much. And anytime a brawler does a bunch of different things, they cover their own weaknesses, that is basically a guarantee that they're blasted to the forefront of the meta. With Pierce, it's that in draft especially, he has the versatility of, okay, do I become a better sharpshooter? Do I become even more viable at close range by being able to blast things away? But it is all the typical stuff here in Brawl Stars as we resume set number 4 here on Sneaky Fields.
So Shitampo carefully staying out of Bobby's range, but the gap is going to be closed just a little bit too late. Fantastic spacing from the young goat. Now Apache very, very low. It's just a complete team wipe here. Only Realm aren't going to give up too much space though, but now they have to defend deep in their own half.
Noticing also a switch up on the lanes. We saw Sands go right early on, and now going left, getting taken down by Shitampo. Zeta Division own these bushes, and as long as they're confident in staying here, they can camp out long enough to get their supers and hypercharges and win based off of that.
You see what Bobby has to do? He really has no choice but to dive on this Rico. There's no wall break, so there's no good answer to this comp from Zeta Division. Really nice drafting, and so far the execution has been above reproach.
Well, here comes the Sandy Super. It's going to expose all these bushes and allow only Realm in. Zeta Division have to fall back. As a result, that's going to be the stun. One more on the Shitampo will take him down. Bobby with the shield active backs everyone in, and he has that hypercharge to work with. Only Realm can take this next one. They can rush all the way forward, but look at the hypercharges for Zeta Division. That's looking pretty lethal right there. Shitampo and Batman both with team-wide potential.
Yeah, they're not going to give up this space for free anymore, that's for sure. There's the chest, the super catches on to Sands. Shitampo brought down. Suzuku slips the net. Egg on the face of only Realm as they had a legitimate opportunity to win that game. Just out of their grasp.
The slight misplay as well. You saw Trunk super forward. He really wanted to clear that ball first, but maybe he was out of ammo or something and didn't get to toss it away. He also didn't get close enough to the ball to pick it up. So teeny tiny misplays will end up giving so much value to Zeta Division, as talented as they are. Here comes the early game interaction once again. This time they put Sands on mid. Bobby starts up on the right, rotates over towards the left. They don't have enough firepower at mid to keep a hold on this. Patch will at least try to get some damage, maybe get a kill, but Suzuki's not going to give this to him for free. Instead looks to stagger his respawn.
Apache's been tapping though. Did a good job of forcing Shitampo away. Zeta Division immediately lane swap the Rico out of the Otis lane, and Sands just gets burnt down as soon as he emerges.
Bobby also rotating over towards the left side. He's a dead man. Patchy has the mute. A whiffed super for Shitampo's been uncommon. Wait, it rotates all the way back. Bounces hands. Could clear this ball. Will get some damage on Suzuku. That's a successful defense, at least for now. A hypercharge expended. Patchy has a hypercharge of his own. Can he get a mute? Does! Man easily walks it in. What was the order of that hypercharge? Patchy decided not to use it, but he could have actually saved the goal if he used it.
Zeta Division have learned they don't just give up this space just because there's a Sandy super in play. Bobby knows having to come forward with that super now. He might just slip this one through, but Shitampo has the damage. Quick pass across to Patchy! And Shitampo takes them all! Now he'll corner the ball, looking for a new challenger, but Sands isn't crazy enough to try.
The perfect reaction from Zeta Division, but a complete misplay from Only Realm. Bobby didn't want to risk tossing that ball in. Gave the tip off to Patchy, who didn't get the kill before Shitampo was able to successfully defend him. That was their moment, but Bobby at least does have a hypercharge and super. Suzuku is the first one to strike on the right side. Bobby at least gets a trade, and this ball's all the way on Zeta Division's side. It's going to be difficult for Only Realm to access it. They got actually quite a bit of time to work with here, and
but no
some utility too.
How do they dig this out? They've got to go there in person, which means they need full map control or a team wipe. Yeah, Bobby's going to have to go in and get it done himself. Batman hits the stun. That Jawbreaker is nasty work. Batman not quite able to walk away from Bobby, who now needs the super yet again to avoid this. And oh boy, 24 seconds left. Only Realm no closer to scooping the ball out of the top left than they were before.
They already know they've lost. They're walking in a straight line, pushing the buttons. Zeta Division have 15 seconds to pretty much not screw up because Only Realm have accepted defeat. They know that they're going to set number 5. They'll still walk in a straight line. Sands moving forward, auto-aiming. Same to Patchy as he just already knows the way that this one's going to go. 2-2. It's a win for Zeta Division. in a 5-set series between these teams.
I mean, again, you kind of getting what you asked for here. You want a blockbuster game to start off this Group B. The best out of North America and some of the most legendary individuals of Brawl Stars history infused with this younger talent in terms of Batman, right? But Shitampo still on the stage, still commanding attention, still putting his team in with a shot to advance from this group in first place. Pretty much said here at Brawl Ball, there were so many opportunities for Onlyrealm to capitalize on, but there's a number of glaring errors that plague the gameplay.
Misplays, really. I think that like maybe the brief delay took their heads out of the game, but Zeta Vision were looking really, really good at the beginning of game number 1, you know, before there was a issue on stage. So I think there's a, you know, pretty solid argument to be made that they basically won it anyway. Also, stellar defense from them. They played that perfectly. I think really, even if your opponent is making mistakes, you have to be on top of your game. Look how pitiful it was. Like, genuinely pitiful. But you have Rico and Chester playing against a couple of brawlers that are basically trying to walk forward. I'm looking at Sands on the Sandy and Bobby on the Trunk. Bobby had chances, however, to score a goal. I really think he could have slipped one past Stetampo as he was defending, and there was not enough damage from Patchy to take him down, which I think Patchy was fully capable of getting that kill on Stetampo as he was standing at the goal and screwed it up, basically. Not a whole lot of tolerance room for mistakes, but at least they afforded themselves a lead in set number 4, so they get the privilege of going to set number 5 to try and do it right this time.
Open business, let's talk draft straight away. Lumi is going to be snapped up. She's very, very good at controlling the space between some of these dispersed walls. But Stu and Finks are great answers. Instantly, we are getting some very powerful brawlers, especially for Onlyrealm under the wing.
You can tell that Onlyrealm fully expected this Lumi as a first selection. They left it wide open, just got rid of other stuff that they didn't want to play into because, really, tell me, how high of a priority do you think Colonel Ruffs is for a first pick? A lot of times you pick it up on the 2-3 turn. It's also a very safe brawler. So, look, they'll get this out of the way. They don't want to be dealing with hypercharge spam, basically. But they have totally left the Lumi open because they had a plan for it. Finks is a phenomenal mid here, by the way. Also, when he's able to slow down those shots from Lumi, it's going to be even better because one of the biggest reasons that she is at the front of the meta right now is that she has higher projectile speed. Well, when her mace reaches its distance faster, you're going to be able to take it back faster, so you just do a bunch more damage in general. I like the Finks idea as a response.
Now, Kenji and Nita are both open here for Onlyrealm. They get to see all of Open Business's composition, so they can try and draft something that counters. It's going to be the Kenji taken away, though, by Zeta Division. Pretty popular pick on this map, but one that Onlyrealm have lent on much more over the last couple of weeks in scrims. Also, Hank started to make a resurgence on this map. He started to pop back up. It's been pretty funny, and no pun intended, of course.
Yeah. You have survivability with Hank for sure. You can, you know, fire through walls. That's helpful. You have a pretty wide shot that's basically impossible to dodge as long as you're in range.
Here we go.
Finally happening. It's happening. No wall break. But they had to take their time to make sure that they were absolutely certain of this brawler. You see a lot of times that last big brawler is going to Sans. Have you noticed that? The Colt, the Shade, he is the mechanical executor. Patchy and Bobby, stable, high-performance players and drafters for the squad. Everyone's role on this team is well-defined. It's such a well-rounded squad. That is why they're number 1 in North America right now. I think they have just the draft that they wanted.
They have not played Shade, Onlyrealm, in the last couple of weeks at all.
That's why, because they're concealing it.
They might have been
That's
hiding.
how they snuck it through.
Yeah. Here we go, off to the races. Let's see what this Shade can do. Sitapa trying to throw some damage down. Patchy stuck in a duel against Suzuku that he is fated to lose. And this leaves Sans right now all alone.
That's fine for Sans. He knows that he's going to be, you know, kept a wide distance from as much as possible. That's why he's rotating over towards Suzuku, because he knows Suzuku wants to stay near the wall. We're looking at Sans. Will he get the second long slap? No, doesn't quite get it. Just a misstep on the use of the gadget. Patchy also moved away, and it's a sorry sight to behold. Zeta Division up by 60%, and Onlyrealm had barely dipped a toe into the zone.
Yep. It's been a tough round for them here. Bobby needs to get some of that mid-control and start cycling into some supers. Patchy got caught in a duel against the Kenji. Oh, yeah, that teleport gadget hurts. Bobby ended up right in front of Suzuku, who predicted the gadget location.
inting at this point, and you see they are completely idle. I think it's quite reflective of how Only Realm react to adversity sometimes. You saw them at the end of set number 4. They were walking in a straight line for a total of 30 seconds. And it's starting to set in now. The mentality has tanked. They're at match point. Moments ago, they only needed 1 set to succeed. The same goes for now, but now there's no wiggle room. There's no room for error. You can't lose another set. You lose 1 game and you're out.
Need to see what the Shade is supposed to do here. Sans spent much of the round just looking on as his teammates got eviscerated, and he spent 0 time actually getting to clapping.
Just waiting for him to get that super. That is when things are going to kick off. Also, different layout as they put Sans mid. Patchy and Bobby took the lanes. As Bobby circles all the way behind, Patchy's trying to catch out some enemies and pinch them. Not going so well, though, because he just doesn't have damage. We'll push forward and attempt to get some more on Batman and Shitampo, but it's really going nowhere. Bobby taken down by the super from Batman. Sans expires on the left side, and Patchy moved out once again. I'm getting some deja vu. 1% for Only Realm, and a whole big lead for Zeta.
Zeta Division have screamed a couple times this week with the Shade, and they've won 0 of those games. They've not found success. Sans here is just milling around his left side of the map, not really much to do. Patchy tries to dash forward, but Shitampo's up to stay safe as a house. And now, there's nowhere to Patchy to go. He's caught inside the Slashimi and Zeta Division. They outlast Only Realm in this series. Get to the last set, and the Clown Pits are you kidding? The trash talk is for real, and they've already taken their hands off their devices. An utter capitulation for North America's #1 as they get steamrolled by Zeta Division.
Regional revenge for Shitampo.
Don't even show the stats, bro.
Oh, man. Yeah, because we already know it's going to be goose eggs for Only Realm.
I don't know if Sans was able to actually hit anyone.
No, I don't think so either. He also did use the long arms, but it just didn't go anywhere.
Wild stuff. All right, we're going to have a moment here. Of course, Barney's a big fan of this part of the show. I tell you what, we're going to go down to the stage and get some words from the victorious Zeta Division.
Wow, what an incredible comeback right there. That was some impressive work there on the main stage. Take a bow, son, take a bow. I want to talk about preparation a little bit. What's been your focus of improvement leading into the Brawl Cup?
まず準備、この大会のための準備ちょっと話したいと思うんですけれども、この数ヶ月ブローカップの前にどのようなことに特に集中しました？何が改善しましたか？
僕たちは練習量は多かったんですけど、練習の質が個人的に良くなかったので、そこを改善しましたね。
So yeah, we practiced quite a lot, but the quality of the practice was not really good, like the level was not good. So that's what we practice, right, boys?
Nice. Okay, and the man with the shades over to the right of us right now, Batman, the latest addition to the squad. What's he bringing in terms of strength, and how is he fitting into the team?
なんかこのシーズンの前に新しい選手バットマン選手が所属されましたけれども、あの人はどうやってチームの中に収まって、そしてどのような強みを持ってきましたか？
バットマンはドラフトもうまいのと、こんな感じでなんか無邪気で可愛いので、可愛い人選びました。
So yeah, he helped us quite a lot with the draft, but first of all, he's pretty cute. He brings the cuteness to the team, you know?
Okay, that's cool. All right, I'll take that. Right, these guys are having too much fun here on the main stage. Let's hear it one more time for Zeta Division.
Visibly happy and relieved. Zeta Division takes this one, and what a close one it was. I finally get my 3-2, so I'm happy. You know, that arc, I always want to see as much Brawl Stars as possible, so give me some of those 3-2s.
Especially when we've got like the bingo card going at this event as well. We need things like that that's going to mix things up, and I mean, that was a match that for me was the one that deserved to go the distance, and great to see Zeta Division being able to turn things around since their disappointing World Finals performance last year.
Yeah, and they really showed up at the end there, especially in the last set. I mean, you saw how dominant they were, and they just took the momentum away from Only Realm for themselves.
Super dominant overall. I'm going to be honest, over at the eventtheprocess.com, I did vote for Only Realm because in scrims, NA has been looking a lot better. Zeta Division also mentioned it in their interview. Their prep hasn't been amazing, a bit scrappy, but what they just showed us here on stage today, 2 very dominant sets now in the end, back-to-back, insane performance of them.
And I got to talk about the disrespect, by the way. The clown pins in sync from Zeta, that just says a massive story. And there's losing, and then there's losing that way. And I feel like for Only Realm now, it's really dangerous territory. I mean, they said that they would not underestimate BC Gaming, not by a long shot, but, you know, I think that's just like one kill across like, what, those last two sets. And, you know, looking back at that Brawl Ball, there was that moment with the comp, which I felt like was a really tough thing to make work, where maybe there could have been a goal. We watched it back here on the desk. We think that there wasn't actually enough ammo for Bobby to have scored that in time anyway, so we'll give him that benefit of the doubt. But going into that final set, that Shade pick with Sans, Zeta wanted nothing to do with it. It was like he was the guy with cooties, and they were not feeding into that, not by a long shot.
Yeah, I mean, credits due where credits due. I don't know the saying. Zeta did not give Shade super at all, and they played that perfectly. I mean, Shade could have worked if they started cycling, but Zeta knew what they had to do, and they prevented it.
The thing is, Zeta Division usually known for picking Shade themselves quite often. They know exactly how to play into the brawler because they usually love to pick him up themselves. After being down 2-1, Zeta Division comes back super strong, found their stride and completely demolished them. Ark, you just mentioned it. There was one kill across 2 sets of Only Realm. What happened?
It's so disappointing for me because we're talking about the last 2 sets, but the set prior to that, Sans on the Colt. I mean, that I was potentially going to say a bingo card phrase, and it was insane. It was incredible to watch that momentum. And, you know, Only Realm are, I think for me, the team in this competition that are a momentum-based team. They thrive so much. They get some of the best plays on the world stage that I've ever seen with regards to how they're feeling in the moment. If they're deflated and if things are starting to go downhill, if the draft isn't kind of what they were feeling and they're punished for it like they were in Brawl Ball, that momentum going into that 5th set, which is so pivotal to secure, it's just not there anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the momentum building in Knockout. You saw the Colt. You saw Sans make plays, and it just died in Brawl Ball. It died. They had opportunities in Brawl Ball, but they didn't capitalize. And Zeta was there every time they tried to score. They stopped them every single time. And in the last set, I mean, it was domination. I hate to say it because I was rooting for them the whole way.
Not even close.
Not even close.
Only Realm will get another chance momentarily. They will play against BC Gaming next. They get a quick breather, and whilst they do that, we have a little bit of something because we were a bit greedy with those points earlier. So, if you want to do us the honors, you get to press the button
honors,
again.
bro.
100 points for you over at event.brawlstars.com right now to get that pin.
Boom, baby, let's go!
That's very nice. Thank you guys for that.
How did that feel?
It felt pretty good. I never pressed the red button in my life, so it was exciting.
We do need to get a t-shirt for the desk for anyone that joins us that says, I survived the BSC desk. I mean, it's great to have you here. Your insight, of course, goes such a long way for the viewers at home.
I appreciate it, and this is an absolute, honestly, a great opportunity for me. This is amazing. I'm having so much fun watching and then now casting, kind of.
And talking about t-shirts. We have a little bit of something for everybody watching at home over on the event website. We also have something for everybody being here on site. Corey and I got some beautiful t-shirts for you guys. Brawl merch, fresh out of the press, as I've been told. Super new. So, Berlin, wenn ihr euch ein T-Shirt abholen wollt, ich habe hier ein kleines Geschenk für euch. Corey hat eins, du darfst deins jetzt werfen. You get to throw one t-shirt yourself. Over to the left.
Right.
There are some people already standing there. You get to throw first, Corey.
All right, don't make fun of my throw.
Play nice.
I have another one for you guys. Who wants it? I see some people jumping. I'm going to try to throw as far as possible, so be ready. Someone got it. Okay, those were the 2 for now. We might get more for you. Vielen lieben Dank. Ihr werdet vielleicht später noch mal mehr bekommen, aber bleibt hier. Das nächste Match wird noch mal richtig heiß. The next match is going to be super exciting as we're heading into Only Realms' second chance versus BC Gaming.
There was a 30 shirt. I had, you know, me and Merch, you know, I had to slip that in the back pocket.
Himself.
We might find some more later, who knows. But yeah, like you say, Only Realm versus BC Gaming now. You know, I've been keeping up with Bobby. I like to kind of watch his videos on YouTube. Fantastic creator. It gives me a good idea as to how he's feeling going into events. And he did specifically say that, you know, despite BC Gaming's performances in scrims looking kind of on the weaker side, they're not going to underestimate them. Like, they know full well that any team can prove their worth and make a surprise appearance on the world stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is do or die for Only Realm now.
It is.
After losing that first match, they need to win this game. So they're going to come out, I assume, flying.
We will see how BC Gaming is gonna do, as we haven't seen them too often on a global stage just yet. They're coming out of that SA West region. They only have one slot for that region, and yeah, they're the only hope for SA West to come as far as possible in this tournament. This is the first time they're stepping onto this stage. They're the severe underdog against Only Realm, but they just watched Zeta Vision beat them, so maybe they take that as a motivation. They know what Only Realm likes to draft, they just saw it again, so they know exactly how to face them.
Yeah, it's a real tough match, this. I mean, Todd and Anius, they don't have any LAN experience. JXCR, we refer to him as Jay, he does have the most experience on that squad. You know, going back to the LCQ 2024 with Team Queso, didn't escape the group stages there, so not a great event. And a kind of similar story in the Last Chance qualifier of 2023. Played off against Revenant Esports for the final golden ticket and just came shy to a 1-3 scoreline. But I am now a little bit worried for Only Realm. This is a match that, in my opinion, on paper, they should absolutely be winning 10 times out of 10. But having that crushing defeat previously to Zeta Division and the way that that went down those finals, you're going to be stuck inside your own head. As a player, Corey, someone who's been in that thick of it, how do you escape that?
Yeah, you take it one match at a time. I mean, I know the nerves that they're going to be having in their heads, and they might even be shaking a little bit. Who knows? But all I know is they're going to play the first match, and after that, sort of the nerves kind of start to go away, and you'll see their momentum will start to build as sets go on. And I think you saw it in the Zeta match. They were a little nervous at start, and then they started to build. And I'm hoping that they do this in this match here, or else it would be the end of the road for them.
Zeta Vision might just be Only Realm's kryptonite. They of course have the small advantage now as well that they have already played on this stage, whereas BC Gaming might still be a bit nervous playing in front of all of these people that made their way here to Berlin. We also have the global bans, Art. What are you thinking about them? Also the votes, 12% only for BC Gaming.
Yeah, that's quite slim. I think that they kind of deserve a bit more credit than that. 88% for Only Realm. Brawl bans as well. The Mortis, I think, is always a global ban for me. I think regardless of the team you're facing against, for me, it's just that brawler which can just make those pop-off moments. I think it's just a risk that I wouldn't want to take personally.
Yeah, I mean, Morris, great last pick. Sometimes you even see it in the first pick, as we saw not too long ago. You might also see like Nausea bans, Sirius. Those are all great options to ban globally, and maybe some surprise bans, just to throw off the other team.
Maybe also targeted bans, as we've seen earlier as well. Against Humble, I would always ban out Pierce. Now, against Only Realm, what would you ban?
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me is like the sleeper picks, like the Sandy, as we saw. I think that was a bit of a tough match.
Sleeping.
Literally sleeping, exactly. Love that. You know, it just didn't work out. So it's about choosing your sleeper picks at the right time for it, and against that comp, it was a struggle in Brawl. I want to see those kind of brawlers be played in better places for Only Realm.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Sandy, kind of a niche pick, but it was really good on Sneaky Fields. I thought it was going to be the perfect pick, actually, because of the bans, and it didn't turn out the way they thought. And that's really the story, is how they're going to draft this series right here. Can they surprise the other team? Can they get at least 50-50 drafts?
It's time now for Only Realm's second chance. Bring them out alongside BC Gaming for the first time on a Brawl Cup stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next match is going to set the tone for what is to come. We have the old guard of the North taking on the new blood of the South. It's a North America, South America showdown, so make some noise for BC Gaming and Only Realm! On the one side, we have players who built the stage. They carried the weight of expectation for years. They've seen it all, and they're just not ready to pass the crown just yet. And on the other side, fearless and hungry to create their own legacy. They grew up watching the greats, but now they are looking to replace them. And so this isn't experience versus youth. This is pride versus ambition. Ladies and gentlemen, they are ready. Berlin, are you ready? I think they are.
Sands. Bobby. Patchy. Todd. Jixer. Anyas.
Pride versus ambition. For BC Gaming, this is a huge chance to show us all what's in them. For Oni Realm, it's a redemption arc already. They would have liked to win that first match already against Satan Division. They came close, 3-2 in the end. Now they have a second chance, and we are unbridged too far again.
Breathe in the
I want
awesomeness.
to discuss that shock again. Kind of saying, oh, look, he's not banned out and he's not picked up anyway, because as Ark and I believe, he's not that strong, but they did want to go the safe route here. Banned him out, picking up Angelo. Such an Only Realm special and just so good on a map like this one because there's so much water. He can walk over it, helping out multiple lanes at the same time.
Kaze though here, it's definitely a real threat that I think Only Realm want to pick up. And for Bobby as well, having the #1 seed in this region hasn't happened for him since July 2020. Coming into this event, he was so on cloud 9, and now in this position where it's a must-win match, this is so important to get these drafts right.
Yeah, I mean, are they going to take risks or are they going to play it safe? That is the question we have to ask ourselves right now. And it looks like they're playing it safe with the Angelo first pick, as we saw, but we'll have to see what they come up with after that.
I think it's safe to say that BC Gaming might be the biggest underdog of the whole tournament. SA West, a fairly small region compared to some of the others. They did make their way through quite a crazy bracket, beat Zarita Gang twice. Contender that we saw last year in the SA region quite often pop up at the top of the leaderboard.
For me as well here, there's definitely some good options. I mean, like long, sharp shooter brawlers like kind of Bell can definitely be catered towards players like Bobby, and having those nestic mines around the map over time. We might be resetting the draft. We'll check in just to double check that as well in the meanwhile. But in this kind of map, Corey, what are you looking to establish? What are you looking to do? Are you looking to kind of like base race things out? Because since those changes to Heist, it has become a bit more problematic to do so.
Yeah, and we'll see kind of what they do. I think that if you're BC Gaming, you want to make a riskier pick. You want to take like a Kaze or Melody early, force the hand of Only Realm, try to get them to respond quickly, and then you also see some range brawlers. Angelo, Eve, 8-Bit, Brock, all these range brawlers that do damage are great in Bridge Too Far.
What we've seen recently is Sphinx come up a bit more often also on Bridge Too Far, which isn't a brawler you see too often on Heist, but a map like this one, just catered towards winning your lane matchup, Sphinx is actually not a bad shot.
Yeah, we're just going to be resetting the draft temporarily, so it won't be too long until we get back into the swing of things. But in terms of the draft so far, there's definitely, I mean, that Kaze for me is still like a sore thumb. That's an Only Realm special with a pretty good win rate as well. Out of the 10 instances they played in the scrims, 60% of a win rate. It's definitely up there. I think the Otis was banned from memory. But certainly, to have something like that for defensive purposes, with the truck banned out, less likely. But I think that these are kind of teams I'm not really expecting to see much Chuck for the rest of today. We may, but like you said, I'm not really kind of feeling it myself.
Did you just bring up scrim win rates, Ark?
No, I definitely didn't. And to be fair, if I did, I've got to be honest, as an analyst on this desk, I think that we've done pretty well to make it this far in by not saying that word.
Bingo. Sorry, bad word today. On the other side, as you talked about scrim win rates, how's BC Gaming actually looking, Ark?
Yeah, this is the thing that I've been holding back a lot today in that regard, because there is definitely an argument in the community, not an argument, but a debate around scrim rates. And I'm actually curious to ask you this question now, Corey, that you're here. Do they matter? Obviously, players are going to say that they don't, and that's, a valid argument. And, they're going to be trying things out, things that are not necessarily going to always work, because that's the time to do it.
How do you approach scrims when you're in that pro scene, and do you think that they have something to be said when it comes to stats?
Yeah, I mean, the stats don't tell a full story, right?
Exactly.
That's the most important thing. Now, there is some outliers, and sometimes they do mean something. I'm not going to say scrim rates don't mean anything, but you also have teams hiding things. You have teams trying out new stuff, and at the end of the day, they might not care if they lose a scrim, as long as they win on game day. So I was a big believer in hiding your strategies. You know, don't show them the brawlers you want to play, and surprise the other team. Surprising the other team goes a long way inside of draft when there's so many smart people in this game now.
Especially when you are the underdog. So I want to see some surprises from the side of BC Gaming today. I want to see them pick up something completely outrageous even, and maybe they can just make it work because Only Realm was just not prepared for it. Is this the return of the Jessie meta?
I don't think we're quite there yet. I don't think we are. I'm sure some content creators out there, thinking of you, McDee's, Connor, I think he would like Jessie meta for sure. I actually really quite like that brawler. I remember getting that to Prestige 2 immediately, and people were like, how did you go for that brawler in the early outset of that update? It's like, well, the map and mode dependent. Hot Zone was obviously the prime candidate for it. Definitely, as you know if you follow me on Twitter, I want buffies for Piper. I'm going out there right now, Frank. I know you and Adrian can hear me. You're sitting right behind me. Buffies for Piper, please. Can we get that? What brawler, if any? And I know you're thinking the thrower?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course.
yeah.
Buffies for Sprout would go crazy.
Stu, for me personally, that also explains why you want Mortis globally banned if you're a Piper main.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you know, we've been in this kind of assassination meta for like far too long, in my opinion, and some of the sharpshooters need a bit of a helping hand. I mean, you know, kind of buffies are that mechanic which are going to be able to elevate the brawls that have been maybe sitting a bit stagnant for a while, and some of the gadgets getting reworked. And
I must say, if anything, this assassination meta is just also super exciting to watch for an event like this one. I quite like it. If we just had 3 long-range brawlers on either side, it's kind of bit of a stalemate sometimes, you know. I really like that you can go in aggressively, which also is a meta that kind of is catered towards Only Realm, if we're honest.
Yeah, I mean, Sans is a great aggressive player, one of the best in North America, and when he whips out those aggressive brawlers, you better watch out.
Except on Shade. Too soon, sorry.
Too soon, too soon.
It was a matchup.
Unfair to him, unfair to him. He just...
It is unfair, yeah.
I think for me as well, I know that Bobby would quite like some buffies for Piper. I mean, you know, going back to like 2022, like how lovely was it to watch Bobby in those kind of knockout moments, have those clutch endings? And that's kind of the thing is, like, you know, when we talk about pro teams and players and organizations, you got to remember that as the years go by, the meta changes and what's available to those players kind of can sometimes diminish or come into really favor a squad. Like when you're looking at teams, Corey, like when you're like looking for a favorite in a competition, are you looking to see how the meta is catering towards the players, or do you play it safe at the beginning of the season and try to get like an all-rounded squad to cover all bases?
Yeah, I mean, I look for how they play as a team with those aggressive brawlers type of thing. So like, can they still, with all the chaos, still look composed and execute? That is what I'm looking for.
Composure.
Yeah.
Composure may be the key to success. I'm looking forward to seeing the draft now. And I believe we still have D'Angelo on the side of Only Realm. No, they now have last pick, so the bans have changed a little bit as well. This is actually the first time we're also not seeing a Naja global ban. Exciting stuff, yet she's just banned out in the regular ban. So we're still not going to see this new brawler. Pierce is going to be the first pick here on the right-hand side. They technically still have D'Angelo on the left side if they want to pick him up again.
Yeah, it's definitely a good option to go even into the Pierce. The fact that you can go over the water with the speed, it's very, very versatile. You see Kaze come out from Only Realm. That's the damage. That's the aggressive I'm looking for from Only Realm. Put the pressure on BC. And now maybe the Angelo might come out for that little bit control. They can't double down here. It's a little bit too risky, in my opinion, to go double down into Pierce. And I think they should go with control.
Ali could be an option here for BC Gaming. Nice, good call there from you, Corey. Love that. Angela coming in. Certainly, I mean, with the E-ban, going to be actually kind of favouring the Angela even more. So I think Bell as well could still be an option here to try to just slow the advance of the Kaze for BC Gaming. But for me, Ali, you know, it's such an aggressive brawler on this map, and you've got the Kaze to contend with. You've got to have something aggressive to be able to rival that brawler.
If I was BC Gaming right now, I honestly would pick up the Charlie because it is the best counter to a Pierce thanks to her gadget with the spiders. Pierce just can't keep up with them. First up though, a bit of damage. The Kaza and the Melody we mentioned previously, they're the best damage dealers right now, except Colt, but he's more often than not banned out. For me, would be the first pick even. Colt's so strong and heist at the moment. But yes, Kaza, Melody for the damage. Now, what are we missing, Corey?
We're missing another control or at least defensive brawler. Maybe Amber might come out from the side of BC. That's what I would expect. Decent into Kaze, decent into basically any range as well. Can compete. Might lose to Brock or something like that, but Charlie does come out. That's decent into Angelo. And also the Cocoon can really stop Kaze from getting a lot of damage quick.
And it would have been a good counter to Pierce.
Yeah, true. Melody's going to be a tough thing for Only Realm to contend with here. They're going to have to be very much on their toes because, as we know, in Heist Melody, when Chuck banned, it's going to be very much a threat, but no, Chuck's still actually open. I don't think it's going to show us of 8-bit coming through. One of my favorite brawlers actually on this map. I'm really a big 8-bit advocate.
Yeah, if he can get set up with that turret, he's going to pump out a ton of damage. The question is 8-bit going to be able to get set up? It's pretty tough into Pierce, and Charlie's iffy a matchup. Into Melody, it's a very quick supercharge.
And now on the mic for you, Kenny and Trev.
Off the backs of an banger to kick off Group B, and now Only Realm, Kings of Old, fending for one more opportunity, another top 8. It has been long awaited. Finally, Patchy joins his friends, and now they're taking on some hungry young bloods in BC Gaming SA. SA West shouldering an entire region. The pressure is certainly on.
Todd's been absolutely beamed off the start, but can't blame him for it. Double matchup down that middle lane. Here come the Spiderlings now, but he's still going to clean up on the right-hand side. Bobby trying to take the matchup and gets the kill. Still 100 to 100 at the moment. Nobody going for safe damage, but Bobby be able to reverse his focus and already an 8-bit turret set up in the mid.
I put Bobby against just about any sharpshooter in history, one of the best to ever do it, and continuing to do so here. A nice tag just to give his team a little bit of positioning. 8-bit right now is such an overwhelming amount of damage in the middle of the map, especially if they get that turret down. He is slow, but if they can get an established 8-bit turret and him raining down with a gadget, it does so much work.
I mean, I think that's fine for the Kaza on the right-hand side, just getting kind of boxed up there, going to come out with that Fanstorm, might even be able to get the kill, and actually takes another tick of damage off Anuse in that back portion. Jay trying to come up the mid now, makes the move, but the little cheat cartridge backwards keeps Bobby in the mix. They did get the crack, so it's down to 75, and now that makes it a pretty substantial lead.
Bobby lobbed up a few shots, and Jay barely held on, but Sands there once again to rotate a Fanstorm again. As long as they're getting a couple at a time, that is a brutal miss. An absolute missed opportunity there coming in from Charlie, who's just working on the turret right now. Hasn't even really done much damage, as now Patchy finally gets owned in on Todd with a couple shots. Few from Jay, going to be able to let loose, especially with all these musical notes on the ground, but it is off and running for Only Realm up top.
Defensive 8-bit turret then as well, and that's a hypercharge one at that too. Jay getting a big amount of damage here, but eventually defended by Bobby, the 8-bit, sorry. And now Sam's coming up this right-hand side, trying to take Anus in this matchup once again. And I think it's fine for him to get cocooned if his teammates are doing good things and keep him getting this damage. Another wasted cocoon by Anus there on the right-hand side, but at least he did pick up the kill.
And now they've pierced through the top side of the safe. The last 25% remaining, in BC Gaming still have to penetrate so much right now. The full defensive option on the right-hand side, hypercharge, but Sands dancing all around this, having his way the entire time. Healthy, steady diet for Sands on the right-hand side, who's just eating the other side alive. Another tag alongside it. Bobby alongside him, a few extra chip shots in, 61% to 0. I mean, that was not even remotely close.
Yeah, I mean, they were just in control of the map for like the entirety of it, and the only time they got a bit of damage was when they kind of were allowed to just do a bit of damage because they were doing more up top. The Melody made that kind of one breakthrough play, but other than that, bear in mind that 8-bit was on defense for the majority of it, and you expect that to be a brawler who places that turret aggressive, gets big damage down, but just sat back.
Every lane dictated by Only Realm. Anything they want to go, they let slide by. A few extra chip shots in there too, coming in from Sands. I mean, 12%, well worth his while at this point. They double up on this right-hand side lane. Jay low HP though, can't charge up those musical notes. It's just left to Charlie to try and chip away at the enemy side, and it's not enough at all. 24 HT. Bobby rounds out the composition here in the middle of the map, can float over that water and just keeps getting tag after tag. Just not a lot of signs of life coming in from BC Gaming.
I mean, it was just another good defense from the 8-bit down at the bottom. Again and again and again, Patchy's making big plays in 2v1 defenses. A bit of damage coming through. Obviously, the first crack was there as well. Finally, we're going to see the Cocoon connect on the right-hand side, and Anus and Todd need to focus that as soon as he comes out, and he'll still survive and live to fight another day.
Little cover fire so Sands can march to the top right-hand side. Now he's being dove at. Goes away. Oh, a beautiful connection. This is going to be 2. Can't tell if it's going to be a kill up top. I think the shield preserved him just long enough. There it is. Jay still holding on that right-hand side, but Sands off to the races once again. Left-hand side, dashing forward as Charlie plays defense. Not going to be able to do nearly enough on offense. Hypercharge going down. It forces Patchy away, but another miss. These blunders are adding up.
I mean, this is the thing, when you're new to the stage and you haven't been here before like the Only Realm guys have, those are the big mistakes you're going to make, and they're going to cost your team games, so needs to iron that out. Does eventually get this kill on the left-hand side against Bobby, and Todd coming through the mid with the hypercharge, but Patchy burning him down once more. An aggressive jump out of spawn from Bobby, and Kaze up top doing so much work.
All that work for nothing if they let Sands slip by, and right now he is having his way against the high stake, already down to well below 25%. Hypercharge for Bobby, floating, left-hand side, poison dwindling away as a bit rains down up the middle of the map. Low HP and Charlie Spawner should take care of this, but Sands just one good push away from winning this set.
Yeah, I don't think they saw him getting that left-hand side. Has the hypercharge now as well, and it sounds like he's popped it, but they do get the kill. Melody coming up now, needs 4% to crack this, but they're so far behind, I don't think they'll be able to attack and defend all game long.
Yeah, so much percentage to make up here, and with 30 on the clock, that's the least of their concerns as Sands throws down the super. Oh, and a little bit of a miss, though, so this is going to keep going for now. Now down to 50%, Sands goes down. Bobby looking for a pure shot, and there it is. A nice kill, buying his time, knows he has 4K away, ducks the arrow, and it will be Only Realm who pick up the opening set.
Well, it's okay to make those big blunders if your teammates are there to pick up the scraps, and we saw quite a few big blunders, especially from the Charlie, dropping cocoon after cocoon after cocoon that just weren't connecting, and those are things that are like needing to be securing kills on these aggressive brawlers, or Kaze's just going to run riot exactly like she did all the way throughout that game. I was super surprised to see the 8-bit be such a defensive brawler. Yes, eventually it got up the map, got a bit of damage here and there, but for the most part, it was just sat back defending.
Not enough answers for Sands, and then Bobby would kind of scoop in the middle as well. I mean, any lane that Sands went to, it really just was the winning side. They never really had enough on defense, and like you said, Charlie, I hate to keep pointing out, you don't want to harp on one player because it is a team game. That's the whole reason you draft Charlie. You have the Spiderlings to try and block out some Angelo shots. You know he's going to be running the jump one. He's not using Pierce, so it's helpful. But if you're not landing those defensive tags, if you're not buying your teammates precious seconds to either march forward or line up for a kill, then you're not doing a lot. And it shows there. I mean, 4 kills. Charlie by no means a top frag kind of brawler, but also definitely not doing enough to contribute.
Yeah, I do also feel like we expect a little bit more damage coming out of the Melody on the safe as well, but really wasn't getting those openings and was being so well defended by Patchy on that 8-bit. So something to note as well. We're keeping it a bit of a kind of long-range affair, it seems. Yes, you can go a bit shorter occasionally and out in the open, but for the most part, it'll be a pretty similar meta.
Out in the open is where we direct our attention to next over in set 2. We're curious to kind of see how Only Realm did. I was one of the ones that kind of bought into the NA Kool-Aid myself and tried to predict them against State Division. It was a great matchup nonetheless, but obviously this puts the pressure a little bit higher, and this is a team that I don't worry as much about in these situations. Bobby, Sands, and Patchy are plenty experienced on any level of stage. They've been the best in North America at different times throughout their careers, and now they've kind of joined together, this group of friends, past teammates, to trying to form one NA West super team of old, and now they've got a favorable brawler as well. We just saw what Bobby can do with this brawler. BC Gaming letting the slides a little surprising me.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. When I mentioned the meta's pretty going to be the same, Angelo's the brawler that you're kind of thinking about instantly. Bell going to make appearance here this time, keeping it long range. But I do think, as you said, it's a big mistake letting that Angelo slip through, especially when we've just seen how well Bobby played that brawler. To let them have it again on another good map for it is worrying to me.
Lots of smiles going down for Only Realm. If you're PC Gaming, that just can't be delightful to look at, right? I mean, look at the polar opposites here in emotions. This is a comfortable team on your left hand, and on the right hand side, they are locked in, focused. Nothing wrong with that. But if you're not comfortable, you're getting used to the land stage. There's just so many things going against them. The history of South America as well. I mean, both of these regions, a lot to prove. Obviously, SA West is on the smaller end, had to go through the road to Brawl Cup to get here, and Only Realm have been through the North America gauntlet for years. Suckers for pain, if you will. Have dealt with a lot over the years. Fink's going to be rounding out this right-hand side. I don't mind it, and out in the open, I would say it's not traditional, but it's a good enough brawler to where I think it's fine, especially to an individual sharpshooter brawler of Angelo.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been one of the names that kind of I'd throw out on this map as being like, oh, you need to get this brawler or you're going to lose, like I would probably for the Angelo or the Ruffs more of the time. So it is worrying me a little bit. I do like the Bell though, being able to bounce, I'm sure. If they're running sandbags, that's going to be good against that. Field promotion occasionally used on these kind of lengthier knockout games when you're wanting to play range, it might be the option.
Yeah, range is going to be an interesting choice here as we go down the line as well. Meeple gone, Byron gone, Collect gone, even Nyjah is in that section as well. It's just, you're running out of limited choices, and that last one felt like that long-range affair, as you mentioned, but I don't think I'd be surprised if they go a different direction. Now just tripling down at this point. I mean, I think if you're on this right-hand end, you've got Bell, you've got Binks, they're probably also adding in as well.
I was so confused for a second there. I thought we were looking at one of the players. I was like, wait, we're going into Brawl Ball? We're going into Brawl Ball? But no, I believe it probably is still out in the open. Scared me for a second there when we're talking about these brawlers, and it would have definitely been a questionable draft if that was the case. But Brock rounds out the BC Gaming side. And I mean, it's a good brawl. We've seen Brock time and time again today, especially through Knockout, through Bounty, through some of the longer range heist maps. So we know it's good in space.
Some old-timey Brawl stars. Little long to mid-range to fair. I think that's just the way Only Realm would like to keep it. 1-0. SA West all alone. One of the few regions with only one representative here this weekend, and now they're taking on some long-time legends of North America. Jay on this left-hand end, expanding with space, but he knows Bobby has a little room for cushion. That's why Angelo's so coveted on this map in particular. This little cutout right here that you see, one of the few brawlers that can traverse over water, is much more favorable in the meta right now than something like an Eve.
Yeah, but we also can't forget that they're going to be able to do pretty much the same up top now with the wall break coming through early on from the Brock. We did see a reverse polarity as well, instantly off the start, which made a connection with Bobby, so won't be seeing any of those nest eggs lingering about, and that's something that Only Realm don't have to be as cautious about. Good taps coming in from Sands and some returning back that way from Anyas, but Todd forced to turn back time and go back to his bush.
Just going to be lurking there. Sands looks to flank on this right-hand side, rounded out by Bobby on the left. A nice cutoff there, but they do end up opening the walls. I don't think that really hurts Only Realm at this moment. They're still playing the sharpshooter game.
Another reverse polarity thrown out. Didn't find a connection this time, and some heals along with the super from Bobby. Kooky Popper was used there as well, and use really low, but they can't get that pinch thanks to the Rocket Rain coming through. There's the left-hand side. Bobby gets that one as well, makes it a 3v2. Rocket Fuel there as well, but doesn't find the connection onto Bobby, and that's going to be a 3-0. It seemed a bit close at times, but in the end, all of Only Realm survived.
The dominoes really started falling down. You'll see that oftentimes in professional knockout. Reversing against a 3v2 situation, the numbers advantage is crazy when the players are this good. Now they're caught off of the mid there. They're just continuing to cycle in that rocket fuel. Super available for Brock as well, who's going to operate on this right-hand side. Branching out with space is Jay. Reverse polarity goes down, no bounce shot, but continued pressure being applied.
Power up in Bobby's hands. The super along with it as well. There's Sands on the right-hand side, trying to catch Anyas out of position. Todd, big shot to his face there and forced to back up. Now the pitch comes in, and that is huge. Bobby gets another early frag in the round, makes it a 3v2, and now they can break out of this position that they would have otherwise been locked in.
Bobby unafraid as well. Now popping a hypercharge to get the quick heals off as well. They know they have an opportunity to win this game right here, right now. Tracking up the left-hand end as Sands gets up in the face with the shield. Just perfect execution coming out of Only Realm. The mechanics have been very solid all day long.
Bear in mind, no deaths for Only Realm as well. Not only are they, obliterating BC Gaming, it's, with a bit of style too. They're not, sacrificing anybody, they're keeping everybody alive, and it's just so dominant at the moment. It really is. You can see kind of BC, I feel the nerves are getting to them. They haven't been on stages like this before. It's worrying me.
Only Realm showing no signs of being worn down by the war they just went up to against Zeta Division. They're coming out firing. Bobby in another set with Angelo and just tapping. You even saw him there, half HP in the face of Jay, just kept walking forward, enough for a hypercharge, but Sands finally makes the first error of Only Realm side. 3v2 situation. This is going to be one of those moments that I talked about that are very rare from a professional standpoint.
Yeah, well, as soon as I say they're not dying, they're all dying. Typical, but Bobby gets one. Might have been able to get Todd there as well, but couldn't quite see him in the bush. Would have made it a 1v1. And in that position, I'd back Bobby all the way, but just pushed back into spawn now, waiting for the gas, I'm sure, trying to get a bit of super along the way too, but doesn't want to be feeding any supers because regardless of this round, they have been pretty dominant. Great reverse polarity there as well, got a connection, but Bobby will go down to the gas, and BC claim their first round.
Great patience from BC, well aware that that's exactly what Bobby's trying to do. Just a couple extra arrows knocked just to try and make some connections, get anything closer to a super or a hypercharge. That's an important cutoff on that right-hand side now. You'll see teams do this a lot. Now they have complete vision. If Patchy wanted to cross that left-hand in the grass where you can hide a little bit easier, no longer.
Yeah, a little rotation here as Sands now goes to the mid, and Patchy flanks around the right. As you said, once that kind of grass and walls broken up, you're not really going to have a good time as Patchy in that ranged matchup. So got to be a bit careful now, and it is Only Realm once again pinned back into their spawn, but with this wall coming down, if they can avoid a few shots, get a bit of momentum back, they might be able to break out.
This could be a two-edged sword because now the sharpshooters on the other side have an opportunity, but Sands is just better. Patchy can work on this right-hand side now too. The extra sandbags for coverage is something Finks hates to see. This is a traditional counter option for our professional players.
Yeah, mark on Bobby though, so keep your eyes on him. Needs to be careful not to be tapped up by Jay here. Narrowly avoids that shot, but Sands takes one straight to the face afterwards. Reverse Polarix comes through, extends a bit of that range when you're bouncing it. And on the right side, Todd, super in hand, might want to use this to try and win this round and close out the game. Here it goes, thrown down now, but Patchy round the flank, trying to get Jay down. They get one, but the shot's not making it through this, and that is huge from BC. Sands still alive though, gets a Cookie Popper, but won't be able to get it done. And what a time warp that was from the Finks. Incredible.
Impressive feat, to say the least. I was kind of in my head wondering how committed they would be to winning that round because there was a hypercharge and 2 supers alongside both of those guys. They could have gone into the next round with an advantage if they really wanted to. Just said, hey, it's a 3v2, let's just give it up. Instead, they put up a fight. Those are the little moments that I think we need to see from this team. It shows some signs that you can compete with global superstars, and BC Gaming showing why they deserve to be here.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they absolutely can. A few adjustments after the first game and they bounce back like that. I mean, you can't fault it. Todd coming quite aggressive now, knowing he's going to be able to TP back to safety with Anyas there by his side. Bobby obviously being able to traverse across this water. Quite nice for him to be able to back up. Jay, shot to the face, and he runs back.
Quick swing for Bobby up that left-hand side as Patchy and Sands will be glued together. Sandbags in front of them as a little extra coverage. Bobby just dipping in and out, taking his time, not necessarily rushing the heals here. Wants to keep charging up those arrows, but needs to be careful now. He's well below his half threshold.
Yeah, Todd's running back as well, and giving Only Realm a bit more control of this map. And just needs to be careful of this pinch around the right-hand side from Patchy and an occasional shot across from Bobby, but pretty much all of their home grass is gone now, which makes it more difficult. There's a few good shots coming in from Jay as well onto Bobby. He's going to pop the super on this left-hand side and try and get some burning shots in.
Concentrated effort now from BC Gaming. They've been lining up shots all on Sands right now, who's taking some heavy rocket rain. Todd now marching towards Patchy on that right-hand side. It goes down for a time warp, but no HP there. It's going to be a 2v2 situation. BC Gaming pulling off the unthinkable once again. What a round for them.
These time warps are just absolutely huge for them in the late game. I don't think you should be far off cycling that one out as well, but they have won them round after round now, and this puts Only Realm in a really bad position.
Little bit of nerves for sure if you're an Only Realm fan at home. Still a long way to go, but BC Gaming certainly showing that they're now capable. And like you mentioned, those time warps, very valuable, especially against all these single projectile brawlers, other than the Twin Mag coming out of Colonel Ruffs. It really is easy to dodge.
Yeah, I mean, look at Bobby as well, so low, he's marked up, he's pushed all the way back, and this isn't a winning position for Only Realm. They're going to have to make some plays, not breaking this wall and just letting Bobby go across that. Seems a little bit of an oversight in my opinion. You know, when you're breaking out this, you need all the avenues possible.
Jay continuously just harping in on Bobby. We were talking about how good of a sharpshooter Bobby is, but Jay has really managed to hold his own against one of the long-time legends. Patchy on this right-hand side, once again taking advantage of the sandbags into that Finks. It's getting a little scary. Waiting to see if any teleports come out is now Brock. It's under a lot of pressure. Bobby needs to be careful, activates the super instantly, but the hypercharge connection was free. It was guaranteed, and now he's marked up going into this closing zone. Teleport away. Patchy there to clean up. 3v1 situation, and all the magic in the world cannot be found in this round. But the good news for BC Gaming, it is all tied up. There is still a fighter's chance.
Yeah, huge. This is a big, big round for both of these teams. Whoever wins it takes the set, and that's either 2 to Only Realm, or it's an equalizer from BC. But Todd had the super, and we know what they've been doing so far, so they'll want to clean this up before we get to that late game.
2 supers available for BC Gaming SA. Let's see what they're made of here. Now going to be fully tested. A full house, 3 supers strong. As Bobby looks down this left-hand side, Patchy activating hypercharge. Only Realm want to get complete positioning here, and BC Gaming know this. They have to take a stand. Jay looking for attack, does once again land that marker. Bobby has been prone to being hit by those.
Yeah, Todd's still got the super. They haven't used it in this defensive position. Sands with a power-up as well. Patchy quite low, needs to be cautious. Gets hit again, brought down to 1 shot, but Sands finds a shot back towards Todd to keep him at bay for now. TP back as well, so won't have that for the later game, and a hypercharge ready to go for Sands.
Fantastic mechanical battle. That is now Sands capitalizes 3v2 situation, and Todd gonna have to rely on the super here just to move up the map a little bit. Jay tapping, Patchy bouncing shots back and forth. They have to separate, and as a result, it's gonna leave Patchy marooned. A TP away, 2v1 situation, but low for Sands. Bobby marching forward, 1v1 situation, and Bobby cleans up here. North America survives another set.
That is a huge round for them to win. It really came down to the wire at the end there. I thought with Todd super down, they might have been able to make something happen, but it was a huge kill. I think it was from Sands on the Gus, getting the hypercharge shot off, and one of the little pellets out of that made a connection onto the Brock, and that was the real swinger in that last round. So huge stuff from OnlyRel, and desperately needed set.
Super respectable set, I might add, too. I think we were harping on a lot of mistakes there from BC Gaming, and I think fairly as well. Look, when you're at this stage, you have to be playing picture-perfect Brawl Stars, and that's just not something that BC Gaming did in the opener. Right there, though, those mechanics were matched with BC Gaming. I mean, it came down to one round at the end, a lot of well-timed supers. That was excellent stuff from the red roster, I think, overall. It's down 2-0. Not going to act like this is going to be an easy climb, but I think they're showing that they deserve to stand on this stage, especially if you're a team like this. OnlyRel loses a division. It's fine. They know they have 2 lives. This isn't their first time this far in a tournament as well. They've been down the gauntlet of brackets, but for BC Gaming SA, this is newer to them. Just gaining a little confidence, seeing that they can do it a little bit more, I think is just so significant. So the fact that they at least make that competitive, maybe it won't pay off here, but it very well could later down the line.
Yeah, and I think to that point as well, like if they would have lost that set OnlyRel and give them, you know, even more of a say in this game, some more confidence to come along with it as well, then I'd be really worried for them because they are starting to warm into this now, and you can't give them enough time to make those moves. Obviously, we did just kind of skip past the stats there, but it's knockout. Whoever's got the most kills usually wins.
That one is a little more cut and dry. I mean, the story's kind of told by the exact numbers y'all see on your screen. Speaking of kills, we're moving over into another game mode that is heavily oriented towards its shooting star. Now, particularly on this map, I feel like for the opener, there's a lot of different strategies. We talk about blue star off the first pick. We talk about getting aggressive. Well, Mortis is out of the way. I think that definitely changes the way people draft. I believe Leon was one of our global bans as well. Yes, you'll see on the top left of your screen. And then Jean, Colette, a couple popular ones. No Pierce, the next best line of sharpshooter for BC Gaming's money is going to be Byron.
Yeah, I mean, you can't fault it. Good, you know, sometimes for offense, can heal teammates, so leaves you open to a few avenues depending which way you want to go. If you want to go something super aggressive, Byron's going to be able to back it up. If not, just play it as a sharpshooter, completely fine as well. But we've seen what both of these teams are capable of when it comes to sharpshooters. How well Jay was playing the Bell, that's obviously banned. Angelo not as good on this map, wouldn't count it out completely because it's still a good sharpshooter. But you know, you mentioned as well how good Bobby is on these sharpshooters, and I think the majority of players on OnlyRel really are.
Is this really your best?
And now that we're further down the line, no Pierce, no Bell, no Colette. I mean, a lot of these single projectile brawlers that show up a lot, they're gonna have to dig deep. Gus still somebody that's readily available. Jay Young has been a very popular one. I'd be curious if they really want to do that into something like a Byron, but I do see a Kaze, so clearly they're showing signs of aggression early. They want to be able to claim that blue star instead of Mortis. I think this is going to be their way of doing that.
Well, the Gus makes a return. Another really solid pick. We've just seen it being played and played to almost perfection, minus a couple of rounds in there that they did miss. But yeah, they really were very good on that brawler, and Gus, you're going to be able to provide shields to the Kaze if you need to go in, collect some stars late game, you know, to yourself. A hypercharge really solid as well. Just a super well-rounded brawler for the majority of matchups that can be faced with in Shooting Star.
Yeah, and at this point, if you want to go long range, I mean, we're really scraping the barrel. I think we'd be going something with Piper. That's obviously not a bad brawler. Nani comes to mind. Ooh, and this is a brawler I didn't think about for this team in particular, but it has shown up to catch teams off guard. It's something that's been practiced. This is one that I feel like pros didn't really hold too closely to their chests. I think it's something that they've been really thinking about it. Off the top of my head, this isn't a matchup you see a ton, obviously, but Fang paired with the Byron. Now you've got a little tankier assassin, if you will, somebody that can dive forward, and also somebody I think's health points can handle something like a Kaze. I think this makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's still out there, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's a shoo-in for a win, but it's acceptable. I see the vision.
Well, the Angelo goes the other way, and Jay's going to be playing that brawler, so I think that's a good pick. And as you said on the Fang, really good aggressive brawl to kind of catch people off guard with. And yeah, it does have quite a lot of help to be able to deal with the Kaze, and along with the stun as well. The roundhouse kick, very solid. Byron backing it up, you're going to be having a pretty good time, I feel.
Again, acceptable, not a guarantee from Caster Kenny. No idea how this is going to play out, but it's going to be fun nonetheless. Not oftentimes we've seen Fang in recent meta history. We know what Angelo can do in the left-hand hands, but let's just go with an El Clasico pick from OnlyRel. There's the Piper. I love this. Something that you can really stunt on. It's a comfort brawler. It's something that OnlyRel have done all day. They have not strayed away from Sands playing the Sandy. We've seen Patchy play Stu several times. I love when you can blend good picks with also something you're comfortable with, and OnlyRel have excelled at that all day long.
Absolutely. You need to bleed it together. That's the thing. You can't just play comfort picks because we've seen that kind of tear teams apart like Zeta Division did in World Finals last year. Just playing what they're comfortable with that's not massively in the meta. You've kind of got to mix and match, play them when you can rather than just forcing them to try and feel comfortable. Kaze, obviously on the map, will be getting the blue star, but from there it's an all-out brawl.
Huge advantage off the rip, so Only Realm dictate the pace entirely, and Bobby just tip-tapping away on the right-hand side. One of, if not his most iconic brawlers. Could have been a mistake either way. It was kind of a checkmate scenario, right? It was either Angelo or Piper that BC Gaming could have picked, and they left the Piper in his hands.
I will say, I don't know who's really going to have a good matchup against Bobby here. No matter who goes down his lane is going to be having some real difficulties. I think Anyus just kind of needs to stay back and heal JXCR, but they don't have a lead by any means, which means eventually they're going to have to push. They need some of this charge, and he does get the Fang Super now.
Jay willing to just take shots so that he can go forward, get a few boots off the ground, and now go for a diving kick. I'm curious what they do, because right now, Only Realm all separated. Todd with the bounce away, a little bunny hop to get out of that situation as Bobby trickles away with lower HP, but it's fine. They know they don't have to overpush, but they also can't get pinned in spawn here. They're going to have to land some shots to try and stray BC Gaming away.
They have got some good evades, I will say, to the Fang Super coming in, though. You know, Kaze can possibly dash out of the way if you're fast with it. Patchy will knock back from the Super and Hyper Jump. You're going to be having a pretty fine time. Well, he comes in now, gets a couple of shots, should be traded here. But Sans not in the right form to get those long-range shots in, gets a few in. I think we see another Super in there as well, the Fang. So, I mean, Bobby's going to burn down here on the right-hand side, and that brings it to just one.
So a positive trade, if you will, and yeah, like you said, I was thinking the same thing, and now you see it underneath. No circle underneath for Jay, which is really tough. It was great that he got in, just didn't have a real escape plan. That's something you have to be on the lookout for as Patchy expands the lead.
I mean, they needed that to be a big kill coming in because they're going to be pushed back now with Jay coming in, needs to throw a few shoes out and shouldn't have much supercharge at all, just the one connection from the super. Will probably require a couple more shoes finding hits, but Byron on the right side trying to keep Sans back. He's got a super of his own, so he can go aggressive if he wants, but Jay going to back him up. Bobby trying to pop a hypercharge and go aggressive. Todd jumping into a bit of a compromised zone, but a super and a heal will go a long way. There's a kill, they just need one more. Sans on the right side, but Patchy adds to the tally, and they're not going to bring this one back. That's going to be match point to Only Realm.
It's another situation where it just feels like Only Realm are in full control. Last set, BC Gaming showed that they've got a little bit of grit to them, that there's something here. But for now, it is going to be North America on top. One game away, shooting star, comfort brawler for Bobby as Sans races off to the middle of the map. Patchy once again in prime position on this left-hand side. Todd taking advantage. The little sliver of pawn that he's got going, so he's gonna be able to press up against this four-pronged wall.
Same thing again. Bobby two taps him. It's like, it's playing out the exact same way. And Todd, very compromised now as well, will go down two, and Only Realm even better start. Bobby might make it another, just narrowly misses by a slither.
A little extra confidence coming out there too. Sans just rushes up, grabs that kill, and dips immediately. Love how patient they are. Passive aggressive. It's my favorite style of bounty. When you know you have a kill, pounce. And once you have that lead, don't overplay your cards. Now Jay dives in. There's one. Oh, and the big bang right there as he steals the blue star. Low HP, and Byron there to save his friend.
I think everything that, you know, Bobby tried to do went wrong there, to be honest with you. He jumped late, bounced onto all his teammates. Wasn't the best showing, but they do get a kill back, and the lead comes along with it. So a minute in between Only Realm and a big, big victory.
That was pretty perfect for the red roster as well. I mean, Jay's showing what he could potentially do, but he's gonna have to do it a couple more times now as he dives head first in. Two brawlers. Oh, and a double kill once again. Fang making body after body drop to the ground.
He's punishing now. They kind of stack it up and letting it bounce across all the different players. And that's not the position you want to be in. Bobby trying to find a flank now, and a splash going to be wasted by Anyus there. Trying to get in a good position. Sans going forward, pinched in, and finds a bit of poison to the face.
Keep your eyes out for this hypercharge from Fang. Keep in mind, it can be a real lethal weapon for this team as BC Gaming now transition from being overly aggressive, just taking it their time. Sans going to be in trouble here. An extra tap there, barely holds on. The poison won't quite trickle him down, I don't think. But now they're going at it. Oh, the bounce of the shield away. The blue star being swapped. What a mistake.
So low. The poison just one tick away from taking him as well. 15 seconds left and they need a kill. Fang, no super. Here comes the hypercharge from the Angelo. Trying to pin Bobby into this corner. Sans switches and goes the long range method. A nice QQ popper onto JXCR, but there's the super. Bobby just jumps over it, but he's gonna land in time. The kill's there, and they can't get one back for Only Realm. Tough stuff for them, but they're living to fight another day for BC.
Woo! That's one of those that feels like a chess moment. Bobby jumps, but just a smidge too early, and the shots were being lined up. This was something Corey talked about just a little bit ago. How do you do in the face of chaos? And for a young roster in BC Gaming, on the stage as a full unit for the first time, really giving SA West a little spotlight, that was a great time to handle that. That was a great time to show up.
Yeah, I mean, huge. The thing is, Bobby needed to jump to avoid the Fang Super or he would have died. But then as soon as he lands, he's going to die anyway. So it's a lose-lose situation and really well played by BC. A few shots coming in now solo, and the Gus Piper pinch will bring him down.
Now Fang's going to require another pop-off play. We've had 3-0 starts 3 times in a row as Only Realm still hold on to this match point. Match not done yet, and BC Gaming still have to climb out of this deficit. Shots rain in on that right-hand side. Some good tags, but Bobby not enough to be straight away. Sand still holding on to that blue star and really attacking this wall here, making sure that Jay can't really move up.
I mean, Bobby must be tapping to have the hypercharge already. Just kind of popped it for the raw stat boost on the right-hand side and didn't get much back from it. Sands stunned out. Can they get the trade? Pinch needed from Patchy, and they just about miss it. But a few shots coming in now, and Byron trying to protect and overprotect as he goes down. Sands will pick up the scraps, and this is going to be a long comeback for BC.
The hardest part of a heist is the getaway option, and once again, BC Gaming fail to get part 2 done. Now it is 10-2. This is by far the biggest deficit they've faced so far as Jay dives in. There's the first, now down 5, going at Bobby. Doesn't have a super available, goes up the umbrella, gonna be landing on the ground. Oh, they get the kill! The heal's coming through as well! It's a tag team on this bottom left-hand side. The blue stars still remain with Jay, who gets another pop-off play. Somehow they've swung the stars their way.
Todd can't get out, he used his gadget as well and didn't get over the wall, so that's gonna be a big kill back the way of Only Realm. But now, a hypercharge is there for Jay. Just needs a super. A few heals coming in from Agnes on the Byron as well. And this needs to be a big 15 seconds for BC.
SA West on BC Gaming's shoulders. All the stars remaining with Jay, but they have to find a way down the middle of the map. Patchy, right-hand side, all alone, isolated. They're gonna focus him down. Shield comes through, the bounce up as well, but it's not enough. Only Realm gets the job done in North America's longtime legends will move forward.
A brilliant performance with only a few hiccups along the way for Only Realm. Obviously took the defeat in the first, but bounced back, I think, about as well as you can. And BC put in a good performance, but just not quite enough to take Only Realm down.
Strong showing, I would say, from Only Realm overall today. Still have to kind of wait with bated breath as they move forward. But for now, let's get a check-in with them. They lost earlier, but now we get a little winner's circle interview.
Righty-ho! What a way to bounce back, man. Honestly, it's a testament to your guys' experience as players to be able to come out here and compete like that right here on the main stage one more time. I mean, tell us just about that previous match, exiting the stage before coming out here. You only had like a 5-minute turnaround. What did you guys talk about? How was it mentally preparing yourselves to come back out on stage?
Honestly, I'm still pissed. Like, I was just mad, like, pacing backstage. I didn't say a word. We honestly knew we were going to win this game. We should have won the last one. We're better than Zeta. We kind of just choked. So hopefully we get to beat Humble on Sunday.
Okay. I feel what you're saying. Now, I want to talk to you guys just about the team dynamic. It's so great to see you guys teaming together. What do you guys feel your strengths are and how you guys complement each other as teammates? Because it really is great seeing you guys up there.
We're just friends. I mean, we've been friends for like 6 years. I think that's the best part about our team is we can just say whatever we want to each other and it's not a big deal. I love both of them and they love me back, and I don't know, that's why we're a good team. I think that's why it works.
Love that. That's the perfect answer. Don't you worry. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for Only Realm.
Friendship wins games 3-0 for Only Realm. But I gotta say, they have to start celebrating even the smallest of wins. They are so hard on themselves, Ark.
With the power of friendship, we will all survive any moment. Yeah, we were discussing this before the winners interview, and one thing that I really want to unpack is the fact that for Only Realm, they were 1 game away from beating Zeta. You can't come off the back of that giving an interview which looks like you've lost. They won. Like, they survived. It wasn't the showing of which they wanted. but it wasn't a bad showing. It just was two sets that kind of were back-to-back and went against them. The reason why they look so down and are saying it the way they are is because they expect so much more of themselves, which is very commendable. But I think that Only Realm are their worst enemies sometimes, and they've got to get out of their own heads and realize that they can make genius plays. It's just like that mindset. They are just their own worst enemy.
They hold themselves up to really high standards. Here back at the desk, the Brits are reunited. Trev, how was it to cast that game? BC Gaming came close a couple of times.
Yeah, really incredible. BC made some great plays, and I think just as they were about to start building their confidence and getting back into it, they lost that knockout and it kind of all crumbled from there. If they'd have won that set, I think we'd have been looking at a 5-set series. But, you know, it was just a few good plays here and there from some of the guys on Only Realm, and yeah, they managed to close it out, which I think was hugely necessary in that moment.
They came so close to winning the entire set in knockout. Really, really nice performance here from BC Gaming. We did expect Only Realm to win that one, but we didn't expect it to be that close.
No, I think that's absolutely fair to say, and like as Kenny put it so well, is like there is something there. You know, it's just like now they've got through the match, which was probably their most likely to be able to get an upset on. Now it's Zeta, who are not only just coming off the back of that massive win against Only Realm, like they're going to be on cloud 9. I think BC Gaming, if they were playing against someone else, would have a massive opportunity because they've got a real for a team that went through SA West, which, let's be honest, in terms of competition, is like a little bit thin compared to other regions, right? Like they are looking really, really a great contender. I think arguably maybe even better than Bounty Hunters, in my opinion.
I agree. I think they looked a really, really solid team, but like, I think it's the fact they maybe haven't been around a higher level of competition too much that's going to affect them a little bit. You know, in those tough moments where you really need to have the experience and be able to dig deep, that's probably affected them coming from the kind of least competitive of the two South America regions.
Yeah, they really don't have an easy group. With Only Realm and Zeta Division in your group, I would be sweating right now as well. We had a huge opportunity. We got to visit Star Park and we got to speak to a couple of people over there.
We are here in Berlin at the Brawl Cup, and this is the Star Park. Tell me, who's your favorite brawler?
Favorite brawler? Probably Melody.
It's Piper. I can get a picture. Piper. Hi. I really want to know, if you could ban a brawler, who would you ban?
Ash. I can see him right here.
Should we like start a beef or something?
Oh, goodness gracious. We already got beef.
We got some bad news.
What's that?
Piper wants to ban you in Brawl Stars.
She wants to ban me?
Yeah, I know.
Bring it on, girl. I'm right here.
You don't want to mess with me.
You should go calm down and
I'm coming for you. You watch yourself.
We're leaving. What is your hot take on Brawl Stars?
Humble will win.
Ooh, okay, you heard it here first. If you guys could ban one brawler, who would it be?
Edgar. Edgar.
Also Edgar.
I feel like a lot of people say Edgar. Edgar, people hate you. I asked people which brawler do they want to ban, and they all say you.
Good.
Oh, you're happy?
Do I look happy?
Should I just, like, leave?
Get out of my face.
Oh, and you'll be happy then?
Absolutely. You need to let it out, man. You need to let the rage out. Don't touch my scarf. Oh, here we go.
That is so amazing. Star Park is looking not as scary as it always did, but it's looking insanely good.
Accents on point.
Oh, the Scottish right at the end got me. I was laughing.
I was not expecting it.
Really, really nice cosplayers we got outside there. You can check it out if you're here in Berlin. Right outside there's this fan zone and you get to meet your favorite brawlers. Ark, you should pay a visit to Piper, actually.
I probably should. And do you know what? I should probably pay a visit for the fans that have all come to see me as well, because they are lining up outside, so I hear, and not as many for Trav, but one day, right? He can hope.
I haven't missed this. They dragged me out of the action casting to come down here and work with this guy. Like, I was like, that's what I was looking to most, getting away from you.
You thought you were getting away from me, right?
They're dragging me back.
Also no Terra cosplayer for you, Trev.
I know, devastated. I'd be taking so many pictures with that. I'd be like, I'd be fanboying.
We don't want to make you wait a lot longer. We want to head straight into our last match of the day already, unfortunately. It's Zeta Division versus BC Gaming SA. The pressure lies on the shoulders of BC Gaming. They're the only team of their region. That region is just rooting for them. The pressure is insane.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very big affair for BC Gaming, their toughest match by far to date this year. And, you know, for 2 out of the 3 players that have no LAN experience to go up against a team like Zeta, it's going to be you know, so tough to achieve, especially when you consider they've already lost to Only Realm, who, you know, really took Zeta the distance. Is it too much to expect that they could cause an upset?
I think it's going to be really tough. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think their game against Only Realm was a 3-0 game.
No.
So, like, maybe they do have a chance just because of the fact that they put up a fight in certain sets and just fell short. And as I said, I think it would have made a huge difference if they'd have just picked up that one knockout round, which would have flipped the game. So I think they've got a chance here against Zeta Division. Yes, it's going to be an even harder game. Yes, they're going to have to dig much deeper. But I think they do have what it takes.
I think these behind-the-scenes shots also show us what this match is all about. It's really the cool kids in the block, Zeta Division. And then we have BC Gaming that are super chill, despite being the rookies, really. As I said before, you can probably call them the biggest underdog of the day, and they looked quite comfortable on the stage just earlier.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like whatever happens here with BC Gaming, they've already impressed me. You know, that is to be said, you know, if nothing else. But it is Zeta. You know, we can't dance around it. You know, Tampo's a world champion. You know, a 2-time runner-up. You know, those are credentials and experience that just comes with it. That for BC Gaming, they're going to have to find a different edge if they're going to be able to get the advantage in this. Whether it's kind of going with some cheesier comps or working the draft around Mameshi, who's been looking really good in that regard today. I've probably been a bigger fan of Zeta's drafts today than I have throughout their monthly final appearances.
I think throughout their lifetime, for me, to be honest.
Wow!
The draft, yeah, but they're a team who's, like, I think the region in general, but especially Zeta are a team who's known for not having the best drafts and kind of being quite comfortable, picking brawlers that they like and know that they can play rather than what's at the tip top of the meta. So I think their draft being as good as they are today is going to put them in a great position to go super far in the Brawl Cup.
You have one last chance to also gain some points from the event website. Head over there now, event.brawlstars.com, and lock in the last chance for some points to get that beautiful Champion Chief pin at the end of the road. Zeta Division, they looked really strong this year. Last year already in their region, playing super well with Levy back then. Got a little switch up there. Batsman comes in this year, and Zeta Division looked super strong right out of the gate, winning the first monthly final. From there, it kind of went downhill with March monthly final and April not being as good as before. At Worlds last year, they step up to the global stage, and it does not really seem like Zeta is as strong globally as they were in their home region.
Yeah, I think they've done well, though, to try to put some of those ideas at rest from the World Finals. They're looking more on top for sure. The global bans are in now as well. Naja, Edgar, Mortis, and Mina. Again, those assassination brawlers, I think we're going to kind of see a trend there throughout Brawl Cup. But yeah, Mina, I think we were saying with Corey on the desk previously that, you know, Mina, I think is actually getting a little bit less play than I was expecting. I think she's quite an underrated brawler. That is not an underrated poll. That's 93% Zeta is ouch.
Yeah, not really sure what to say about that, to be honest with you, because that is, like, in my opinion, it's not obviously that, like, in favor of Zeta Division, but, you know, you ask majority of people, hey, let's not be like that, let's not be like that. Maybe not 93. BC just put a decent performance out,
They should be getting more.
They should be getting more. You'd have thought some people maybe would back them, but I think if you ask the majority of people, Zeta or BC, you're going to go Zeta, hands down.
I want to see them take at least a set, and not just 2 games. They already did super well against Only Realm. That 3-0 doesn't really reflect how close they actually came to beating them, or at least taking the set against them. As said, 2 times they actually took a game. These are the maps for the series. Pinhole Punt to kick us off. Super excited for that one. Very bushy map. He wants a lot of mid control, and then maybe you can score.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see like kind of how these teams like are self-aware as a wall break, and you know, are they valuing those bushes, and you know, kind of brawlers like Pierce, I think are kind of really up there for me. I want to see those brawlers eradicated.
BC Gaming just went backstage. Now we bring them out again versus Zeta Division.
We kicked off day 1 with a David and Goliath story, and we are ending the day in the exact same way. But for those of you at home and right here in Berlin, don't ever forget that it ain't over until it's over. And so Berlin, make some noise one final time. It's Zeta Division and BC Gaming! That's right, our final match of the day is upon us. And so, once again, we have a team that is steeped in history in Brawl Stars esports in the form of Zeta Division, the mechanical demons of East Asia, as they are known, with a new addition to their squad, Batman. And on the other side of this incredible stage, by the way, how great does this stage look? It's, of course, BC Gaming, the rookies, looking to make a mark on Brawl Stars esports and to, of course, make an impact as well. And so, with that being said, it's time to go into our final match of day one. Let's do this.
City Tampo, Suzuku, Batman, Todd, Jixer, Anyas.
And we are heading into the draft of the last match of the day. Zeta Division versus BC Gaming. Zeta with the first pick. We're on Pinhole Punt. We have a lot of area control brawlers out of the way from BC Gaming already, with the Ems, Lumi and Crow Band out. Left hand side, a bit more aggressive brawlers out of the way, with the Ali Band coming in with Chester. A brawler that has been quite on the play today as well, but is amongst the best brawler on any single map and mode currently, despite not even having a Buffy. He's just so good at dishing out damage and holding control of the mid, which is super important on Pale Pot.
Well, I was going to talk about Bull, but now I'm seeing Colette and Chester. I'm thinking, like, who is going to dare to consider bringing that brawler in? I think for me, Mo, though, is certainly a brawler which is so good in Brawl Ball and has very little answer, especially now with that Otis band out too. So definitely going to be up for grabs alongside that kind of Kenji for those tanky assassination brawlers to allow yourself to advance upon the map and apply that kind of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super surprised to see Colette slip through not only, the normal ban phase, but the global ban phase as well. It's kind of one of the only times we'll probably see her all weekend, so really surprising to see that slip through because of how strong she is. Chester as well on the other side, really good. And as you said, it's kind of like very underutilized today. Finks, we saw it making some massive plays for BC, so why not bring it out again?
I do like a good Finks. I like him on Hot Zone. Do we like him on Brawl Ball? We're going to find out very soon. The Colette pick, as you said, I kind of was afraid of some aggression on the left-hand side. They already have the Chester pickup. That would have been a good ban into a Bull, for example. Picking him up first to leave the option open. But with Colette on the right-hand side, maybe not that tanky. Sirius is going to be the next pick here. Surprised to see him open as often as it is today, but as we said, just got a little nerf last Wednesday. A slight HP nerf, and with that, he now slides through the bans more often than not. Ruffs comes in, another just mainstay on every single map and mode. They went with the two safest brawlers, Ruffs and Chester.
Yeah, I mean, Sirius, what's not to like? Certainly, again, with the balance changes, it's still showing itself here at the Brawl Cup, so it's in a good spot, I would say. And there's the Kenji that I was kind of worried about as well, being that final pick, as Zeta Division did not double down on that kind of defensiveness needed for those tanky brawlers.
Yeah, well, it's great compositions from both sides. Solid stuff, a little bit scared of the Colette, but up to the cast as we go.
Thank you very much, Trav. Yeah, good to be thrown to you by a consummate professional like yourself. Interesting the way this draft has panned out. Obviously, Berlin City Cup Gaming certainly feel like they're up against the wall. They've already had to deal with Oni Realm, and it's possible they might have thought that was the path of least resistance to get to day 3. Now, though, they're going to go up against the Zeta Division, who have shown that they have what it takes to top this group. Ready?
We have looked at the scrim rates on these maps for BC Gaming SA, and it is looking pretty barren. It looks like BC Gaming SA put all of their chips on that matchup versus Only Realm. Now it'll be a trial by fire versus Zeta Division. Expectation is that BC Gaming is going to burn.
So far, Zeta Division patient, giving some space up on the map here. Todd getting slammed by this serious damage. We do have a shadow on the field here of Finks, but love that from Anius. Getting aggressive here with these Colette dashes. Remember with this, again, this super is much more powerful now with the buffer that you can keep the shield if you take mass attacks. If you hit a brawler, a 3-second shield on top of Colette already being quite durable, scary.
Yeah, strict upgrades here with the buffies. Also with the push it star power, you're looking at no interruption at the edge of range, which is going to be crucial here in a land setting. A victory on the left side looks good for Zeta Division. Easy slot through. Jay just trying to get some more supercharge out here, potentially more hypercharge. But you cannot prevent that goal. Looking at the utility for BC Gaming SA, they have a couple supers to work with. Todd's going to use this for an early victory at mid. They have position in these bushes now, but how much does it matter? Shdetampo has a hypercharge. He's just looking for a super now that should get a team wipe if he's, you know, fortunate, but at least one kill with a hypercharge super guaranteed.
There it is, hypercharge super thrown out there. Goal, I like that. Todd with a gadget, able to teleport away. Shdetampo there, and on his face, not able to find connection off that hypercharge super, and Zeta are all looking pretty low. And he's with a hypercharge ready to go, but doesn't quite have the connection. You cannot pass through walls with Colette's super. So now, Jay trying to find some extra damage behind these boxes, but getting tapped down himself.
Too aggressive, and Zeta knew that they could just stay on low HP because they had enough ammo to take him down. That was the coordination that they have as a team. A retake of mid for Zeta Division after over-aggressive plays by BC Gaming SA with the man disadvantage. It means that they have Barbarians knocking at the gate, double hypercharge available. Shdetampo's gonna clear one out, but a missed pass up to him. He just needs to stay away from the Kenji slices to get game number 1 put away.
As powerful as Colette is, she doesn't really have a target to try and counter. No tanks drafted here by Zeta Division because it was so telegraphed. Normally you want a Colette later on in the draft, you know, a pick 3. 2 is even fine, but showing that so early gives a very clear idea of what Zeta need to play around.
Now she's in a complicated state at the moment where she's too good to allow to go later into that draft, so you just have to pick it up or you have to ban it. It was strategically left open as a bait. There's just no target for her, really.
She's still good broadly, though. That's the thing.
That's exactly it. She has gadgets, she has supers that are very good, but you can't beat Suzuku in a land setting. Man is just switched on today. He's going to get some wall break here at the goal. Not the correct placement, however. You're supposed to break open both walls with that. Batman, oh, almost a bank shot, but it's still passed over to Shdetampo for an easy walkthrough.
Zeta Division settling in here, feeling comfortable. They had to take a break in between their first and second games, but it looks like they've acclimated quite quickly to the stage conditions. Jay sees the shadow of himself go straight up the guts now with those sandbags in place. Zeta Division can play safely behind them, and Agnes is blown to smithereens. First set already notched up by Zeta Division, showing zero signs of slowing down.
Basically walking directly through their opponents here. Barely any resistance. You did see some solid efforts at offense from BC Gaming where they had things all the way pressed up against Zeta Division's goal, but they were not able to get it there. They were offered some gimme opportunities also for some kills. You saw particularly Kenji almost like cleared out the goal. There were a couple of kills just waiting to happen, but Zeta Division knew. And I think also they were made to respect the matchup quite early on. You saw Shdetampo popped a Chester hypercharge, not this one, of course, but a different one onto a Finks that teleported away, and they would not be doing that against a different opponent. Not at all, because they would be respecting them enough to know that Finks has that gadget on cooldown. They're capable of playing really, really good Brawl Stars, and I think they were just withholding some energy there for a moment. Now they're made to acknowledge, okay, these are some worthy opponents, but still they clear them in just a couple of games here in set 1.
Yeah, and again, it's pretty comfortable the way they move through. You can see our stats, Batman basically just pumping damage into them all throughout the course of the round. We're going to head over to Hot Potato for the next one. And you notice we haven't already referenced scrim results too much.
Really
No, Berlin City Club have a 0% win rate on both the previous and this current map. So a little bit tough to take much away from that, but we are deep into the draft already. We have the Crow taken first here with the Kaze follow-up, obviously, on these highest maps. She's very effective getting that super down on the safe to find some damage at the edge.
I trust in the Kaze as a selection into the Colt because you should be able to juke those shots and best him in close range if you have the mechanical advantage as a player. And this is, I think, the larger discussion about the head-to-head here, like what's really the tail of the tape. I think Zeta Division, even if they lost every single draft, could still mechanic stiff BC Gaming here. And you know, it's sad to say, but that is the scale of the matchup here. That is how good Zeta Division are, and it's how much of an unknown BC are as well.
For the draft here, we have a Bull picked up. And on the side of BC Gaming. They've actually banned the roughs away. Fancied getting themselves the Colt, who may look to, be careful about how he chooses to open the map, because getting that bull up, rushing onto the safe is going to be very, very important. So it's a question of like what the answer to that is supposed to be. Obviously, you have the Crow, who can operate in some sort of anti-tank capacity, but the Sirius is going to be used here to round out the composition.
You need an anti-tank. It would be nice to have some wall break. It would be wonderful, but the deal is you're facing this series. You don't really want to open things up too much. He's already going to be chucking shots over walls. Also, he'd be a great response to the bull. So what's really the next best thing now?
Clancy?
You could, but there's like real potential that you just get run down the entire time, and Clancy needs time to build up those tokens. Cordelius is going to have that mute from moment one, and he doesn't need to jump over anything here. I don't think, people are going to be hiding behind the walls too much, so he could honestly just bring the mute, but you don't see it that often in competitive. To be fair, you don't see Cordelius as much in competitive because they're just better anti-tanks.
A lot of teams only pick Cordelius up, against the Chuck.
Yeah,
specifically. But this is actually Zeta Division's go-to brawler on this map as of late. So they are picking a Cordelius basically in any scenario where there is a tank, just because, being able to take them out of the game and force a virtual 3v2 is really important. So they've had a good win percentage, 6 out of 10 scrim sets, one with this Cordelius in the last week by Zeta Division. Let's see how it plays out. Todd's already made his run down the left-hand side of the map. It's Suzuku. He wants some of that safe damage, and that's the best matchup the Kaze could ask for here.
As the lineup he needs, just a couple more shots will drop this to 75% and get that first shield baited away. Batman also ready to lay some hurt on Anyas. He still has to be concerned about some of these shades appearing, but he's not getting hit at all. Nothing really to speak of on the home front for Zeta Division. Some damage is trickling in, but nothing worth even looking at, it seems. Suzuku also ready to switch forms, get some more damage onto the safe. Is going to feed a few shots to Anyas, who seemingly doesn't even have any shades just yet. Either that or he's going to be sitting on them for a long time, but as low of HP he's on, there's just no way for him to play aggro now. It's the second shield baited away. Zeta Division still haven't even lost their first.
Shitampo dealt with though. Todd does go aggressive and gets a safe knock at 75%, but at this point BC Gaming have to play defensively. They are way too far behind, and Batman is looking to get some extra safe value, eventually cleared out by Anyas, who does have some of these shades to work with. Just no teammates in order to go aggressive.
BC Gaming SA equipped with all the shades now, and look how far back their place is. Exactly what you want to be doing with Sirius. Batman, though, can pierce through all of them, and looks like that's his plan. Here it comes, Hypercharge onto the safe. Didn't quite get the bait of the shield that he wanted. The final dagger is going to be enough, and now on top of the safe, Jay making a pretty solid push, but Suzuku should be able to lay rest to the safe. One final attack locks it in for Zeta Division. 3 consecutive game victories in what I anticipate will be a win streak.
Seeing a difference between these two teams on the fundamental level right now. Even an understanding of like how some of these matchups are supposed to work. We're seeing, BC Gaming want to try and set their Colt forward when there's some serious defense that has to be played. We'd like to see them clear Zeta Division from their side of the map before they want to go aggressive. Unless they get enough of a lead where they can race them. This is risky business.
I just don't expect it to happen, basically. Looking at this matchup once again, this time Suzuki's on lower HP, but still hits the crit spot perfectly.
Twice.
And a couple more shots after this should be enough to drop it to 75%. No, not quite enough. Whoa! That was pretty ambitious by Todd. I guess he knew someone was going to be in that diagonal. But here comes an aggressive move from Shitampo in close range versus Anyas. Ooh, not even going for him, just going directly to the safe. Is anyone giving him comms? Looks like Anyas knew he was going to be there, but Shitampo was just there to get the shield knocked off of that safe. Now aided by Suzuku, will be pretty competitive with the offense that Zeta Division is offering on their home front as Jay drops this down to 37%.
Crow Hypercharge, though, could be massive. Could get this safe down to 25% potentially. Batman biding his time, though, does have a few shades that he needs to cut through, and BC Gaming, in fairness, have themselves a 2% lead. It's a question, though, of now they can hold on to it. Bulletstorm comes through. Shitampo, though, body blocking a lot of this damage, and then that's what you want to see the Cordelius do. Drag that ball down in the Shadow Realm and work him down on your own.
Suzuku needs to get out of here so he can be ready for the final push in. Should be the finishing blow for Zeta Division as he hammer on the safe at once. 2 sets gone in the blink of an eye. We couldn't even tee up set number two before they were chomping at the bit, ready to draft. That Colt first selection was not it. The Kaze was too much of an issue, and the Sirius could not rebuff the charge in. It did not get the shades quickly enough, and Kaze was far too slippery to touch.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that BC Gaming were forced into like a serious versus Kaze head-to-head for most of the game. I just don't think that's optimal if you're looking for a powerful defensive brawler. Whereas, you know, we see Zeta Division go for one of their signature picks and just get that Cordelia sitting on the draft and say, we already see you have a bull. You know, you could sort of throw anything at us, you go aggressive. We could even Cordelia super your Colt, and just as he walks down the map and take him out of the game for a few seconds to give our defensive brawlers time to respawn back in.
If Sirius is reserved for your last pick, it's probably not worth picking. You know, it has been overlooked repeatedly. There's a chance that you catch your enemy lacking and this one has slipped through for them, but no, not against Zeta Division. Do you really think you know better than these guys? 2 sets already put away for Zeta Division. BC Gaming currently burning to death because we knew that this was going to be a rough one for them.
Yeah, baptism of fire here, and it's one that they're not going to walk away from unscathed. That is for sure. It's tough here on day one. You've got to play all of your group stage games. And again, a loss here for BC Gaming will have them summarily, unceremoniously ejected from our 2026 Brawl Cup. It is now or never in Ring of Fire. What an apt selection of arena here for their last stand.
Yeah, it is getting real hot now as the cinders are beginning to burn down to nothing. Will we see a final fight from BC Gaming SA? They got to put a stop to this mayhem. 4 consecutive game victories. They didn't even really look close. Maybe one of them in Heist a moment ago, but they were behind by a fairly large margin there as the final shield had been cracked off of both safes. Surprise! Here comes the initial selection. Finks is pretty much a gimme on any hot zone map, but we've seen the approach earlier that it's actually possible to lose with Finks.
We are going to be looking down the barrel of probably a Chester Ruffs and Mina comp here. I feel like, yeah, thankfully she's global banned out, so not an option, but getting the Chester and Ruffs core is very powerful. Notice as well the Lumi banned away. Both these teams have tried to bring her onto this map on a number of occasions, but there's a bunch of options here. Like if you're trying to bring a tank into the fold here for BC Gaming, you can go towards the Amber. We've, for good reason, seen the Colette banned out here. The Penny is pretty annoying. A strong choice of control brawler that can fend for herself up close, especially with Salty Barrel.
I like the Penny. I like the Penny a lot. In fact, it's a lot of times ban-worthy here on Ring of Fire because once you get it set up in that pesky position inside the bushes behind the little corner wall that's pretty close to mid, then it's quite difficult to remove. This is one of those moments where, like, the last pick sweep comes in. I would not say that this is too unexpected for Zeta Division. Nope, they insta-lock the Draco. They are going to run this down. Not just that, but they're pairing it up with the Colonel Ruffs, which means that it's going to be getting a hypercharge. I trust in the aiming abilities of the players on Zeta Division to get that hypercharge to begin with, even if it's, late into the game, even if they are outmatched by the composition, they're going to get basically a guaranteed retake of mid off of Draco.
I had the idea of stealing away Zeta Division's signature Leon pick here on this map, but they're not particularly durable as a composition. It's really only the Leon that in theory can burst down the Dracos. That's where Leon wants to be. He wants to be up close and personal in general. The lollipop drop is going to be crucial to dodge a number of these shots that come in from the Chester, for example, but this is BC Gaming backs against the wall as Zeta Division are poised to send them toppling out of the tournament.
Todd needs to get this takedown to Shvetampo. Will get it, but it looks like he's going to expire the hands of Batman. Throws down the super, manages to enter the Matrix for a brief moment as he dodges shots from 2 different angles. They've allowed Colonel Ruffs to get completely behind them, and Jay plays way too aggressive, and the enemy side ends up being taken down in such a pointless endeavor.
Why is Suzuku playing like an alley on the map right now? That is ridiculous. Jay goes in and gets a jawbreaker straight away, stunned up with nowhere to go. That turret is a little bit annoying, especially for the slower moving brawlers. It means that Batman does need to keep on the move. That can be cleared out.
Jaxa revealed to have a hypercharge now. He's going to have to save this for the next push because Shvetampo should clear everything out. He's just looking for a kill at the moment, though. Everyone's pretty low, cycled out that super. Jay going to look for the kill in close range, but no! Do you not know the interaction? Shvetampo easily pops a gadget to defuse 2 kills on the right side.
And he just kept that super going. Hypercharged super with the last stand gadget. Impossible to fight the Draco in that spot. And now BC Gaming have had to give up this lead. Sitapo threatening to take the game well and truly out of their hands.
It's not over yet. Anyus with a terrible hypercharged turret position, but maybe it'll distract some positioning on the right side. Easy for Suzuku to take down Jay on the right side, taking down Todd. The last one to throw an effort at this point, but is simply fruitless. Zeta Division know that this one is over. They're headed to match point as they steamroll through BC Gaming.
How are you feeling, Reddy? That one definitely got under your skin a bit.
Yeah, I'm pretty mad, actually. I'm pretty mad about a couple of hypercharges in a row, personally.
It's a lot of pressure that is on your shoulders when you go up against a team of literal champions. And yeah, one small mistake can be punished. A big mistake, forget about it. You've lost the game. Now, it's a question of the set and series. BC Gaming have to be centimeter perfect to stay alive here.
BC Gaming SA with the initial tap on the point. They're not going to be able to stay there, but at least they do win this interaction on the right side. Shitampo, I think, is perfectly content with being taken down there. He's just working for a super, which he has gotten off of that initial sparring match on the right side. He's able to push in easily, dodging out a lot of that ammo. BC Gaming SA, they're out of shots at this point. It's an easy walk forward for Shitampo. He does also have that gadget if he wants to stay alive, but he's able to play around with this one just on the economy of the gadgets. Hasn't had to use it yet. A takedown deep into enemy spawn onto Todd. And no one even really cares about this turret on the left side. The only one that they genuinely care about is the hypercharge, because Shitampo can easily waltz around and walk in a straight line to avoid those bombs dropping on his head.
He does fall, but Zeta Division get up to 52% there, just off the back of that one Draco super. Batman respects here. We'll throw another sort of zoning super down, and maybe now decides that it might be time to clear this turret out, or will he sneak back through behind Shitampo there? We heard that hypercharge go off, but he actually got cleaned up.
He also saw Jay popping the Leon hyper dig at 1 kill onto Shitampo. Couldn't quite finish it onto Suzuki. Here comes another hyper though, and this one's going to be a high priority to take down. Combined with the Fink super, could be pretty deadly. It's guaranteed retake. Now they just got to clean up the job. Jay could rotate around from the bottom, Anyus from the top, but they're pretty much just trying to find Batman right now with an awkward angle. Now he's got the hypercharge. Chester bomb. Make it 1, make it 2. Jay eviscerated, and Zeta Division assume aggressive positions in BC Gaming SA's bushes.
Now that Chester hypercharge is no running from that, folks. All right, we at least have a super in play here for the Fink's hyper, in fact, but is it going to be enough? Shitampo's up there on the point, and so it goes. The book is just on BC Gaming's campaign here in Berlin. Zeta Division are not interested in fairy tale stories. They've got their own to write.
Dessert here for a team that ain't only realm alive and will now go through their group as the top seed.
I think the game was over much more quickly than BC Gaming were expecting.
Yes.
I would agree. It was fast. Tough to see what our SA West team had in preparation for this squad. It was Oni Realm first, and now Zeta Division. This group certainly has clear front runners, and we're going to head down and speak to them now. Barney on the mic.
Righty, righty. Welcome back. Welcome back to the winner's circle, let's call this. Now, you guys may not realize this, but to compete against a team like Zeta Division on the main stage at an international LAN event is a very big deal for a lot of players and a lot of, let's say, teams who are up and coming. Now, there are many people in the crowd and at home watching who are like young, up-and-coming players who want to get to your level. I want to know what you would like to say to them. Do you have a message for them?
そのような有名で強いチームと対戦するのは、他のチームに対してこれはすごく名誉だと思います。すごく大事な対戦だと思うんですけれども、配信を見る方も新しい若い選手たちがそのようなレベルになりたいなら、どのようなその人のためにどのようなメッセージがありますか？一言。
ですね。まあ頑張ってください。
Well, what can I say? Like, just do your best. Give it your shot.
That's a fair thing to say, I think. Now, you've made it to Sunday. Tomorrow we have groups C and D, and in those groups we have Crazy Raccoon. Now, do you see them this week as comrades or as, enemies, or both? Because you guys are essentially fighting for the same goal.
なんか日曜日のプレーオフに突破しましたけれども、明日のグループ C、グループ D なんですが、そのグループの中にクレイジーラクーン、他の日本代表のチームがあるんですけれども、そのチームは、味方とみなしますか？それともこれは同じ目的を狙う敵だけですか？それとも両方？
まあ敵ですね。はい。
they're enemies.
I like that. Okay, short and sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time. It's Zeta Division. And with that being said, day one of the Brawl Cup has come to a close. An incredible show out from many teams, but two have indeed been sent packing. We've had to say goodbye to Ace Zero and of course to BC Gaming. A valiant effort, but it just wasn't their week. I'd like to say thank you so much to all of the players, to production of course for putting on this incredible tournament, and of course to the talent as well for all of their hard work, but most of all to the fans, both at home and of course right here in Berlin, Germany. They've been so supportive, and this Brawl Stars esports just wouldn't be the same without you guys. It wouldn't even exist. And so thank you so much to all of you at home. Now, tomorrow we're going to be back with Group C and Group D, and after that we will have our Championship Sunday ready to go to finally find out who is going to get that extra regional slot for the World Finals at the end of the year. And so, with that being said, my name is Barney Banks. We'll see you tomorrow.